how to baseline. Baseline means that you freeze the best planned values, right? And when you are doing the work, we'll learn how to compare the actual work data with the planned data, then track the project progress, and we'll try to know whether we are doing it right or not. Then we create and generate various reports in the Primavera. Basically, the reports, they give us the status of the project, that how it is going, and they also give us a forecast that how it can go if we let it continue to go like this, so that we can understand the state of the project and we should be able to take a corrective action, right? Okay, fine. Now, before we go into the Primavera, I would like to pay a tribute to the Primavera founders. So these three gentlemen, their names are Les Saskin, Dick Ferris, Joel Koppelman. So these three gentlemen, they are civil engineers. So they were having a lot of trouble with the big projects, because the most of the work was being done on the paper. Drawings were made on the paper. The Gantt charts were created on the paper. All the calculations were done on the paper, and they were surrounded with papers and papers and papers. So managing the papers to manage the project, it became a huge trouble. Sometimes due to the misinformation or due to the time lag, and the projects would be failed. So then they thought that why not we basically make use of the computers, right? So computers were there. So they created the outline of a software in their mind. And in 1979, they conceptualized the Primavera. And in 1983, they basically launched the Primavera. So they developed it for 4 years. In 1983, they started a company called Primavera Systems, and the name of the product was also the Primavera. The Primavera, the project management software, and they had a very close cooperation with the Oracle Corporation. So basically, the Primavera has a two-tier architecture. One is the business layer and one is the database layer. So they would buy the database license from the Oracle Corporation. So Oracle Corporation makes a software which is called a relational database. So basically all the huge amounts of data, your social security data, your banking data, your airlines of the booking data, all those data are most probably stored in the Oracle databases, right? So they contain the huge amount of the data of the whole world. So Oracle is one of the biggest, RDBMS manufacturer. So there are many other brands of the RDBMS. One of them is also the SQL Server from Microsoft Corporation, right? Sybase is another database. Then IBM also has a database which is called DB2. So which runs on the mainframes, right? Which is used mostly by the billing departments of the government, electricity billing, telecom billing. Okay, so basically the relational database was procured from the Oracle Corporation. So they combined the both and they sold it to their clients. So later they had basically some sort of the business deal, and Oracle Corporation, it bought the intellectual property of the Primavera. So after 2008, the product Primavera was being owned by the Oracle Corporation. That's why it came known as Oracle Primavera. So Oracle became the brand and Primavera became the product. Then Oracle developed it further. They launched a version which could run on the Linux operating system. That is another operating system which is free of cost, but which is very, you need a lot of knowledge. Okay, hard knowledge to use that. If you can do that, so it is free of cost for you. So it works there. And they made it compatible with many other databases, because in the beginning it was compatible with only the Oracle. Then Oracle, they developed the Primavera, they made it more and more open. So Primavera could connect with the SQL, with Sybase and many other databases. So basically, we should be very much grateful to this gentleman to having taken the initiative to create the world's first project management software, right? So many other softwares followed, and one more gentleman who contributed a lot was Mr. Henry Lawrence Gantt. So he was a mechanical engineer. Basically, the subject of the project management is common for all the engineers. We need to learn two subjects. One is the engineering drawing, and another is the project management. So these two subjects are common for all of us. So he was a mechanical engineer and a management consultant who is best known for his work in the development of scientific management. So he created something which is called a Gantt chart. Okay, so in the Gantt chart, so what you have on the top, so you have a time scale. Do you see this time scale on the top? Just like we have a magazine scale for the distances, for lengths, this measures the time. So it lays out the time like a scale, right? Against the time scale, you are able to measure the length of the duration, right? This is a task which is a duration. These are short duration tasks, and you can see the sequence. So you can see that which tasks are in the sequence and which tasks are in the parallel, right? So it's like that. So it is very, very convenient to understand the layout of the schedule. So you can see that visually, and you are able to get the idea instantly how the project is going, right? So that's very good. So he wrote the project management book also. Now we come to the version that we are using. We are going to use this free official version, which is provided by the Oracle. I have only facilitated the installation, and basically you can download from the Oracle site also, but you will have to go through lots of very lengthy registration process. So as a matter of convenience, I'm providing this to you. So this version is the same as the desktop version, which is part of the EPPM. EPPM means Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management Software. So it is these days it runs on the cloud. Okay. So cloud means basically it's a basically combination of many powerful computers in parallel computing mode, so that you get a very high speed server on which you can keep your data, and then you can access your data through the three clients. So you can access your data from the desktop, you can access your data from your mobile, and you can access your data from the browser. Just like, for example, you can access your Facebook from the browser, right? And you can also access your Facebook from the mobile application, right, guys? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So basically, the format is a little bit different. That is the presentation. But if you made a post from your mobile, you can see it in the browser access also, right? So it gives you a better and a bigger screen for to access and to see. So, but the Primavera can be hosted and it can be accessed from three different modes, from the desktop, from the mobile, and from the. So basically, the major work is done in the desktop. So the planning work, the major work is done in the desktop, because the desktop, the screen is big and the application is fast. You can quickly enter the data, you can quickly see the result. And this is the version that we are going using. So this is the free of cost version. So this is provided by the Oracle Corporation, because so that people can learn it properly, so that we have a workforce. Suppose if companies bought the software at a very high price, right? So they paid 3,500 USD per license, but they have nobody to use it. Do you think will that be useful? What do you think, guys? Hmm? If the airlines they bought in, but they don't have a pilot to fly it, will that be useful? No, that will not.
No.
Yes. So that's why the Oracle Corporation, because people think that it's a pirated. No, it's not a pirated version. So they are providing it with a business strategy so that people can download it. They use it. Even I use it for some sort of the commercial work that I do with my clients. So it is perfectly all right. So this is a non-expiry the version, and you can do a lot of big projects. You can run up to 10,000 activities in this, right? Okay. So it stays on your desktop. So that's what you have right now. So we will learn using this version. So when you go to the company, you will be holding the real version in your hand, and you will find it's absolutely the same, right? Okay. Now learn about the subject of the project management. So guys, you tell me that what is a project? So what do you feel is a project? I'm not asking you for an exact answer. I'm just asking you to interact with me. This is not a question, right? This is an interaction. So
A project is something that have a starting date and end date. It is temporary, and it is unique. You can repeat similar project, but the project that you are working on it is unique.
Yes, absolutely correct. So it is the standard definition which is given in the PMBOK. And PMBOK is the most widespread project management standards which is set by the PMI. So PMI is the institute and PMBOK is the book of standards which is also used to basically understand the project management, and people do PMP certification to qualify as certified project managers and gain respect and gain more income, right? So this is defined in the PMB. Okay. So what does it say? That the project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or a service. So why it is called a temporary? Because it should have a definite start and a definite finish date. We just can't go on and on with a project. We must set the starting and the finish date, the time limit boundaries. So that's why it is called a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or a service. How temporary can that be? A project can be 2 days temporary, 3 days temporary, 2 months, 3 months, 2 years, and maybe it can span over multiple years also, right? But a project always has a definite beginning and an end. And due to the nature of the project, so basically the nature of the product that we are trying to build or the service, the project can be longer, right? They can be of long duration. So project, they have a definite beginning and an end, and it is not an ongoing effort. And once you complete the objective, once you achieve the objective, the project work ceases, right? The work is completed and the work comes to an end. The team is disbanded upon the project completion, and then the team members are reassigned into new projects in the company's work pipeline, right? Is that clear, guys? So it means
Yes, sir.
every time you do a project, you will be working with a new set of people, because the set of people who are chosen to do the project, they are different. They are chosen according to the requirement of the current project. So the project teams are not permanent buddies, right? So you will be working with new people in new places. So you'll be part of the new team every time you do a new project. So the people are selected according to the skill sets of the work which is required to do the project. Okay, fine. So each time you do a project, so you will find that there is something different. And in long-term project, the product characteristics are progressively elaborated. Suppose if you have a 5-year project, so what do? You don't plan the entire 5 years in details. So you plan the first year. So once you're nearing the completion of the first year, so then you start planning for the second year. So once you reach the near of these second year, then you start planning for the third year, fourth year, and fifth year, and so on. Right? So it's like that. Okay. So that is the definition. So now we come to the understanding of the shape of a project. So what does a project would look like if we represent it like a diagram? If you represent the project like a diagram, so it would look like this triangle. And this triangle has got 4 constituent triangles. As you can see, the 4 triangles inside this triangle is time, cost, scope, and quality. So basically, these are called constraints. So guys, tell me, what do you mean by the word constraint? So what does it mean to you?
Limitation. What limits us to complete our project?
Correct. So the word constraint means limitation, but it doesn't mean blockage. So you can do something, but you can do something in a limited manner. So what is limited in a project? Time. Time is limited, money is limited, then you have to complete the work. So your resources are limited, and within these limits, so you have to achieve the satisfaction of the client. The satisfaction of the client is limited by represented by the word quality. So quality means that you achieve the project quality acceptance criteria as set by the client, right? Now we will understand each of them one by one. So let us understand the time, which is the greatest limitation of all. The time has got 2 components. So let me write them here. One is the duration and another is the schedule. Okay. So guys, you tell me that what is the meaning of the word schedule and what is the meaning of the word duration as understood by you currently? I'm only asking that what do you understand currently? What do you think they are? What do you
Duration is the period the work have to start and complete. Schedule is the part that the work will take, starting from activity like the one that you showed us previously, starting by activity A, then B, then C, and giving those small parts of work their own duration as well.
So there is a little bit of the correction here. Basically, duration is the span of time. So let me give you the hint. So I'm going to write here something. You can tell me that what is the unit of time they represent. Okay, so guys, can you expand this abbreviation into full names?
Minutes,
Yes, sir. Minutes, hours, day, week, month, or year.
Correct. So Primavera can represent the duration by 6 units of time. Just like on a scale, we have the units of the length. What are the units of length? Millimeter, centimeter, meter, kilometer, like that. So here, what we have is the units of time: minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, year. So basically, there are greater units of time like decades and the centuries. And below the minutes, we have got seconds, but we are not concerned with that. Okay. So in the Primavera, in the duration column, you can enter these units of time. And then what you get is the schedule. So what is the schedule? Basically, once you provide the duration, schedule means start and finish date of the activity, right, guys?
Yes, sir.
The start and the finish date is calculated by the software. But actually, it is not just the date, but internally, actually, it is date plus time. So it has got the time component also. But usually, we do not display the time component. That's why we don't see it. But definitely, the time is internally there. For example, so guys, you tell me if I add 60 seconds, then what do I get? If you add
1 minute,
1 minute, if you add 60 minutes, then what do you get?
1 hour,
Okay, great. If you add 24 hours, what does it make?
day,
Yes, if you add 7 days, what does it make?
week,
Week. If you add 4 weeks, then what does it make?
month,
Months. If you add 12 months, then what does it make?
year,
If you add 10 years, then what do you get?
decade,
Yes, if you add 10 decades, then what do you get?
century.
Centuries. So we started from the seconds to centuries, right? So that is the spectrum of time. But during this spectrum, we are not concerned with the seconds, nor we are concerned with the centuries, nor we are concerned with the decades, right? So we use these units of time which are more prevalent in a project. We don't have any kind of the project these days which will run into centuries or decades. So maximum, even if it is a mega project, because we have the knowledge of the project management, we have got a lot of equipments, powerful machines, we can at max we can complete any kind of the mega project in the matter of years maximum, right? So what happens when you enter the duration into the software that is Primavera will calculate the schedule. The schedule is consisting of the start date and the finish date of each and every activity. And of course, you should remember that internally the time component is there, but it is not being displayed on the interface because time part is insignificant. That's why we are not concerned with that, right? Now, the word cost is associated with another word, which is called the price. So guys, you tell me that what is the meaning of price and what is the meaning of the word cost? Think of it, there is a difference in the project management world. In the project management world, the same English words, they acquire more deeper meanings. So you tell me that what is price and what is the cost?
Is the cost of how much something will cost to buy. And the cost now includes what is material, what is the labor, and what is others components of you to put it in a project to complete that work.
Okay, and then what is the price?
The price is how much you will pay for each of those components.
Actually, we don't pay for the component. I'll just tell you. See, cost and price, both of them are amounts of money. Both of them are money. Right, guys? Now, what is the meaning
Yes.
of cost? See, cost is the amount of money which is used to do the work in a project, which is used to complete the work in a project. So, majorly in any kind of a project, there are four cost components. So, there are men, then there is machines, then we need is materials, and then to get the work done by external resources, what we need is the cash. So these are the four cost components in any kind of a project, right? Men, machines, materials, and cash. Now, what is the price? Price is basically the value index of the product. So what is the product? The product is the final outcome of a project. So it creates a product. So the project creates a product. So value index of the product, because when we create something using the men machine materials, so we create a value, a greater value. So these days in the human society, we use the instrument of money to exchange values. So there are two basic values that we are exchanging in the human society. One is the goods and one is the services. Okay, so we create the goods and the services at a cost, and then we sell it at the value. So that value is called the price, right? In earlier times, in the earliest civilization, so there was no money, and people will exchange the goods and the services directly, which was called the barter system. Barter means exchanging, negotiating, and exchanging the goods and the services according to their value. People will come to a particular place, and everybody will bring their produce, everybody will bring their stuff and their services, and they will exchange it directly, right? But after some time, mankind realize that barter system is inefficient. Sometimes you have lot of the perishable items, but you are not able to exchange it, and then you have lot of the items that go wasted. So they came up with the idea of the coins. So what they did, they cut the precious metals into round disc. So they called them the coins. So they created coins from the copper, from the bronze, and from the silver, from the gold, and they used to exchange these coins in lieu of the goods and the services with each other. So that further eased the business of exchange, which is the business of the barter system. It became much more free flowing. And if you had lot of the perishable stuff, so you can basically dispose of all your uh, perishable stuff, and instead you get lot of coins. So what do you do with your coins? You keep them. If you need something, you go to the market next time and you exchange some of those coins for the goods and the services which you need, right? So basically, the coins, then mankind realized that the metals trapped in the coins can be used to create something valuable. For example, gold and silver can be converted into jewelry. They will serve better purpose than the coins, right, guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
So then mankind freed up the metals, and then mankind became smart. Then mankind came up with the idea of the paper-based money, right? So instead of using the coins, they started to use the paper. So the paper could be printed only by the governments. So it had certain denominations of the value printed on them. For example, so in India, what is the value of the money which is printed? 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 500. Right, guys? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what we do, we exchange these paper-based currencies to represent the value of the goods and the services which we want, and we give it to the seller, right? So the seller takes the money, he gives us the goods and the services. Then mankind has become even smarter. So mankind thought that why are you handling some huge amounts of money? So why don't we transfer the number from one bank to another, right? So basically, these days you are seeing the online transactions, right? You are transferring the number. So basically, that number represents the value of the goods and the services that you are buying, and the amount of the money so that you are paying to buy something. It is called the price. Okay. So price and the cost, basically they represent a different meaning. So cost is the amount of the money which is used to complete the project, and price is the value of the final product or the service, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now, guys,
Yes, sir.
now you tell me what is price minus cost. You know that price is always, or it should be, greater than the cost. So what is price minus cost?
It's like a profit
Yes. So where do you think
Yes.
the profit comes from? Basically, I'll tell you guys the
from the quality.
yes, the quality has a direct bearing on the profit. So guys, you tell me if something is of poor quality, will you buy?
No.
No, you will not buy. Even if you get something at half the price or less than half the price, and if it is not suitable for your purpose, or if it doesn't match your quality or the utility purpose, you will not buy it, right? So that is why we must try to achieve the quality within the limits of time and cost, and of course, we must complete all the work to be done. So the quality is directly as a result of the profit is directly as a result of the quality. So, but the quality is subject to the limitation of time and cost. So that is why we require the role of the project manager. The project manager, the word PM is also means profit manager. Means that you are able to optimize the resource. So what are the resource? Men, machine, material, and cash. So you should calculate the resource very optimally. Means that you should not calculate too many of them. You should not calculate less. If you calculate less, if you compute less, then you will get poor quality, and the client will not pay for something which is poor quality, right? And if you compute more, then it will increase the cost. Of course, the quality will be met, but your profit will be reduced, right? So you have to basically compute the resources very, very optimally. And of course, for that, we need to be supported by a software called the Primavera, right? Okay, now we will learn the meaning of this third one, that is the scope. So we will basically, it is connected to another word called requirement. So guys, tell me what is the meaning of requirement?
What is the work we should do? What is required for us to complete the project? What includes and what is excluded?
Okay, so someone would like to tell more?
Yes, sir. Requirements means our limitation. What is our scope of area and anything else?
So anything else, guys? Someone would like to add more? No? Okay. So guys, let me tell you, these words have very simple meaning. Requirement is basically, let's say there are four people, they go to a restaurant, right? And they're seated and the waiter will come to them and the waiter will ask them, so guys, what would you like to have? So basically each of them will tell their own food item, right? So the waiter will note the food item 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? The requirement of the food will be noted by the waiter. So the list of the food which he notes is the requirement of food, right, guys? Is that clear? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, the requirement is the list of the food items which is given by the customer. So the customer gives the requirement, and what does the waiter do? He takes the requirement list of the food items to the back end. So the back end is a kitchen. The kitchen is managed by a role called the chef. Chef is the role which manages the kitchen. So he shows the list of the food items to the chef, and the chef says, 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes and it will be ready. So what does the chef do? He gives various activities to his team members. He may sound like this: you bake this, you fry this, you mix this, you grind the spices, okay, and you cut this, okay, you blend this. He will give various activities to his team member. So when all their activities are completed, so that means the total work to be done. The work to be done is called the scope of the project, right? So when the work is completed, the food is ready and served to the client, right? Okay. Now, when we bring this, analogy to the engineering, so what does it look like? So let me tell you guys, the requirement is basically the wish list of the client stating mm, the features and functionalities, of the product. The wish list of the client stating the features and the functionalities of the product, right, guys? That is called the requirement. So requirement is always given by the client, right? And now what is the scope? Scope is basically the work to be done by the engineering team to fulfill the wish list of the client. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So basically,
Yes.
I will give an idea. I'll give an example. In IT industry, we have a role which is called the BPA, Business Process Analyst. So what do this guy do? They go to the client side and they meet all the stakeholders of the client and they ask them that what is the current basically bottlenecks in your current business processes, so we can put an information technology or IT product intervention to speed up your business, right? So they try to understand the bottlenecks of the business, they try to understand the business flow, they try to create a business flow chart and they identify the bottlenecks. Then they note the requirement and they bring this requirement to the backend team. So the backend team, we have got software engineers. The software engineers, they create the newly engineered business process diagrams and they create the software products or the software systems which ease up the business. So similarly, the same thing is done in many other engineering domains as well. So one person is able to understand, or many people, they are consultants, they try to understand the requirement of the client. Then they come up with a product design which represents the requirement of the client. Then they get a ratification, a confirmation from the client that this requirement which has been noted is complete and correct. So if the client confirms that yes, indeed, it is complete and correct, so then what happens? Then that is converted into scope of work. So scope of work consists of work breakdown structure. They create all the activities. Basically, what work should be done to fulfill the wish list of the client is called the scope of the project. The scope, cost, and the time is managed by the project management team. And the cost, which has got another component which is related to the price is managed by whom? The price is managed by the marketing manager. Do you know that? What do these marketing managers they do? They try to create an impression by using advertisements, by using great advertisements through the media. They try to project the high value of the services of your company so that the customers feel attracted to seek the services of your company, to take the services of your company, and they are able to create a better price margin, right? So that your company can thrive, it can grow in the business. And of course, then the responsibility rests on the shoulders of the project managers to deliver that promise, right? So they make the promise of a better product and better value, and then the PM also means promise manager. So what is the promise that you have to basically take care of? The promise which is made in the contract that we will finish your project within the limited time, within the limited price, and we will give you the satisfaction, which is represented by the quality acceptance criteria. So the quality acceptance criteria is set in the beginning. But before you can achieve the quality, you have to complete all the work. Right or wrong, guys? Tell me, guys. Can you achieve the quality without completing the work in the project?
No.
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 So basic thing is that you have to make sure that you understand the requirement. If you understand the requirement, then you will be able to list out the clear number of the activities that you have to do, right? So when you organize the activities into the logical groups, that is called the work breakdown structure, WBS, group summaries. So you write all the organizations logically grouped. Now, what is the quality? Basically, the quality is a set of acceptance criteria parameters. I'll write it, set of acceptance testing criteria parameters if they are tested, or if they are tested and passed, then the product is deemed as acceptable as good value and fit for use. So, Chris, you read that.
Set of acceptance testing criteria parameters. If they are tested and passed, then the product is deemed as acceptable, as good value, and fit for use.
So, Chris, since you have done a lot of the project management, so what do you think? This definition is good? It makes sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
Okay, in short, because I'm trying to make sure that I'm trying to give you the concentrated information, right? I'm not trying to make sure that we spend a lot of time here. So, but what I'm trying to make sure that by the time we start using the Primavera, so we have these things in our mind and we are able to create a picture of what we are trying to do. Okay, so basically,
Yes.
these are set in the beginning. So quality can't be vague. It has to be something which is testable, which is provable, which is plannable, which can be achieved, right? So
Yes.
basically, we don't want any kind of the controversy later. That client would say, my expectation was this, what you have planned is this, what you have produced is. So basically, we must make sure that whatever we plan, we are able to achieve. So we have to be definitely sure that it is understood by both the parties in the same way, right? So we put everything down in the document, which is called contract. So guys, what is a contract? Contract is legally bound promise which you make to the client when you sign up for the project, right? Okay. When you're assigned the project by the client, you have to make a promise that, okay, we will finish your project in time. This is the amount of time, 2 years, 3 years. And this is the amount of the price that we are going to take from you. And we will finish the project within the agreed price, right? Agreed amount of the money. And this is the quality criteria which will be tested and they will be found to be satisfactory. And then in that case, your product will be acceptable to you and you will make us our payment. Right, guys? So when the product is matching the quality acceptance the criteria, and of course the client will be willing to make the payment. So when you get the payment, so you get the price. So when you get the price, and then you are able to make a profit. So guys, can a business run without profit? Is it possible?
No.
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 So what does the profit do? It pays for your salaries. It pays for the research and development of the business domain. It pays for the basically kind of infrastructure cost. It pays for the basically replacement of the worn out machines, right? So basically it gives you a certain amount of the reserve money, right? So this reserve money is useful when the business is facing rough times, right? So that the business remains sustainable and the people can be retained in the business, highly skilled people who develop the skill during the project. You got to retain them during the low business times. So, the profit is very, very essential to run the business. But where does the profit comes? It comes from the good work done by the manager. So guys, who is the profit manager? That is you. You are PM. PM has got many meanings. I'll tell you. It is not just the project manager. You are profit manager. You are people manager. You have to lead a team of people. So you are people manager, and you are productivity manager. You are just making sure that the men and machine, which are provided to you as resources, they are working at their productive best. They are not idling. Do you think idling men and machine are good?
No.
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 So that's why we need the project manager to ensure that we are productivity manager, we are proficiency manager, we are the profit manager, we are the process manager. We have to utilize the right process at the right time. The processes for quality, the processes for the fabrication, the processes for the project management, right? So it has got many meanings, and you also got to be the PM, the top PM. What is that? Primavera master, right? Isn't that PM? Primavera master. So you have to basically have to have a lot of meanings in this, right? So let us learn the Primavera so that we can become very, very proficient, right? Now, after that, we will learn that what should be the planning aims. We should identify the stakeholders, total stakeholders. So guys, what is the meaning of this stakeholder? Who is a stakeholder?
Sir, a stakeholder is who is involving in the project.
Yes, that is a stakeholder. Okay. So basically, the stakeholder is you, the stakeholder is the client, the stakeholder is your boss, the stakeholder is your director of the company, and your portfolio manager, your program manager, and your procurement manager. So these are all the stakeholders. Then also your suppliers, your vendors, and your subcontractors, they are also stakeholders. Okay, and users of the product or the services, they are also the stakeholders. So stakeholder is a person who is involved in the project and who is also affected by the outcome of the project work. So they are all the stakeholders. So you have to, when you start a project, you have to identify the total stakeholders, and especially on the client side. So then what happens when you talk to all the stakeholders on the client side, you are able to determine that what work you need to do. Then you should evaluate different project delivery methods so that if you face any problem with one of the delivery method, you can switch over to another one. Then you identify the deliverable. So guys, can you tell me that what is the meaning of this word deliverable? So what does it mean? Deliverable.
Deliverable means, sir, which we will execute.
See, basically, the product is the outcome. So the client doesn't pay for the entire project in the beginning. Have you seen any client who says that, okay, I'll pay you 100% in the beginning of the project? Have you ever seen that kind of a contract?
No.
No, that is not possible. So what does the client say? Client says that you deliver me some progress, some part of the product. Okay. So what do we do? Suppose if I'm going to construct a building, 7 stories, right? So what do? We say that, okay, I would be willing to take the payment in 7 installments. So each of the installment will be paid when one floor of the building is completed. So when you complete all the 7 floors, so you have completed all the deliverables. So when you have completed all the deliverables, so what do you get? You get is a product completed, right? So when the project
Yes.
is completed, so you get your full payment, right? So this is how the project management works. So you identify the deliverables and you put them under the logical breakdown of the project, often called the work breakdown structure or the project breakdown structure. And you put a date on the deliverables, a fixed date. Every deliverable has a finish date. A project is not having one finish date, but multiple finish dates, which are called milestone dates, right? And then you identify the work, you identify the activities required to produce the deliverables. Okay. Then you try to optimize use of resources. Why do you want to optimize the use of resources? So that you can maximize your profits. So if you're overutilizing certain resources, is it going to create more quality? No, not at all. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
If you are in
Yes.
the food business and there is an item of food which requires certain amount of salt, if you put less salt, it's not okay. And if you put more salt, is will that be okay? Will that make the client happy? No. So basically, you should know what is the optimal amount of the salt. As a chef, you know that, right? What is the optimal amount of certain flavors, spices, all those things that go into the food. So once he puts and he optimizes, they create the best value, right? Okay. And that value is always bought. So if you find something which is sweet, but it is too sweet, he says, oh, I put a lot of value, I put a lot of sugar into that. You say, no, that is too much, right? Even that's not good. So we must similarly bringing that idea into the project. We must optimize the use of resources. If you use too much of the resources, then it might lower your profit, right? And if you use less, then it might affect the quality. Okay. Then you evaluate if target dates are met. So what are the target dates? Each date of the milestone, right? So they are the target dates. So you got to check that out using the Primavera to calculate, and then you identify risk. So guys, what is the meaning of the word risk? So what do you feel when you hear or use this word risk? So what do you think?
What can go wrong in our project? And that is negative risk, if we can call it like this. But there are also things that what we can call positive risk, what can go so good in the project that we can take it as a reference for the next project.
Yeah, so basically, the risk is an uncertain event as per the definition of the PMI. So PMI is the organization which set the project standards in 1969, and this was set up by the engineers only in the Pennsylvania state of the United States, and they basically took the knowledge from the various places, and they standardized the project. And just like we have the standardized USB-C port, now you can connect mobile phone of any brand to the C port and you can charge your mobile. It's so easy these days. Earlier, each of the mobile brands will have its own charging port, and it was quite difficult if you're traveling and if you are not carrying your own charger, then you are in trouble, right? Now, let us come back to the risk. So, risk is defined in the PMBOK as a basically an uncertain event, which, if it happens, it can bring some threat or it can bring some opportunity to a project. So basically, we are more concerned with the threats, which are called the negative risk. So risk is an uncertain event which is not predictable, but which can be perceived that it can happen. But there are two kind of risk. One is absolutely unpredictable, and ones which are predictable to a certain extent. For example, can you predict the rainfall in a particular region based upon the pattern? Can you predict the rainfall based upon the past pattern of the data?
Yes.
Yes, it can be done. But can you predict earthquake?
No.
No, earthquake is unpredictable. You cannot predict. So you cannot even predict the next virus which may cause the pandemic, right? Right or wrong?
Right. Yes.
Yes. Right.
Right.
Not possible. But what is possible to predict? Fire is predictable to a certain extent. That's why, if you go to any building, so that buildings will have clearly marked fire exit and clearly marked fire extinguishers. You can find them. You can use them if you need to, right? Okay. It is predictable to a certain extent. For example, your car has a spare tire in the boot, right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So basically, the spare tire is basically meant to mitigate the risk of a flat tire in a certain journey, right? Okay. So we can basically predict a certain risk and we should plan to minimize them. We provide a baseline. So, guys, what is the meaning of the word baseline? What do you feel? What is
The
it?
basis of our plan for us to start our project, which can change as we are going, but we have to compare that those deliverables based on our data baseline.
So guys, tell me what is the normal human body temperature on the Fahrenheit scale?
36? Oh. Yeah.
Right?
Celsius, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, this is the
Yes.
baseline temperature of a human body. Now, if a person is having more temperature, we say, oh, he is sick. Because I know that this is not normal. It has exceeded the baseline. If it goes to 100 or 100 or 102, so what we do? We take the person to a doctor, right? So the doctor, he
Yes.
does the further investigation of the blood. So he might come to know that what is causing the fever. So we say that the person is having a fever. So guys, tell me, what is the range of the blood pressure, right? The upper limit and the lower limit for a human body. How much is that?
120 and 80.
So what is 120 when your heart is squeezing? When your heart
Yes.
contracts, it should go up to 120. When your heart relaxes, it should be 80. So if it is more than that, it means that either you need some rest, and if the lower part is of major concern to the doctor, if your heart is relaxing, but it is not at 80, but it is more than that, it means that you have got hypertension. Hypertension means that there is some problem which requires some medical intervention or it requires rest. So doctor may advise you medicine plus the rest to bring it down to 80, certain exercises, so that your heart is able to get enough rest. So these are called the baseline parameters. Similarly, for the project, there are certain baseline parameters of health. So what are the baseline the parameters of the health for a project? For a project, the baseline parameters of the health are the cost baseline, schedule baseline, quality baseline, and the resource units baseline, right? So which we determine in the beginning, we by our planning, by our estimation techniques, and of course, we are greatly supported by Primavera. So we can baseline the cost, we can baseline the schedule, we can baseline the quality, we can baseline the resource units. So what we do when we are doing the work, we try to finish the work within the cost, within the schedule. We try to achieve the quality goals or the quality testing criteria, and we try to use the optimal amount of the resource units. So what are the resource units? The man hours, the machine hours, the material quantities, and the cash. Right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Then we also try to determine the reports which were useful in assisting in stakeholder communication. So what kind of communication? Status reports, forecast reports. These are the stakeholder communication, right? And we assess the management to think ahead and make informed decisions, right? So that we are able to complete the project within our limitation of time and money, and we are able to achieve a great quality and satisfaction to the client. Okay, so guys, this is a picture which is showing you there are two organizations, organization number one and organization number two. In the organization number one, what is the work culture? The work culture is that the project managers say, oh guys, let's plan quickly. The quickly we plan, and the sooner we start the work, and then sooner we'll be able to finish the project. So how do they go? They first do something only to realize that it is not matching the quality acceptance criteria. Then they take a U-turn. So guys, do you see this U-turn here?
Yes.
That U-turn is called the undo. First they do, then they undo, then they redo. So they redo, right? This is the redo. Once you do the work again, now this time you do it correctly. So this is how they go about their work. Do, undo, redo, do, undo, redo. In the end, they create something which is okay. The client is happy. The client has no problem. Client says, okay, I'm fine, good. I'll come back to you for more business, right? Absolutely all right. Now, the second organizations, the project managers say, guys, let us plan in details. let us go to the every work breakdown structure. So what do? They create a baseline, right? They say that we leave nothing to chance. We should know all the work that is required to be done by us, right? Okay.
Yes.
So then they create a baseline, and when they start doing the work, it is represented by this green line. So guys, do you see this green line here, which is zigzagging, which stays mostly
Yeah.
baseline, but sometimes there is a variance and they make a corrective action and they complete the project here, but there is no U-turn. There is no U-turn, but there is a variance. They control the variance. When they complete the work, the client is okay and happy. So what is the benefit of the planning to them, guys? Read this in the rectangle. What is the benefit of the planning?
Saving of time, cost, resources.
Correct. So they save time, cost, and the resources, right? So guys, now tell me, suppose if the first organization is able to do 10 projects per year, okay, so basically this is what the first organization is doing, and the second organization is doing 14 projects per year. So guys, which organization do you think is more profitable, which is making more profits?
2.
Correct. So the number 2 organization is able to deliver more business, and they are able to generate more money, more revenues. So that is more profitable organization. And where do you think you guys would like to work? In number 1 or in the number 2?
Number 2.
Number 2.
If you go to the number 2, you will be the right fit. But guys, let me tell you something. You work in the number 2 for some time, and then you go to the number 1 and you show them the right way of the business. Then you become the king, right? Isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
See, if you know something, so you are right fit everywhere you go. You are right fit in the number 2. In the number 2, you are immediately productive. Just say, yes, Chris is a very great man. He knows everything. He's a right fit and he's the guy we needed so much, right? That's fine. But the number 1 actually needs you more. That is the point,
Yes.
right? So once you go there and you show them that, look, this is the right way to do, you are losing so much money in the revenues every year using the same amount of the resources. We can be much more efficient and we can make more profits. And of course, and the happiness of the customer would be at least the same, if not more, right? Okay. So we deliver more business to the clients and we reduce the time. And of course, if we reduce the time saved is the money saved, right? Okay, you are freeing up the resources quickly for another project. So you are saving money, right? Money saved is money earned, isn't it, guys?
Yes.
That's why the project manager, PM, is also having the meaning profit manager, right? Okay, okay. Now,
Yes.
so guys, you read this. What does it say?
The project fell in the beginning, not in the end.
Yeah. So how do the project they fail in the beginning? They fail in the beginning because you have created a poor plan. You have not followed the process. You did not use any software, right? So if you use the software, if you follow the process, so then what happens?
You increase the chance of success.
Okay. Okay, so now, so basically what you should be doing, that you should follow the process and you should use the software, right? So basically the project failed in the beginning, not in the end, because of the poor planning. The poor plan is not showing the effect in the beginning, but in the end, you see the product fails, right? And it causes mishaps, accidents, right? Structures, they crash. Okay, softwares crash, right? So basically, we should start with a great requirement definition, and then we should create a design. Then we should check the design using certain simulation methods. So once we are sure that the design will work when scaled up, then what we should do, we should create the work breakdown structure, we should create the activities, and of course, we will then start using the Primavera, right? Okay, to plan the rest of the project. Okay. So keep that in mind. So what is the subject of the project management? Basically, it is the application of knowledge, skills, and tools and technique to the project activities in order to meet or exceed stakeholder needs and expectations, right? So that is the project management. So the project management is basically is combination of both your knowledge, which knowledge, your engineering and your project management knowledge. You need them both at the same time. So once we work in an industry for 5+ years, we have the knowledge, skills, and tools and techniques of the engineering, and then we combine that with the project management knowledge, and we are able to optimize the cost, we are able to optimize the schedule, we are able to optimize the resource, and within the optimized use of the resources, time, and the schedule, we are able to create quality products, right? Is that clear, guys? Okay. And we are able to meet or exceed the stakeholder needs and expectation. Now, who is a stakeholder? Individuals and organization involved in or affected by the project outcome. So they are called the stakeholders. So stakeholder is you, stakeholder is your boss, stakeholder is the client, stakeholder is your business associated, and the person who invested in the joint venture. The stakeholder is your the vendor, supplier, and your subcontractor, right? And the stakeholder is the end user. Okay, those who are going to use the product. So these are the people, those who are stakeholders. So you should make a list of the stakeholders in the beginning, and you make sure that you understand their requirements. And once you have understood, then you should create the plan. So once you create that plan, which is agreeable to all the stakeholders, that plan will not have any variance, and a plan which doesn't have any variance is a highly successful plan, right? So guys, remember, planning is a group activity, right? Just keep that in mind. You should make sure that everybody agrees with the plan. So you are PM. PM also means people manager. You manage the people in all the ends in your organization, outside your organization, right? So when you manage them, so you are successful. Okay. Now, what are the related endeavors? The Primavera can manage the sub project, and Primavera can manage a program, right? So guys, sub-project is component of a project that are often contracted out. So guys, can you give me an example of a sub-project? Where do you think that it is a sub-project? Can you give me a situation which you think is a sub-project?
Foundation in a building project.
Okay. So how do you think it is a sub-project?
The project is the building, the full building, but the foundation is a component of that project, which is the building. It means you need to complete the building before to do other things to complete the full building.
Oh, so that's fine. That's a sequence, but it says that are often contracted out. Okay, I'll just tell you using the example of building only. Suppose you are the construction company. So do you install the lift? Does the construction company install the lift by themselves? So the installation of the lift, installation of many other equipments like the plumbing, electrical work, paneling work, the finishing work, right? And the flooring work, the marbles work, and all these are contracted out. So these are called sub-project. Now, why these are called the sub-project? Because these have to be done within the limited amount of time and money. Right or wrong, guys? Can you give more time to your subcontractors than you have?
No.
No, you can't. So they are subjected to the time constraint. Can you give them more money than you have?
No.
You can't. So you give them the money which is equivalent to the value of the work done. So the subcontractors, they take the project from you, and they have to meet your quality expectation as well. You tell them, I want this kind of a quality parameter, which will be tested by me. If it is found to be okay, then I'm going to make your payment. Because if any of the sub projects fail, any of the component is a failure, do you think the client is going to pay you?
No.
No. So it becomes your responsibility to make sure that the sub projects are also matching your quality acceptance criteria. They are being done within the time limit. They are being done within the limits of the price as you set for them, right? So in the Primavera, you can manage a sub project also. But of course, basically the internal parameter of a sub project will be managed by the vendor himself or the subcontractor himself. So he will have basically also have the Primavera. So you will also have a project manager to manage his projects. Of course, his project will be small as compared to yours because you are constructing the entire building. So he'll be managing the entire building. He'll be managing his part of the work, right? So you gave him the lift installation job. So he will have to finish it within a given time limit, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, what is a program? So basically, the program is a group of the projects supporting broad general goals and managed in a coordinated way. For example, if I say space program, now if you look at the space program, basically it has got many different kind of projects. So what kind of projects? There is a team which is basically interested in launching communication satellite. Another team is interested in launching the weather satellite. Another team is interested in launching the remote sensing satellite. Another team is interested in launching the GPS navigation satellites, right? Some team is interested in the experimental satellites. Okay. Some team is interested in the in launching of the commercial satellites. So that's what is called a space program. So now what is the common between all these teams? What is their common requirement? The common requirement for all these teams is the rocket science, right? Isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes.
Rocket science is common for them because they what they need is a launch vehicle to take their satellites into the orbit, right? So they share the premises, they share the infrastructure, they share the resources. Okay, they share the basically the subject matter experts. So that is why it is called a space program, right? It consists of a group of the projects supporting broad general goals and managed in a coordinated way. So that is what it is. That's why it is called a space program. Okay, so that's what it is. Now, all this can be facilitated by the Primavera. So that's why we are learning the Primavera. So now, guys, this is a diagram which is taken from the PMI, PMBOK. It represents the life cycle of a project, right? How is the interaction between the process groups? Okay, so the project has this 5 phases in the life cycle. The first one is the initiating. So what is initiating? The first one in the initiating phase, we are basically interacting with the client. Okay, so for what? We are trying to determine that what is the requirement of the client. Then we are trying to determine, can we fulfill the requirements of the client? Do we have that necessary capabilities to do this kind of a project? If that is okay, then what is the profitability of the project, right? We have to make sure that we can do it. It should be technically feasible. It should be commercially feasible also, because if it is a profitable one, only then we will undertake it, right, guys?
Yes.
So we take the projects for profit. Okay. So we make sure that we can do it technically and we are having a profitable proposition. So once that is done, we sign the contract. So once we sign the contract, then we start planning. So in the planning phase, we plan for the schedule, we plan for the resources, we plan for the quality, we plan how to deal with the risk. So we do the scope management, schedule management, resource management, risk management, quality management planning, and communication management planning, procurement planning, stakeholder planning, integration planning, right? So these are the 10 knowledge areas which are listed in the PMBOK, in which we do the planning in details. And once planning is complete, so guys, what do we do next?
Start working, execution.
Yes, we do start doing the work, which is called the execution. So when we start the execution, we also start monitoring that. We start to watch what we are doing. Then we start to gather the actual data. So what is the actual data that we start to gather? What is the actual amount of the time that we are taking? What is the actual amount of resources we are consuming? And what is the um, actual amount of the cost that we are consuming, right?
Yes.
Okay. So once we are doing that, so we are able to compare. So once we do the comparison, if we find something is going more, something is taking more time, right? So basically, we take corrective action. The corrective action that we take, it is called the controlling. So controlling is the corrective action that we take. So what is the controlling action? Basically, we compare the actual data with the planned data. So where is the planned data? It is in the baseline. So we try to basically control it. We keep it near to the baseline. And once all the activities are completed, so our execution phase is completed, then we go to the closing phase, right? So this is the overall life cycle of a project. Now, what is the use of the Primavera here? Now, I'll tell you that what is the relevance of the Primavera here. So guys, basically, do you see this shaded portion here?
Yes.
So this is the area of Primavera's control on the project's life cycle, right? So this is the area of the Primavera's control on the project life cycle. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
It helps you control from the initial, but some part of it is not under the control of the Primavera. So guys, you tell me one thing. When you initially meet the client, what do you use to make a presentation to the client? What software do you use to make a presentation? Do you use the PowerPoint or do you use the Primavera?
Sir, now we are using PowerPoint.
Yeah, in the beginning we use PowerPoint, we use PDF.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me write that what is the software we use in the beginning of a project when we're trying to acquire the project. We use PowerPoint, we use PDF files, and then we might even use some designing software like Visio. Then we use the Excel, right? Then we can use certain videos to show our past work done, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So is that thing clear? So it is like this. So once we sign the contract with the client, then only we start to use the Primavera and we start the documentation. So guys, when you start doing the documentation, you can use the Primavera to store and version the documents. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So that is
Yes.
from here, we start the initiating process and we start using the Primavera. So once our initiating part is completed, our documentation is completed, our design is completed, okay, then we sign a contract with the client and then we start our planning work. So in the planning, we create our work breakdown structure, our activities, we do the scheduling, we assign resources, and then we baseline it, and then we start doing the work. And during the work, we are monitoring and controlling, watching and correcting ourselves to stay near the planned values. So once all the activities are complete, we close. So that is the area of the Primavera's control on the project lifecycle. So guys, keep this picture in mind, right? So this is what you are going to do with the Primavera. Okay, is that clear? Is
Yes.
the relevance of the Primavera clear to you?
Yes.
Putting your
Yes,
head into the buttons, that's okay. That anybody can teach you. So, but that's not going to give any kind of the real understanding of the Primavera, right? So if you press the buttons without understanding the meaning and which buttons you should press first. So basically, we should focus on the planning first. So once we are done with the planning, so what do we do then? So after that, we execute, monitor, control, and we close. We should be having this picture in our mind to be making the full use of the Primavera. Now, this is a project life cycle that how the money is utilized. So guys, this is the total funds of the project. The area which is enclosed, it represents the total fund. But the maximum amount of the fund is used in the execution phase, which is carrying out the work. Now, what is the statistics which is gathered by the PMI? According to the PMI, basically the 68 to 72% of the total project budget is utilized in carrying out the work. Now, what is the lesson learned here? So basically, when we do the starting the project, that is the initiation, we use less amount of the money organizing and preparing. We use less amount of money why the initiating and the planning is done using computers, right, guys? The data is inside the computer, the drawings and the designs, they're inside the computers. Yes or no? We don't even take a printout these days, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? So if I have to change something, I can immediately bring in the people, the subject matter experts, and it is just a matter of the man hours only, right? That we can change the information, we can change the design, we can change the drawing, we can update the work breakdown structure, we can insert and update new activities into the plan as per the changed features of the product. But if you make something on the ground, you know what's going to happen. Suppose you made a mistake of $1, right? So to fix those things, sometimes it can require you even $10 to fix your mistake, right? So much damage can be caused with the faulty requirement gathering and faulty planning. That's why the importance of the Primavera becomes even more, because when you work on the ground, you are using the man hours, right? You are using the machine time. You are consuming a great and amount of the materials, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So that is the carrying out the work. So then you close the project, right? So it's like this. Okay. Now let's go to the next. So basically, these are the things that you do, and how to plan and execute the project. Basically, in the beginning, we define and organize the project. We establish the project team structure. We just define the designation, that who will be the project manager, then quality manager, then executive team member, then testers, then designers. Okay. So we establish the project team structure, which can be done in the Primavera. Create a very beautiful diagram of the reporting structure. Then we define the project parameters, that what are the limitation of time, what is the limitation of price, what is the quality acceptance criteria, what are the various milestone dates. Okay. And then we define the standards, that what standards are applicable. Then we define the project framework. So how we are going to manage the project, which software we are going to use, and what is the project management methodology we are going to use. Is it going to be the waterfall, or is it going to be the agile methodology, which is a new one? Then we plan the project, we develop the work breakdown structure, we develop the schedule. Work breakdown structure is the logical grouping of the activities. Developing the schedule means for every activity, we create the start and the finish date and time, we refine estimates and resource requirements, we develop the risk management plan. So what is a risk? Risk is an uncertain event. In the management plan, we just try to make sure that we are trying to prevent the risk. We should be able to prevent the risk, and we should be able to mitigate the risk. So execute and control the project. We collect the current state of the work. We analyze that what is the difference in quality, what is the difference in time, what is the difference in cost. Then we plan and take corrective action. Then we report the correct status of the project to the stakeholders. So once all the work is completed, in the closeout phase, we try to get formal acceptance from the client. And then we archive our lesson learned, so that our lesson learned, they become the standard guidelines in the future projects, right? Okay. Then we archive them. So this is what we do. Now, guys, let me go back to the previous slides, and I'm sure that you are going to remember. So guys, this is okay, the project life cycle. How is the money distribution? So you can see the greater chunk of the money is used in execution phase. Is that clear?
Yes.
And this is a
Yes.
data which is taken from all kinds of projects. So this is irrespective of the engineering, irrespective of the domain. This is the nature of the project. Any kind of the project, any domain, it uses the money like this. The major chunk of the money is used in carrying out the work, which is to the extent of 68 to the 72%, right? Okay, fine. Now, so this is clear to you: planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing, and of course the initiating, right?
Yes, sir.
So basically,
Yes.
your major focus will be on the phase number 2, 3, 4, 5. Because if you look at this phase, the initiating, the initiating phase is almost done by your boss, right?
Yes.
Basically, your top level people, your top managements, they interact with the client initially and they would have signed the contract. So once they've signed the contract, then they might involve you. Sometimes you might be also involved, right? But in most of the cases, so basically the thing is that you would be involved in the planning phase onwards, right? So you'll be given the task to plan, execute, and deliver the project, right? Okay. So it's like that. Now, let me go to some previous slide. So, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
So, keep this in your mind as a very strong approach. Project fail in the beginning. So, you should not let it fail in the beginning. How? You will follow the process of the project management and you will use the Primavera. Right? Is that clear? Okay. Now, the benefits of planning is clear.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes, sir.
Will you remember this triple constraint? So if you remember the constraints, then I'm sure that you will be able to optimally plan your projects. So you have limitation of time, you have limitation of money, you have limitation of resources, you have all the work to be completed, which is the scope. And of course, you have to achieve the satisfaction of the client, which is quality. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So, and remember that project is temporary, always temporary. So basically, you should always have a set of start and the finish dates for the entire project and also for each and every activity. If you are able to control each and every activity, so you are in good control of the project, right?
Yes.
Fine. So guys, so we will take a break for 20 minutes, and during the break, we will pause to start your. Please start your recording, okay? You can see the play button. You just click on that and you will be able to start the recording. Oh, yes, the permission granted. Okay. So Chris, you share your screen. So guys, I'll be using Chris screen to basically to conduct the training. You make sure that you are able to look at your secondary monitor and you are able to follow it, right? So Sandeep, you log in into your Windows and also log in into your mobile phone. So your mobile phone will work as the monitor.
Okay, sir.
Is it my screen shared?
Yes. Yeah, looks good.
Look good?
Yes. Now I'm going to request you for the remote control.
Huh?
So you approve remote control to me?
Approve?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now I can control your screen. Fine. Now everybody will start. So guys, let me do this thing because I need certain documents during the training. So I'll be opening those documents. You guys don't have to do anything, right? You guys don't do because these documents are like my whiteboards. Okay. So I'm going to keep them on. Okay, guys. So you do this thing. So everybody start your Primavera. So how do you start your Primavera? So guys, if you look at your taskbar, so you can see the Primavera P6 there, right? You can see it too?
Yes.
Oh no, I'm asking Sandeep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So I hope you're synchronized. Okay. So guys, everybody click on the P6 icon as on your taskbar and you start the Primavera. You load the Primavera. Okay. Now you enter the login name and password and click on the connect. And click on the OK. Okay, so guys, all of you please confirm that you have started the Primavera.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me do this thing. Let me adjust the resolution on my demo screen. You just wait, okay? So that I make it optimal because Chris is having a big screen here. And I make sure that you are able to see it optimally because you might be having the smaller displays, right? Okay. So we have this. So what we will do, we will switch over to the 125% of the display. And then, so guys, please have a look at the demo screen. So I'm sure that you are able to see now in the right proportion, right? Okay, I want a confirmation. So guys, please look at the arrow. Do you see both the tips, both the ends of the arrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you can see
Yes.
it horizontally, fine. Now, I'm going to draw a vertical line. So on the vertical line, are you able to see both the ends?
Yes.
That's great. So everybody confirms you are fine. You are able to see both the ends of the arrow. So guys, that
Yes.
ensures that you are able to see the entire screen. Fine. Now I'm going to basically make you understand the interface. Guys, you look at the top left corner of the screen and an outline. Okay. So do you see the outline there? Okay.
Yes.
Now, Chris, you read what is mentioned here.
Primavera P6 Professional 24 and no current project.
Yeah. So basically what you're seeing, there are two pieces of the information there. So one is the version of the software, the other, it says no current project. So no current project means that no current project has been loaded into the memory, right? So that's what it means. So basically we do have a list of the projects here. So, but we need to load at least one project into the memory. So guys, everybody, you select a Saratoga Senior Community and right click. Select this the project as pointed out by me, Saratoga Senior Community. And then you right click and open project. You click on the option open project. Okay. So guys, so you just click on the okay. I don't know what's happening here. Okay. So guys, once you do that, so guys, do you see the name of the project is mentioned here?
Saratoga Senior Community.
So everybody please confirm. Are you able to see this on the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
No, sir.
Yeah, you load it. Why no, sir? Why no? See, you just first come here in the project list of the project here, right?
Uh,
In the list of the project, you right click on the Saratoga Senior Community. See, the text is so clear because on the Chris monitor, you know, his text is big in size, much bigger, much more clearer. You read this and you select the open project. Look at your demo monitor and you do the same thing. Who is that? Is that Sandeep?
yes, sir.
So
But
Sandeep,
I can't open.
you right click on open, man. You use your mouse. You use your hands. You use the mouse.
But sir, now I don't have a mouse because I went to market early morning,
No,
but
no.
so was not open.
You said you have
Uh,
a mouse. See, Sandeep, hold on for a moment. See, you said
mhm.
a wireless mouse. You use that.
Yes, sir. I will purchase during lunch, sir.
I mean, so basically, you are crippling yourself. You got to make sure that I had already told you that you should have the mouse. Even a wireless mouse is fine if you don't have the wired mouse. So you just use the trackpad to right click. Can you use your trackpad?
Yes, sir. I can use.
Yeah, so do it. We are waiting for you to do it. You use the trackpad right now.
Sir, I am using, but not to open.
See, you use the trackpad to right click and somehow get this menu and open the project. Okay, so guys, let me do this thing. Let me go to Sandeep's screen and let me help him out because I think I have to take the control of his screen. So Sandeep, you share your Windows screen. So I will give the demo from here, but
Okay, sir.
definitely you understand the use of mouse now, right? The importance of mouse.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Quickly share your Windows screen.
Yes, sir. Share it.
Okay. Now you approve the remote control to me.
Yes, sir. Approved it.
So Sandeep, we are seeing black patches here on your screen. So I'll just tell you. So there is a box here. Just remove this box. This box, I
Okay, sir.
that we are seeing it as a black box. Okay. And now these black boxes have moved here at the bottom. So okay, fine. We are fine with that now. We can live with that. Even though I have a black box here in this outline. Do you see this outline? But can you move this black box out of the way? Can you push it down? If you can't, you let it stay here, right? Okay, fine. So guys, please confirm. No, you don't move this here, man. Why are you doing that? You just let it stay there, okay? So guys, can you see the both ends of the arrow which I have drawn on Sandeep's screen?
Me, I can't.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm going to draw the vertical line. So are you able to see both the ends of the arrow here?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So now I'm going to control his screen because he does not have a mouse. I'm going to control his screen. So basically, I'm going to load the project on his behalf. So I will right click here and then I will open the project, right? So once I open the project, this project gets loaded into the memory, right? Okay, so now we are all in the activities tab, right? Okay, so once you are in the activities tab, so what you can do, so guys, everybody click on this blue buttons. Do you see this blue buttons here, blue squares? Now, everybody click here. So you will see that once you click this, you will see the WBS tab, right? Do you see this WBS tab here? Once you click that,
Yes.
okay. Now this WBS tab, let me rearrange a little bit. Basically, it has a vertical partition and a horizontal partition. Now, after you have clicked on the WBS, the next thing that we are going to click on is this button. Do you see this human icon here? This is the resources button. Resource. It represents resource, man, machine, material. So you click that, you will see the resources tab here. So guys, do you see the resources tab here?
Yes.
Okay, so once you see the resource tab, then everybody click on the reports button here. So it is below the resources. You will see this reports button. So you click on this reports button. So once you click on the reports the button, you will see the reports tab here. Right, guys? Do you see this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Tab is the 5 tabs here. Now you click on the first one. First one is the project tab, and everybody, you will be seeing the projects list. Do you see the list of the projects here?
Yes.
Fine, guys. Now let me tell you the next part of the interface. As you look at the top, so you see certain options. So, Chris, you read what
Yes.
is there on the top.
File, edit, view, project, enterprise, tool, admin, help.
Yeah. So, guys, this is called the main menu of the Primavera, main menu. So this main menu, it has a structure of drop-down menu, right? So under the file, so guys, you click on the file. So what do you see under the file? You see the drop-down menu of the file. It says new, open, close all. These are all the options, right?
Yes.
You see this? Now, guys, you press the escape button, escape. So once you press the escape, so what do you see? So you will see the main menu, I mean the sub menu disappears, right? If you press the escape. Did you note that?
Yes.
Okay, because if you,
Mine is not, is still there.
yeah, you press the escape button, ESC button on the top left corner of your keyboard. You press,
Yes.
you press the escape button. Because once you press,
I'm pressing, but it's not.
okay, just don't worry if your escape button is not working. So what you do, you just click on the blank, any of the blank spot, any of the blank spots. So what are the blank spot? Like if you click on the gray portion or the white area or in the graph. So if you click on any of the blank spots, so this sub menu will disappear, right?
Yeah.
So now the sub menu is hidden, right? Now another way to get the sub menu is by using the shortcut. If you looked at each of the letters, you will see underscore. Did you note that, guys? Did you note there is an underscore there? See,
Yes,
Where?
sir.
under the V, look carefully. Do you see the underscore?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you do this thing, you press the key combination Alt V. If you press Alt V, so you will see the menu for the view. You press the key combination Alt V. Do you see that?
Control V.
Alt V, man, Alt V. I'm saying Alt V. Listen to me carefully. Alt V. There's an Alt key there, and you press it with V. Press Alt, then you press V. Alt Alt.
Yeah. Alt V. Okay.
Okay. So do you see this menu?
You cannot start your video because it is disabled by us. Okay.
No, it's not about the video. Basically, it's a shortcut. Okay, you try to press Alt A. So if you press Alt,
It shows the admin menu.
You are muted. You are muted.
You're muted, sir.
We can't hear you.
You are muted.
oh, I got muted accidentally. Okay, fine. So I'm back. So guys, so you can get the sub menu by using two ways. One is by the direct click of the mouse like this, if you use the mouse. So with the direct click, and another way is that you can use the alt and the key combination. Right, guys? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just remember, so whatever is comfortable and whatever is quick for you, you can use that method. You can use the mouse if you're comfortable with the mouse, and if you feel that you can use your left hand, so with the left hand, you can use the key combination. Okay, now the next part is that what we have next is the icon, and which is something which is also called the panel menu. So guys, what you are seeing is top panel number one. Do you see the outline on the top? Then you have the top panel two. Then you have is the left panel. And then what you have is the right panel. So there are four panels on the Primavera interface, top panel one, top panel two. So guys, right now the top panel two, it has not been configured. Okay. So once you configure it, so you will have it there and you will have the buttons also. So we have got four panel menus in which the icons have been provided. So why the icons have been provided, I will show you. Guys, you do one thing, you click on the view. If you click on the view menu, you will see that it has got a very long drop down list. Do you see that? So you cannot remember all the buttons which are there on it. If you want to use a particular button, okay, suppose if you want to use a button which is called the filter button, so you'll have to remember the entire menu structure. So you can speed up your memory by taking the printout of the document number one. It is in the document folder. So I believe that Chris, you have a printout. That's very nice and cool, right? Chris, you have taken the printout of the menu structures on the page number 3 and 4. Chris, you are there? Chris, I think you are muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So you have that printout with you right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I want you to notice something. If you're not comfortable with that, so what you can do, so guys, so then you can expand the buttons on the panels, right? You can use the same buttons from here. Guys, do you see that the same buttons have been provided here as well? So guys, can you see the connecting lines?
Yes.
Right? So basically the same buttons, but here when you have the buttons on the menu panel, you don't have the names. So basically you will have to remember the shape of the button and what it does. What does it represent? So pictorially, right? So in the way of the picture, the buttons are being represented on the panels, right? Okay, so guys, let me ask you something. So guys, you tell me that what does this button look like? The button which I'm pointing out. So what does it look like?
Printer.
Printer. So
Printer.
you can access the printer functionality. Okay. Now you tell me that what does this one look like?
Filter.
Filter. That's a filter. If you want to filter the data on the screen, you can narrow down on the data by using the filter options. Now you tell me that what does this icon look like?
A person.
It looks like a person. So this represents resources. So it represents three resources: man, machine, material, right? So that is the now what does this button look like?
Zoom.
Magnifier.
Zoom.
Magnifier, lens, yes. So this is the plus and this is the minus. So if you want to magnify plus, so use this button. If you want to reduce the size of some data or the time scale, you can use this, right? So, each of the icons, they have a meaning, but some of the meanings might not be immediately clear to you, but soon as you use them, and if you take the printout of the document number one and you keep it in front of you and you look at that frequently, and definitely you will be able to remember and understand their meanings very soon. Is that clear, guys? Okay. Yeah. So,
Yes.
so you will understand their meaning very soon. Their meanings are mentioned in the printout. So if you print out the page number 1, if you look at the page number 1, there are 4 pages which you should print of the document number 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. First page is about the menu icons and their meanings and their functionality. The second one tells you the list of the shortcuts, and the third and the fourth, they give you the menu structure. So this is all about the interface. So what I told you just now, that on the interface, we have got 4 menu panels. And why I'm emphasizing on this? Because we are going to soon configure the menu panels. We are going to put more buttons, and we are going to put the buttons in a sequence which are very comfortable to us, and we are going to configure them, okay, according to our comfort and requirement. Panel number 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So that is what we are going to. So guys, so actually I want Sandeep to use the mouse. So I'm declaring the lunch right now so that he can go out and purchase the mouse. Right, guys?
Okay, sir.
Okay. So fine. So
Okay.
I'm declaring the lunch. I'm going to basically declare the lunch in the group, and you can see the timestamp. And from your time zone, you can basically take 60 minutes as your break time. So it will be advisable that once you have your lunch, so you guys can take a nap, right? It will be very helpful. So Sandeep, you immediately go out and
Yes, sir.
very good mouse for long-term use. Okay, buy a good quality mouse.
Yes, sir.
And if you buy an external Windows keyboard, even that will be very
Mhm.
right. Because if I say control, and you won't be able to, I don't know if you have an equivalent control button on your Mac or not, but you have got
Mhm.
this computer for free, right? You have a Windows laptop,
Yes, sir.
free of cost. So what you can do, you buy a Windows keyboard and a mouse. Okay.
Okay, sir. Fine.
Okay, fine. See you in 60 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to pause the recording.
Yeah, it's right.
Okay, great. So, Chris, you start your, I mean, you share your screen. Sandeep, you can log in into your mobile also so that you can use it like a, secondary monitor.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So, guys, I hope you can see the demo screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, Chris, you give me the remote control. Okay. So guys, so make sure that you have these 5 tabs on. One is the projects, then you have the activities, then you'll have the WBS, and after the WBS, you should have the resource, and then you have the reports, right? Do you have these 5 tabs on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now,
Yes, sir.
now you come to the project tab. So guys, let me explain to you the structure. Okay? So if you look at the structure, so you can see that there are 3 sub windows in the project, right? So one of them is called the table, then this one is called the Gantt chart, and this part is called the details, right? Now in the tables, so let me write the name. This is the table. And in the table, what you have, the components of the table, these are columns. Columns. And what you have on the right side, this part is called the Gantt chart. Okay. So this is the Gantt chart. And Gantt chart is consisting of these components. These are called timelines. Timelines. And what you have on the top, so this part on the top is called the time scale because it represents the time like a scale. Okay. So this is the time scale, and this part is the details. And this details window is consisting of information tabs, right? Do you see this, guys? In information tabs. So this project, this tab is subdivided into 3 windows: table, Gantt chart, and details. And table consists of columns, and Gantt chart consists of timelines and timescale for now. We will see more details there, and then the detail window. Basically, if you select something, its detail will be visible to you. For example, if I select the Saratoga Senior Community, I can see more details for the Saratoga Senior Community, right? Okay. Now, everyone click on the Activities tab. Click on the Activities here on the top. So once you click on the activities, you will see that it also has the same structure. So let me bring the partitions within the drawings, right? So you can see that it also has the same components, right? So it has got the table, it has got the Gantt chart, it has got the details. So why does it have the Gantt chart? Because the activities, they have a component of time. And time is better visually represented by the Gantt chart. So that is why the activities tab also has the Gantt chart, right? Now you click on the WBS. Select the WBS tab, click on that. So you can see that the WBS tab is also having the component of time, and it also has the same structure. It has the table, it has the Gantt chart, and the Gantt chart has the timelines and the time scale, right? So you can see it on the top that you have the time scale, and then what you have is the timeline, and the whole thing is called the Gantt chart. It also has the details. And since these three project activities and WBS, they have the component of time, the component of time, the time data is visually represented using the Gantt chart, and Gantt chart was first created by Henry Gantt in around 1910, right? So it's been around for long. Okay. Now you select the resource tab, guys. You select on the resource. Click on the resource. See, in the resource tab, you have got only two windows. So one of them is the table, and then the lower window is the detail. It doesn't have any component of time, so it doesn't require a Gantt chart. So the Gantt chart will not be there, and these windows are flexible to be resized, right? If you grab it from here, you can resize it, right? So Chris, you try that. You just try to move it up and down by grabbing from here, right? So basically, this is the horizontal divider, and then you also have the vertical divider also, right? So you can vertically basically set you can partition the screen on the left and the right side. And here what you have is the horizontal divider. You can divide the screen between upper and the lower part, right? And then we have the next tab, that is the reports, right? Reports. So in the reports, you also have the upper part, which is the table, and lower part, which is the detail. Now, guys, let me tell you one thing. The horizontal partition in the reports, it is fixed. You can't move it, right? So it should not come as a surprise to you. So let me tell you in advance, this is fixed in the reports window, right, guys? You try to move that, try to grab it, you will find that it is fixed. Try to do it so that you remember it, right? Is that right, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So make sure. So you should not be confused. But if you go to the project, so guys, please come back to the projects. So these are very flexible to move. So if you want to divide more space between the table and the Gantt chart, so you can basically move the vertical divider left or right, right? So you can move it like this, and then you can grab it and move it like this. So Chris, you do this.
Yes.
And everybody else, please grab it with your mouse and you move it left and right 20 times, right? This way and this way. 10 times left, 10 times right. Just do it. Okay. Yeah. Just do it with your mouse. So, Sandeep, you are doing it fine now. Your mouse is giving you good control. Sandeep, your mouse is giving good control on the Windows.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So you have got a new laptop. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Windows laptop. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, fine. Now, let us make sure that we are able to do it for the horizontal partition also. You move this up and down with the mouse 10 times on the up and 10 times on the bottom. Left, up, down, 20 times. Just make sure that you remember the interface permanently. Guys, in this training, I want you to get a permanent memory. And permanent memory, you know what? It becomes experience, right? So basically, you will be using the Primavera like a 2-year experienced person. So what people claim that I have used Primavera for 2 years, and basically I'm going to make sure that you get a thorough grinding, and which will make you feel like as if you have the capability of a 2 years experienced person in the Primavera, right, guys? Okay, so you'll have to work a little bit hard, and I'm sure that you will shine. Okay, okay. I think you are done now. Just you drop it here. Yes, correct. Drop it here so that you can see some significant amount of the information. I think that should be all right. Okay, now let me show you that what is here. So when you select something, it shows you the details, right? So you can see the details here. You can see the project ID. You can see the project name. You can change it. You can see the responsible manager status, and then you can see the checkout date and the project website URL. So it means that if you have any project website URL, so you can store it here, right? So that you can basically go to the URL by clicking on the launch button directly, right? Some certain organizations, they create the project website because they want to show the progress of the construction to their clients, right? So they create the project website, and there they basically update the pictures. And some companies, they are even connected to the project website through the CCTV feed. They are providing the screen feed also. So you can store the URL here. Now, let us configure this panels. So guys, so we are going to basically configure the panel number 2. Do you see this panel number 2? So let me draw only the panel number 2. So we are going to create the panel number 2 here. Now to do this, so everybody grab the mouse and you come with me step by step. So everybody click on the view and please confirm that you are synchronized. Shubham, you are here?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sandeep, you are all synchronized?
Yes, sir, view.
You are all synchronized, right? So guys, you scroll down, you scroll down here and you will see view. You just scroll down here, you scroll down more, there is a down scroll button, correct? So guys, you will see that in this menu, you are seeing toolbars. You select the toolbars, then you select the option customize, view, toolbars, customize, right? You click the customize option.
Customize.
At the bottom, yes, right. So guys, so once you click on the customize option, view, toolbars, customize, you will see the customize box. Do you see this box here?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Customize box. Okay, fine. Now we are going to activate the button. So guys, you select action, checkbox. So which is
Okay.
marked by the arrow. Then you select the administrator. Then you select dictionaries. Then you select find. Then you select publish. Then you select reports. Okay, just wait. That's it. Okay. So guys, you stop. So guys, please confirm that you have 6 new layers of the button. 6 layers of buttons. Do you see that? 6 layers.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yes.
please confirm. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
If you have that, then you click on the close button to close this box. Okay, now guys, we are going to organize this. So I'll show you the first one. See, what we have to do, this is your top panel 2. So we want all the buttons to be brought here. So guys, see, I'm doing the first one. Someone is having some grinding noise in the background. So guys, if you are having any kind of noise in the background, so you can mute your mic, right? Oh, Sandeep, I believe that you have some noise. So I've muted you. So when you need to talk to me, you just switch on your mic. And Chris, you need to keep your mic on because you're in a quiet room and I need at least one person to be talking to me. Right? Okay. Is that
Okay.
fine? Because I need to get a feedback. Okay, so guys, you can see that this is your panel number 2. Just watch what I'm going to do. So guys, do you see that when I bring my cursor to the left side, the cursor turns into a four-sided claw, like grabbing,
Yes.
like the claw of an eagle, right? So what do we do with this claw? We grab this set of the buttons and we carefully move it in a straight line. We take the same care as we take in parking our car, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
You take care while you park your car like this. You don't brush up against the cars. So when you come to the empty slot, you park your car there, right? Is that clear? So
Yes.
now you do the next one. So you move this one here and you move this up into the empty slot. Yes, yes. I think you are a very good driver. Yeah, you drive the car well, you park it well, carefully. And so that you, no, not this one. You have to do it in a sequence. Man, you stop that. You stop that, stop that, stop that. No, you're jumping the sequence. I told you not to jump the sequence. So basically, you have to move this one. This one is the next one. Yes, this one is the next one. You grab this. Guys, why I'm asking you to do that in a sequence so that everybody's screens look the same. Because I would be moving to your screen. So your screen might become the demo screen. So everybody's screen should look the same. And so that there is no confusion during the training. After the training, you may change the sequence according to your own ways. Now you grab this one and you bring it here. Yes, drive it in a straight line without bumping into anything on the up or down layer. And then you push it up into the empty slot. Yes, you have a great control on the mouse. That's really very nice. Okay, move this here. Okay, so guys, please confirm that you have done the same. Shubham, Obed, Sandeep. So
Yes, sir.
you guys have done the same. You are synchronized.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, very good. Now the next step. The next step is that we have a set of the buttons here. So how do I know it is one set? Basically, you will see that the set of the buttons is distinguished by two symbols, this triangle and this grabbing handle. Do you see that? Everywhere.
Yes.
So this is one set right here. These are distinguished by these two. Now this is one set of the buttons. So this set of the buttons has to be brought down. So guys, just a moment. Let me draw the line. So guys, do you see a blank red rectangle? Okay.
Yes.
What I want you to do,
Yes.
I want you to grab the green set of the buttons and I want them to be brought here into the red area. Okay. You move that in a straight line and then you bring it down, right? Yes. Yeah, you bring it down, it will fit in. You bring it down. Yeah, you bring it up. Yes, now drop it. Perfect. So guys, do you see that? Your friend Chris has done this and you also do the same. And please confirm to me. And
Yes, sir.
if you face any problem, you should immediately let me know. So basically, it is not a large group. I believe in quality, not quantity. Right? Is that clear? So everybody learns and everybody becomes equally proficient at the end of my training. It doesn't matter how many years you have used the Primavera, but I will teach you from the scratch and I will make sure that you receive a thorough grinding during the 3 days. So everybody please confirm that your configuration is the same, right? Same, Sandeep?
No, sir. No, sir. Something is different.
Okay, so
Uh,
make it the same.
we,
Do it yourself.
okay, sir.
Yeah, try to do it and make it the same. I'll wait for you.
Okay, sir.
So you are done?
Wait, sir. I'm trying.
If it is too much stuck, then I can come to your screen. So that's not a problem.
No, sir. I will try and uh, sequence is right. One sequence. Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, fine, great. So basically, this is a set of the buttons. There are more buttons inside it. So we'll expand it and we will get one of the important buttons. So guys, do you see the small little triangle? You click that. We are going to expand the button set. Now, you click on add or remove buttons. So guys, you can see in the add or remove buttons, there is a button lock all toolbars. You click that and you will get a tick mark. Click here. So once you get a tick mark, you'll see that this button has been added on the top. So did you note that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now you have to add,
Lock the toolbar.
yeah, lock all toolbars. So you click here,
Mhm.
you get a tick mark, and then you select
Yes, sir.
you select
Okay, done.
and select collapse all. Then you select the third one, the collapse tool, right? So these four buttons have been selected and they have been added on the top. And once you have done, so please confirm. Obed, is it done? Sandeep, is it done? Shubham, is it done?
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, great. Now you
Yes, sir.
click on the blank space here on the right side and this drop down will go away. Okay, fine. So guys, look at this button. So what does it look like? Look at this one.
A lock.
Lock. Yes, it looks like a lock, and that is the purpose. Now, why do we basically do this? So I'll tell you, I'm teaching according to the experience of the proficient user. I'm not teaching you according to the Oracle training center, because in the Oracle training center, they just sold the software to your boss and they want to teach you the features of the software, right? But I'm teaching you from the practical utility point of view, like an experienced person will use. So what happens when you configure the buttons? So this is the first button, which is very, very important. It is a lock button. It is a sort of a safety lock, which stabilizes the buttons in their place. Because what happens that as your cursor is going across the screen, so sometimes this set of the buttons can be misplaced, right? If they get misplaced, if they land up on a wrong spot, sometimes it will waste a lot of your professional time, right? So you don't want any time to be wasted. You want to focus on the project management, right? So you should not be distracted by this thing. So basically, this is the first button you should use and lock. See, you can accidentally click a button, though it's not a problem. But if you misplace a button, if you misplace the entire menu, that can cause quite some trouble. So guys, if you click this button, all these button sets will be locked in their spots, on their places. Okay, click this. And did you note all the grabbing handles are gone? Do you see that? See this.
Yes.
See, if I click on the unlock, do you see this? These are the grabbers, right? If you click on the lock, these grabbing handles are gone. It means that you cannot accidentally misplace a button. You can accidentally click a button. It's okay. It's not going to hurt much, right? If you accidentally click a button. Okay. So you have basically locked all the buttons, which secures the menu. Even the menu is movable. You can land in great trouble if you misplace this, right? You see this grabbing handle, right? If you accidentally move this, it is the most difficult thing to bring back. So it is better to lock. So this menu you can accidentally click. If you click accidentally, what's going to happen? Nothing. So you click here, it's gone. But if you misplace it, then you are in trouble. So first of all, we do away with the trouble. So we have locked all the buttons. Now we are going to expand the button set, right? So guys, please come with me step by step. So click on this triangle. So I think that you have the same screens. So you look at the demo screen and you do the same thing. Then you click on add or remove the buttons. Then you click on the page setup. Then you select print setup. Okay. So once you did that, then you click on the blank space here, blank spot. Correct. So you have these two buttons, and when you click on the blank spot, the sub menu is gone, right? Okay. Now you click on this small little triangle. You look at the demo screen, and then your screen, you are able to find the same spot, right? You click here, and then you select add or remove the buttons. Here you select activity usage spreadsheet. Then you select resource usage spreadsheet. Then you select arrange children, right? Okay. So just hold the screen here, guys. Please see and confirm that you have selected these three.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So if you have selected these three, so once again, you can click on the blank spot here, the white spot you can click. That's okay. So you know what are the blank spots? So let me tell you, see, this is a blank area. This is a blank area. This is blank. This is blank. Right? If you click on the blank area, it hurts nothing, right? And it basically switches off the drop down menu, right? So that's what we need. Now you click on this spot, you find the same spot on your screen, and you click here, and you select add or remove the buttons, and then you select here no bottom layout,
Yes, sir.
right? And then you click on the blank spot. Okay. So you have this button. This is a very important button. You will be using this button during your professional work, during your 8 man hours. You might be using this button at least 50 times, right? So that's very important to have that. So we will configure all the important buttons. Now you click on this triangle. You find the same spot on your screen by looking at the demo screen, and you click add or remove the buttons. Now you select from here new layout and open layout and save layout, and then save layout as, and then table font and row and user preferences. Okay. So guys, please confirm that you have done that.
Yes, sir.
So there are 6 buttons that you have to select. And guys, we are fortunate that Chris has, his fonts are big. They're configured, right? Big. You can see in the big size, right? They are bigger than your screen, right? You see that? His fonts are bigger. Yes or no? He's having a great
Yes, sir.
right? So that you guys can see it very clearly. Even in your mobile phone, you can see them very clearly. So that's good. Okay. Now you click here on the blank spot. Okay. Now we go to the next set, which is this one. So you click that. And then you select add or remove the buttons. And then you select a global change. And then you select summarize. And then you select recalculate assignment cost. And then you select here issue navigator. Okay, so I'm holding the screen so that you can confirm the 4 buttons: global change, summarize, recalculate assignment cost, and issue navigator. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the blank spot here. And once you click on the blank spot, and the button, the drop down goes away. Okay. So now, guys, you click on this spot, you find the same spot on your screen, and you select add or remove the buttons. And then you select from here resource curves, right? After you have done that, you click on the blank spot here. Okay. Now you click here. And then you select add or remove the buttons. And then you select from here report groups. Report groups. Okay. So did you report groups?
No, sir, I have, sir, not in my screen.
No, you have to see that where you clicked. You first of all, you look here, you find this set of the buttons. Look here very carefully. Okay. So you have to find this report groups. Okay. If you don't have it right now, just don't worry. I will check it in the end, right? Okay. So first, let us complete the left of the panel. And rest of you could find it. Shubham, you're fine? Obey
Yes,
you?
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, fine. Now you click on the blank spot here. Okay, now let us work upon the left side menu. Now you remove the buttons. Now you select from here commit changes and then refresh.
Refresh data.
Okay, after you selected these two buttons, you click on the blank spot here. So you know these are also two important buttons. You will need to use them several times in a day. Now you select this button here. Okay. Now you select here add or remove the buttons. And now you will select the button enterprise project structure. Then you select roles. Then you select OBS. And then you click here on the blank spot. Okay. Now you click here on this button here. Click on add or remove the buttons. Then you select here issues. Then you select here the assign baselines. Then you select maintain baselines. Okay. So guys, please confirm that you have these buttons selected. You have this?
Sir.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now click on the blank spot here. Blank spot, correct? Now guys, you click on the right side here. That one. Now you select add or remove the buttons. So once you've done that, you select here dissolve. Then you select link activities. Then you select unlink activities. Then you select undo. Then you select fill down, right? I'm holding the screen here. So you check that you should select these 5 buttons. Dissolve, link activities, unlink activities, undo, and fill down, right? Now you click on the blank spot here. And this menu will go away, right? Okay. So Sandeep, you need my help. Shall I come to your screen or is it okay?
Yes, sir.
You're fine?
No, sir. I didn't find some keys.
Okay, fine. Okay. Okay. So you share your screen.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing.
Yeah. I'll find it. I'll find it. Yeah. Quickly share your screen.
Yes, sir. Already shared.
You have not shared. Please share it. and do it quick. Yeah, now it is coming up. Okay, you just give me the remote control.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me see if this set of the buttons was initially taken or not.
Sir, taken.
Reports was taken. Okay, now your button set is complete, right? Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, now everybody move into the projects. So basically the partition should be here so that you are able to see the Gantt chart also at the same time, right? Okay, fine. Now I'm going back to Chris. So Chris, you share your screen. Okay, so Chris, do you have any question?
Yes, I want us to find out those steps as you are showing us now. We will find it on the guideline, the manual, or we have to master and memorize it as we are talking. Because when we will be on our own, if something you forgot something, we can go to the manual and found the steps.
No, you don't go to the manual because it will be very lengthy. You will end up waste a lot of time. You come back to the recording, right? You run the recording of the day one. Okay, the first half will be able to find it, right? So you do.
Okay.
So that's why I'm giving you the recording or the facility to record so that you can go through the training once again at your own pace. But right now, I'm just making sure that I have explained to you everything. Okay, but I recommend that you should go through the recording once again, and I will tell you that how to use it. And definitely, if you follow me, if you practice, I believe that you will be able to retain 95% of the knowledge here. So, that is the benefit of the live training. And I conduct the live training in a very small group. Okay. And not like the others, they take in a batch of 20-25 people because in the basically Zoom session or online session, you don't have a physical limit, right? But I don't do that.
Yes.
For me, it is the quality and long-term sustenance is very, very important for the business also, right? So that you guys continue to learn, you can continue to recommend me so that I stay in business. So for me, it is very important that you learn it right away, right now. Okay. So I'll make you go through the steps. Sometimes I'll ask you to repeat something because I know those are required very much. Okay. But if you still need any help, the help will be found from the recording, or you will be in the students group. Everybody will go into the students group, which is a lifetime support group. You will find 600 more students there. So you will put a screenshot there. If I am free and I would be able to answer the question right away. If I'm not free, so someone else will. Okay, fine. You will never run out of the help even after this training. And if you feel like you can come back again for a refresher free of cost within the next 6 months, from your original rate of the training, right? So you come back, it's your cost, you can join again. I'm always happy to make sure that you learn well. Right, guys? Is that clear to you all? Okay, fine. Now,
Okay, sir.
now we are going to use the buttons. The functionality and importance of these buttons. So guys, you will see that there is a pair of the buttons here that you can see. No, first of all, let us do this thing. First of all, let us use a button which is useful right away. So guys, do you see this here? Alphabet, right? It says alphabet A, right? Now,
Yes.
what does it do? That this button is used to configure the font. So guys, everybody select the project tab and then you click on this button. Okay, so once you click on the alphabet A, you will see a font selection box. It says table font and row. And then you click on the font button here, which shows you the alphabets. Click that. I will tell you that how to select the right font. Basically, I'm sharing my experience to you. Now, guys, first of all, you clean the font box. Have you cleared it? Now
Yes, sir.
you type the letter V. V stands for Vardhana. Do you see that? Just type V, nothing else. The Vardhana comes up, then you select the Vardhana. Then the regular is already selected. Then you select the font size 9. Do you see that? Vardhana regular 9. So guys, this is the best font. Okay, optimal size and the best font. The Vardhana font is very, very nice and sharp font. And once you select this font, click on the OK. And click on the OK to implement it. And you will realize that you are able to read better. Your eyesight has improved, right? Isn't it? Now you can read better, right? And stress-free. You see that here, both the places. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
How do you feel now using this font? Looks good. Okay. So guys, remember Vardhana regular 9. So we will, wherever we go, we will configure this font. Now the next is activities. So you click on the activities tab. And in the activities, you do the same thing. You configure this font Vardhana regular 9. Good. Now go to the next one, that is the WBS, then resource, then reports. You configure the font in all the 5 tabs, right? Okay. So guys, you have this configured. Have you configured the Vardhana regular 9 size?
Yes, sir.
Now come to the project tab. Come back. Okay, everybody please come back to the project tab, right? So I'm sure that you are able to read it better. Now we will understand and use the buttons which are used throughout the day. So guys, do you see there is a pair of the buttons here, right? which I marked in the rectangle. Do you see that marking?
Yes.
Okay. Now you click on the button which is on the left side. You click on the left side of the button. So what do you observe?
This Gantt chart is not there anymore.
Yes, the Gantt chart is hidden, right? So Gantt chart is out of the view. Okay. So basically, this is to show you only the table because sometimes we are interested to only see the columnar data. We are not interested to see the Gantt chart. We can add more columns. The Primavera is flexible. We can fill the entire screen with columns if we need that. So yes, there will be a situation where we will need to use a lot of columns when we go into the monitoring and controlling phase. So we will configure the columns and we will use them. Okay. So at that point
Yes.
of time, it will be useful to hide the Gantt chart. Okay. Now the thing is that you do this thing, you do the left and right exercise a total of 20 times. So why I'm asking you to do it 10 plus 10 times so that you remember these buttons because you will need to click these two buttons throughout the day. Okay. So you should not fumble, right? So you should know these buttons right away. So you will be needing to hide and unhide the Gantt chart. So that will be very much useful. Okay. So guys, you're done with that. So I hope that you are going to remember this. Now I'll show you another complementary pair of the buttons. So it is this. Do you see these two buttons which I have marked? Okay. Now you click on the right side button and you observe what happens on the screen. So what do you observe? Click that button. So what did you note?
Bottom layer is gone.
Yeah, the bottom window.
Bottom layout.
Yeah, the bottom window or the bottom layout is gone, right? So basically it works on every tab. In any tab you want to see the entire data, so you can click on this button. But if you want to see some details, you can click on this button. So you do the same exercise, right? You click on the left and right side 10 plus 10 times, total 20 times, right? Left, right. You do this 20 times in total, right? So is that clear?
Yes.
So guys, you have done. Obed, you have done.
Yes, sir.
Okay, make sure that you 20 times, right? Because I want to create a permanent memory. A permanent memory is like an experience, right? So this 3 days training will become like a 2 years of experience, right? Intensive training. So that gives you an equivalent power of a 2 years old. I mean, a person who uses it for 2 years on his own. But within the 3 years, you can basically be equivalent of that person, right? Okay, so now I want you to click on this button once more, no bottom layout, and you hide the bottom layout. Okay, great. Now, guys, I want you to see another complementary set of the buttons. You can see that there are two buttons here. One is the double plus, one is the double minus, but the double plus is deactivated, right? You can see that. Now you click on the
Yes.
double plus, I mean, oh, sorry, the double minus button. Collapse all. So what do you observe? What do you observe, guys?
The Gantt chart, even the left side is collapsed.
Yeah. So the Gantt chart is collapsed. Now you click on the double plus. So you can see the Gantt chart is expanded, right? So you do this 20 times, right? Expand all, collapse all. So it collapses the data on the Gantt chart. It collapses the data inside the tables. So it collapses from both the sides, right? So expand all, collapse all. So you might need it many times in a day. So you should learn it permanently, right? Yeah, make that a permanent memory, permanent knowledge. Okay. Now I want you to look at this. Look at this button. Do you see that? That shows you plus minus symbol, right? Did you note that, guys? Plus minus.
Yes.
Okay. Now you
Yes,
click
sir.
that button. Click that. So it shows you a box, right? So guys, you do this thing. You drag this box a little bit toward the right side bottom. You bring this here. The name of this box is collapse 2, right? Collapse 2. So this you can take it to the right side. So once you have done that, you click on this drop down here and you select from here level 1 and then you click on the apply. Okay, so guys, once you click on the apply, you will see the level 1, right? It is enterprise. Now you select level 2 and click on the apply. Okay, so did you note that? Okay, so now you are seeing the level 2. Now, guys, there is a word here, enterprise. So can someone tell me that what is the meaning of this word enterprise? What does it mean? What is the meaning of this word enterprise?
Enterprise means a small firm.
So basically, it's not a small firm. Enterprise means a big company, like a group of companies, like the Tata Group, Reliance Group, Adani, and Wipro Group. Okay, so TVS Group, and yeah. So there are many enterprises in India. So Chris, can you name any enterprise in the in the Canada?
There are many, let's say PCL.
Okay, so TCL. So what are the various businesses that they do? TCL.
They do engineering, they do manufacturing as well, they do corporate program.
Oh, yes, so that's good. So that's an enterprise. So what happens that an enterprise is a group of companies, right? So let me write it here. Group of companies, right? Now, this group of companies is basically led by a role. It is having the abbreviation CEO. So, guys, can you tell me that what is the full form of CEO? What is the meaning of this word CEO? What does it stand for?
Chief Executive Officer.
Correct. And then what we have is the companies in the project management, these are called the portfolio. So the inside the companies, what we have is the portfolio. But in normal language, the portfolio is called the line of business, right? Okay. And portfolio is managed by a portfolio manager, right? Now, then under the portfolios, what we have is the projects. Okay. So we will come to that. Now, what is a portfolio? See, guys, you tell me one thing. When a person starts a business, does he start multiple businesses at once? Have you seen a person who says, "Oh, I've started 5 businesses at once"? Is that possible to start 5 businesses at once?
No.
No, that is not possible. So basically, what happens that a person would normally start one business, he will stabilize that, and if he wants to expand, so what he will do to free up his own time, he will hire a manager, right? So he will hire a manager, the business pays for itself, the business pays for the manager, and it pays for the people. So this person is freed up. So he is freed up mentally so that he can focus on basically exploring more opportunities for his business. So he'll find another business, he will invest in that. So he will stabilize that business, and one after one, he will establish many businesses, right? So once those businesses are established, they are brought under one flag and one banner and one symbol and one logo, which is called the enterprise. And this person becomes CEO, Chief Executive Officer, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
And then he hands over these businesses. These are called portfolio. And the people, those who manage the portfolios, they are called portfolio manager, right? So portfolio manager is the person who is managing the line of business. Now you select from here level 3 and click on the apply button here. And then you click on the apply. So guys, do you see this yellow band? So what do they say? Program. Do you see that?
Yes.
And program means the specialized part of that business. So program is managed by program manager, right? So
Yes.
so some of the projects are kept under the programs, okay, but usually the projects are kept under the portfolios directly. So when a portfolio expands, you may subdivide it into a program and appoint a program manager. He manages the specialized business, okay, or otherwise the projects are normally kept directly under the portfolios. So you can see the portfolio here. So you can see that the portfolio, so these white, these white ones, what are these? These are the projects. The projects are usually kept directly under the portfolio. If the portfolio expands, then it might be subdivided into programs and managed by a program manager. So these are projects. So projects, and projects are managed by a projects manager. So that is you and me, right? So we are project managers, right? So that's why, this Primavera is called EPPM, Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management Software, EPPM. So it helps you manage an enterprise. So you can see, you can consolidate all your projects into programs, programs into portfolios, and portfolio data can be viewed at the enterprise level. That how's your overall business doing, right? So that is basically quite good, because if a person is at the top, he has to basically take a decision regarding whether he should invest in a new business, whether he can borrow from the existing businesses. So he can find out from the EPPM, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we will understand more about this, that how it works and what is the use of this interface and how it can help us. So now, guys, you close this, you click on the OK, and it will close the box, right? Okay. Now let me show you something more. First of all, you click on the collapse all. So you can see everything is collapsed to the level of the enterprise, right? Okay. Now, see, Primavera is a powerful, very powerful tool. It can represent the basically column data or the numerical data in the format of graphs, inbuilt graphical charts, right? So, guys, you click on this button. Do you see this button here? So this is called hierarchy chart view. So click this. So what you are seeing here now, enterprise, right? Now you are curious to know what is there under the enterprise. What portfolios are there? You click on the plus symbol. So then you want to fit this onto the screen. So you click on the zoom out button. Zoom out. So it will fit. Right. So you can see that what are the portfolios: engineering and construction, energy services, manufacturing, product development, corporate, information technology. Right. So these are the various portfolios. Then you are curious to know that what is under the product development. So you click here. So it will show you the programs. Do you see that? Now you want to fit in, you click on the zoom out. You click on the zoom out button once more. So that's going to fit it into the screen, right? Is that clear? And then you want
Yes.
to see what is under engineering and construction. So under the engineering and construction, what you have is just the projects, right? Directly the projects. Now, but under the product development portfolio, so first of all, this portfolio has been subdivided into program 1 and program 2, right? Okay, now you expand the program 1. So once you expand the program 1, so you can see the projects, right? So we will come to know that why this particular this portfolio is directly having the projects and why this particular portfolio is subdivided into 2 programs. And if you want to see the entire business, so what do? You click on the expand all. It's going to expand the entire data and show you in the diagrammatic format. Okay. So what you have, that is the level number 1. Okay. This is your level number 2. And this is your level number 3. And what you have after the 3 is the projects. So all these are the projects. You see the ones which are marked by the blue arrows, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
All those are projects. The ones which are marked with the blue arrow, they are all projects. And ones which are marked with the red, so they are the structure of EPPM. So this is the first level. So the first one is the enterprise. Under the enterprise, what we have is the portfolios, and under the portfolios, we have the programs, but the programs are optional, right, guys? Remember, program may or may not be there, but definitely the portfolio would be there. So portfolio means a particular line of business. Okay. So, we say that, that person is running diversified business, and these businesses are also diversified. Okay. And CEOs are the people, those who know that how to run businesses, how to invest in the right business, and how to hire the right person, right? That's their skill set. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Now, the same data, if I want to represent the same data in a tabular format, so I can click on the table. If you click on the table, they will be represented into the tabular format. Click that. Now, you can see only the table. Now, if you want to see the Gantt chart as well, you click on the Gantt chart, you will be seeing the Gantt chart as well. Right? Did you see that? The chart is there, and you can go to the top. You can scroll to the top of the Gantt chart, okay, like this. This is a slider. Do you see this? Slider on the right side. So you can scroll to the top of the list. On top of the list, you can see enterprise. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now we will learn that how do we use this information. So guys, let me show you that on the table we have got the columns. So the columns are project ID, project name, total activities, strategic priority. Okay, now you click on the column head on the project ID. You click here. So guys, you will notice a small little triangle that comes up. Do you see the small little triangle?
Yes.
Basically, triangle means that the data is sorted. It indicates it's a sort indicator, right? So this column has been sorted. So when the triangle is pointed upwards, okay, I want you to notice something. When the triangle is pointed upwards, the data will be sorted from top to the bottom. You will see that the order of the increasing number is going from top to the bottom. Did you note that? Numbers are increasing
Yes.
to the bottom. Now, if you click on the column head once again, it will become reverse sorted, reverse. Do you see that? When the triangle is pointed downwards, the sorting is also downwards. Right, guys? Is that clear? So you click on the project ID column once more. Okay, so basically, it is a switch. So sort up, sort down, right? And then in Primavera, you can sort only one column at a time. So if you now click on the project name, the sorting will shift to the project name column. So you click here on the project name. So guys, what do you observe? You observe that it is now sorted alphabetically, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Sort. If you look at the alphabet like C, H, J, and S, so this is alphabetic sorting. Now, if you click on this column once again, and it will be reverse sorted, right? Okay. If the triangle is in reverse, the alphabets are also in reverse, right? Okay.
Okay.
And you can sort the numbers also. If you click on the total activities, it will sort the activities, okay, either increasing or decreasing order. If you click on it once again,
Okay.
and guys, remember one thing, unlike Excel, you can sort only one column at a time, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
In Primavera, you can sort only one column. You cannot combine columns, right? And what is the best practice? Best practice is that whenever you're done with the sort, you should bring the sort back to the project ID column. So you click on the project ID column and the sort will be here. So guys, this is the best practice. Whenever you are done with sorting and observing the data, and you should bring the sorting back to the project ID column, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So guys, are you clear up to this point? Shubham, Sandeep, Obed, you are
Yes,
clear?
sir.
Everything?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now we will learn that how to use it more and more, right? So guys, let us first of all switch off the Gantt chart. So no, first of all, I want you to show you the utility of the Gantt chart. Just hold on. Okay, guys, this is the time scale. Okay, so let me mark it here. This is the time scale. You can see the time has been represented like a scale, right? Now, what is the benefit of the time scale? You can visually measure the length of a project. Suppose I connected the Saratoga Senior Community and I connect this activity timeline to the time scale. So guys, you tell me that what is the duration of this project, Saratoga Senior Community? What is the duration? You look at the time scale. You look at the area which is enclosed from here to here. So how many years? And
It's 3 years and a half, plus minus.
correct. Right. You can see that it is having a duration of 3 years and 2 quarters, and 2 quarters they represent 6 months. So this project is having a length of 3.5 years, right? So you can immediately find it, right? You can immediately understand it. And now I'm going to mark another project. So you can tell me that what is the total duration of this one. So guys, what do you think is the total duration of this project?
1 year, 5 months, plus minus. Yeah, 1 year, 5 months.
Yes, right. So you can see it from the time scale, right? Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Now, let's say that we are right now in the year 2010 and we are looking ahead on the time scale, right? So let's have a meeting with the CEO. Now, the CEO, he looks at the year 2011 and then he is looking at the year 2012. Okay. Then he is looking at the year 2013. Then we are also looking at the year 2014. Okay. Then we are also looking at the year 2015. So guys, you tell me that which year is having the maximum number of the projects? Which year?
12.
Yes. And which year is having no projects at all?
15.
Yes, the 15 doesn't have any project. Now, what happens is that during the meeting, so the director says, so guys, as you can see that our hands are full in the year 2011, 12, and 13. And if you need any resources, please let me know. And then he looks at the year 2014 and 15. He says that, guys, so we are going to run out of business, right? Okay, so our projects are big and they take some time to bag. So he turns toward the marketing guys and he tells the marketing guys to start the marketing campaign. So by the time you complete your projects and the end of the 2014, so you can start some more projects, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because if you have people but you don't have any work, is that good for business?
No.
No. So idling resources are never good. So you should have the resources always occupied with work. So that is good for the resources. That is good for the company's business also. Right? Is that clear? So that's why he tells the marketing guys. So he says that marketing guys, you start your marketing activities as soon as possible. And so that we are able to have sufficient number of the projects which match our capacity to work so that our people are occupied. Okay. So that is the benefit of another benefit of the Gantt chart, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
The Gantt chart visually tells you that how the projects are going to start and when the projects are going to be parallel and when the projects are going to finish. So that is the benefit of the Gantt chart, which was created by Henry Gantt in the year 1910. Okay. Now we will learn something more. So guys, first of all, you switch off the Gantt chart. So you click on the table button, it will switch off the Gantt chart. And guys, make sure that you are in the expanded mode. Make sure that you have clicked on the expand all button. For you, Chris, it's fine. You have already in the expanded mode. Okay. So you will see that, guys, there are many of the columns which can be accommodated here, right? Do you see that empty space for the columns? So we can add more.
Yes.
So basically, we are trying to evaluate the project data. Now, the thing is that I don't know what is the percentage of the progress. I don't know what is the duration of the project. I don't know the exact start date and finish date of the project. And I don't know what is the status of the money. What is the status of the cost? What is the baseline cost? What is the actual cost? What is the variance? And what is the intended finish date? So all those things are not here. So I'm not able to do the analysis. So then what we should do, we should add these columns here, right, guys? So that we can understand more about the project, right? So in the Primavera, we have flexibility to add more columns. So guys, you come with me step by step to add more columns. Grab your mouse and you right click here. So guys, did you right click?
Yes.
Now select columns and then you select customize. Okay. You will see a column configuration box. So guys, you are here. Shubham, Sandeep,
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
you all are here in the column. So this is the column toolbox. So this column toolbox is there in many tabs. It is there in project, it is there in activities, it is there in WBS, in resources, in reports, in exports. So, you will find this toolbox being used very frequently by you. But the thing is that now let me tell you, the columns will vary. There will be a different set of columns in different topics. For example, the project will have a different set of columns. Activity will have a different set of columns. The WBS resources reports, they will have their own set of columns, but the functionality of the toolbox, it remains the same. So what you can see here, there are two parts here. First of all, let us set the font. So guys, you click here on this triangle-like button. Then you select the option table font and row. In the table font and row, then you select font button. And then after you have selected the font of the button, then you set the font to Vardhana regular 9. And you know how to set the font, right? You set the font to Vardhana regular and 9. Then you click on the OK and again click on the OK. Once again, click on the OK button here. So you will see the font size has increased, right? But it increased font size only on the left side, not on the right side, but never mind, it is still useful. Now, what we do that once we get the box, so we can drag it from the sideways. Guys, do you see that? I'm dragging it at an angular direction. See this? Do you see that at a 45-degree angle? Now, what happens when you drag it in the angular direction? You are actually increasing the height and you are increasing the width of the box at the same time. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The box height and width have been increased. So basically the columns which you have here, they've been selected here, selected options, right? Okay, fine.
Yes.
Now, guys, let me tell you, when you want to select a column, so you will be using the selection button. When you want to remove a column, you will use the remove from list. So guys, but remember, these two buttons should never be touched. Do you see the cross mark on these two?
Mhm.
Okay, I'll tell you why. Because if you click any of these two buttons, it's going to select all the columns from left to the right or right to the left. I'm going to give you a safe demo, but you don't try this, okay? Okay, at least you don't try this at home. I'm going to give you the demo, see that what happens. So what is the problem? Suppose if I accidentally click this button, do you see that all the columns have shifted to the left side?
Yes.
And is that useful? So suppose if I mistakenly click this button, so do you think that you can work with so many columns? Can you use 400 columns at a time? Can you interpret that?
No.
No.
It's too much.
Yeah, that's too much. So I will cancel. I will set up the box once again for you because I was giving a demo, but I don't expect you to do it. So you guys don't do it. Now I'll increase the size of the box. Then, so Chris, so you can go ahead and set the font size once again. You click on the available option, you set the font size to Vardhana regular 9. Okay, so that is the best font. And you should try to configure in maximum number of the places. Vardhana regular 9, and then you click on the OK and click on the OK. Okay, everybody please confirm that you have reached this point. You are here. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So guys, you are here. Okay, now guys, you do this thing, you select the project name column because we want to insert new columns after the project name. Okay, fine. So have you selected the project name column? Please confirm that.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody please confirm. Oh, no, Chris, it's not for you because I can see that you have done that. So basically I'm asking the guys, those who are looking at the demo screen, right? Okay. So I'm asking Shubham, I'm asking Obed, I'm asking Sandeep. So guys,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Done.
okay, good.
Done.
Now we are going to insert new columns, right? to insert a column, so first of all, I would like to know the percentage of completion. So guys, you will see that when I say the word percent, you can see there is a group here. You expand the group, expand it. Click on the plus sign, it will expand to reveal the columns. Now you will select this column, schedule percentage complete, and you take it to the right side. Yeah, schedule percentage complete, and you click on the select button on the top and you take it to the right side. So guys, did you select this schedule percentage complete?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now after you have selected this column, you should close the group. You collapse the group by clicking on the minus button from here. Okay, now we are going to select the next column, which is basically the duration. So guys, you expand the duration group from here. Someone is having too much of the noise, guys. Some dragging and scratching noise is there. So I think Sandeep, it's happening on your end. So please mute. Okay, so in the durations, you select the BL project duration and take it to the right side. Then you select actual duration, you take it to the right side. Okay, so guys, so BL project duration means, BL means baseline project duration and actual duration. So basically what's happening here, that when you plan something, it is called baseline. Baseline means planned duration, right? And actual means actually how much time you have taken. So actual duration can be more or less as compared to the planned duration, right? So it's a great help. Now you close the duration group. So after we have done with the duration, now we would like to insert the dates. So guys, you expand the dates group. So after you have expanded the dates group, then you select start column and take it to the right side. And then you select the finish column, you take it to the right side. And then you select actual start. You take it to the right side. Then you select actual finish and take it to the right side. Okay. So have you selected these four? Start, finish, actual start, and actual finish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we will collapse the dates group. So you click on the minus symbol and that's going to collapse. Okay. So guys, have you collapsed the dates group? Okay. Now, after that, we would like to insert cost columns. So you expand the cost group. So after you have expanded the cost group, so I want you to select BL project total cost. BL means baseline. Baseline project total cost, and you take it to the right side. Okay. Then you select actual total cost and you take it to the right side. Okay, so after you have done that, so then you select the, just a moment, you select the variance BL project total cost, which is at the bottom of the list. Okay, after that, you will select the column remaining total cost. You select this column remaining total cost and you take it to the right side. Okay, guys, I want you to confirm that you have selected these cost columns. Please look at the demo screen and please confirm that you have the same columns in the same sequence.
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, you have those?
Yes, sir.
Just a second, sir. I want to recheck it.
Yeah, you check and you do it according to the demo screen. Okay,
Yes, sir. Okay.
fine. So once you have selected these columns, then you carefully click on the OK button on the right side. And that's going to implement the columns, right? It's going to apply the columns. So you can see the columns right now. Okay. Now the thing is that if you want to see the columns without scrolling, so what you need to do, you need to optimize the size of the columns. So guys, so I'm just looking for the columns which are having the extra spaces. For example, if you look at this column, schedule percentage complete, I can squeeze it. I can squeeze the column BL project duration. And guys, I'm going to teach you a technique. See this. When you come between the column start and finish, do you see that the cursor turns into double-sided? Do you see that?
Yes.
So then what do you do? Double click like this, kit. If you do this, it's going to resize itself, right? You try this. You bring the cursor here and you do this quick double click, kit. Yeah, that's it. No, not on the column. You have to do it in the middle. Because if you click on the column head, it's going to sort the column. Okay, you click here. Okay, now how do you display the numbers? See, guys, when you are displaying the money, it is very, very useful to go to the topmost row, which contains the maximum value, and you expand it to a point where you can start to see the monetary symbol. So once you see the monetary symbol, it means that you're displaying the complete data like this. Like this. Do you see that? Like this. So we want to see up to the remaining
Yes.
total cost. And if you have some space, you can give some more space to the project name column, because name column is something, even if you display partially, it's okay. But guys, tell me one thing, if I display the monetary column or the numeric column partially, does it make sense?
No, because the value might look different to
Yes.
the real value.
Yes. So how do you know you're displaying the complete value? Basically, if you look at the top row is containing the grand total. If you can see the complete top row, the rest of the data is okay, right? So basically displaying the partial project name is not a problem, but displaying the incomplete numeric column or date column is a problem, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So basically the columns should be displayed completely are like project ID and numbers and dates, right? So these columns should be given the full space, and then you can give some priority of the space. In the last priority will be given to the project name. The project name can be displayed partially, that's okay, but these columns cannot be displayed partially, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So now if everything looks right, what you need to do is you need to sort the project ID column. So guys, just make sure that the project ID column has this triangle pointed upward. Okay, if you don't have it, you bring the sorting here, you make the sorting happen. For Chris, it is all right. Okay, it is for your friends. So Shubham, Sandeep, Ovid, please confirm that you have done this.
Yes, sir. I have it.
Done.
Sir, upward or downward?
So you click on it, it will turn upwards.
Upward. Okay.
Because it is reversible, right?
Yes, sir.
On and off button, right? So if you click it, it will be either upwards or downwards. So you click it once again. So once it in the direction you want it, it's okay. Right now, guys, what we have done that we have just created a beautiful design, a beautiful layout. This is a layout of the screen. So in the Primavera, we have the facility to preserve the layout, preserve the looks of the screen. we can basically, when we log in next time, we will find the screen like this. So we must preserve it. And also in the Primavera, there is an advanced concept of sharing the layout with your colleagues. Suppose your colleagues are also having similar data, but they want the same looks. They want their columns to be organized in the same way. They want column, the font, the color, the sequence, everything they want is the same. You can export layout also, right? You can export and import layouts. But first of all, before we do export or import of the layouts, we have to save the layout. So how to save the layout? I'll just show it to you. So guys, to save the layout, you can see that there is a button here on the panel number 1, save layout as, right? You click that button. That button is called save layout as. So you can see that there is a layout name box. In the layout name box, you write here, projects, layout by, you write the word layout by, and then you write your name. And why I'm asking to write your name? Because once you share the layout with many other people, so people will know that who created the layout, who is the subject matter expert to contact, right? It is just like writing a book. So you are the author of this particular layout. You are the creator. So if someone wants to learn something from you, he wants to know something from you, so he will know to contact you, right? So after that, you got to save. You click on the save. So once you click it, once you save it, so guys, do you see this? Layout is applied.
Yes, sir.
Did you see it? So it works for you? Shubham, Sandeep,
Yes, sir.
with
Done.
you got this layout saved with your name. So basically, so this is the layout which is currently prevalent, right? So if you log out and if you log in again, you'll find it the same way. And if your friends are impressed with this layout, they say, oh, Chris, you have done a great layout. So can I have this layout? You can export it also. I'll teach you later. Okay. But you know, there are various other layouts which are inbuilt into the system. So we will explore that what other layouts are there already, right? So this is the layout which is created by you. If you want to explore the layout, I'll tell you. So guys, first of all, you click on this button. This button is called Open Layouts button. So once you click a button, have a good look at the button and you remember that button, that how it looks and what it does, right? You know, one of the guys, he told me, oh, sir, we have to remember so many buttons. I said, no, you guys have the talent to remember a lot of things in life. I'm sure you still remember a lot of girls, 10 to 15 girls from your college, right? No? Chris, what about you?
No,
No, you don't. Why, man?
I forget.
I'm 58. I remember 15 of the beautiful girls in my college. You know, so
Is it?
that's a talent which works here in the Primavera also, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I got to marry only one because that is allowed in India. I mean, that's the but I remember the rest of them. But you know,
Yeah.
I have a separate room. Okay, my room is separate, so it's between us guys, right, and not between you and the wives here. Okay, fine, guys. So basically, use the same talent here. We have a great memory. We human beings, we have a lot of memories, but we got to use them. We got to be sincere, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So if you look at the buttons and if you click that once, so you will be able to remember, you will be able to associate the picture with the functionality, right? So do you see that
Yes.
opening a sort of a folder? So open layout. So remember that. Now let us understand that what this layout they do. So guys, you will see there are two categories of layout. One of them is global and one of them is user. So global means for everybody. So everybody who has logged on to the server. So right now you have a standalone database. Right now you're not on the network based database. Right now, you are not on the cloud, but when you work in a company, you will have the same interface exactly, and you will be working with many of your colleagues in parallel in real time, just like you work on the Facebook, right, guys? Facebook is a real time. So you can see the post made by your friends. If any of your friends makes a post, and if you refresh the browser or your mobile software, if you refresh that, you will see the new post. And if you make a post, and it will be seen by your friends in real time, right, guys? So this,
Yes.
right now you can see the global. Global means everybody. User means it's your private area, your private data, and your private layout. Now, so guys, you select the chart view and click on the apply button. And click on the apply. So guys, do you see that it shows you the chart view? Right? The view changes. So it shows you the data in a picture, like a picture. It represents like a picture. This is the hierarchy. This is a very powerful feature. And guys, remember, it's a Primavera only feature, right? So then you select the project coding, and then you click on the apply. So here you are seeing a different set of columns, right? There's a different layout. It has a different focus. You can see project ID, project name, estimated size of project, project manager, status, strategic rating, location, sponsor, right? So guys, let's look at this column, location. So how many unique location this company works in? So this company is working in
China, Russia,
Asia,
Europe,
Europe,
Latin
Latin
America.
Australia, and then Brazil. It works in India and North America too, right? So guys, so how many unique locations do you count here? Just count those red lines.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. So it works in 8 countries across multiple continents. So this company must be keeping the data on the cloud, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So these employees, so basically they can collaborate by creating a project workspace, and they can keep the project related data in the same workspace, and everybody can contribute to the plan. Everybody can contribute to the project information management, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's quite great. That's why the Primavera is widely used software, right? Because it helps big companies tie up all their data across the world, across the various geographic locations. Right, guys?
Yes.
So if you learn that, you will be basically working with a big company, right? Big projects. Okay, fine. Now let us look at the project cost. You select the project cost and click on the apply. So you will see the focus is different here. So here they are focusing on different data. So basically they are focusing on the performance of the project, like schedule performance index. So guys, do you have any idea what does it mean? Schedule performance index. So Chris, I believe you can explain what is the benefit of looking at this column.
Is to show how we are performing. For example, if I take this one, it means we are performing as planned, is one.
Yes.
But on this one, we are performing on 93% of our planned performance. It means we are not doing very well.
Yes. So basically, we are going slow. Basically, schedule performance index means that if in this project, which is the Haithang Corporate Park, the value is 1, it means that all the activities are starting on time and finishing on time. And if your activities are late, so you will have the schedule performance index fall below 1. And if it is greater than 1, it means that you are going faster than your plan. So schedule performance index is basically calculated from the value of 2 columns. So it is calculated from earned value divided by the planned value, EV divided by PV, right? I hope you remember that. Okay. Okay. So basically, you need a little bit of formal project management knowledge to be able to understand and interpret this column. But don't worry. You are in right place. You are basically, I'm having the dual talent. I'm teaching the PMP and I'm teaching you the Primavera. So basically, I will explain a lot of the project management things to you so that you can use the Primavera optimally. Later in your timeline, you might take some formal project management training, not necessarily from me, but somewhere down the line in your career, right? But I will give you all the knowledge which is required to use the Primavera to the best. Okay. Now there is another column which is called the CPI. CPI means cost performance index. So this is calculated from earned value, then divided by actual cost. It tells you how your dollar is performing. If you are getting the value 1, it means that you are according to the budget, you are spending $1 and you are utilizing $1 completely to complete the work, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So if you are below 1, it means that you are falling behind the budget. And if you continue to have any value below 1, it might be possible that your project might require more money than the budgeted amount of money. Okay, so this is the focus in this particular set of the columns. They are focusing on the status of the project regarding the money, regarding the speed, and this is a forecast column at completion total cost. That how much the project may cost when it is completed, right? Okay, now you select the standard project view. Select the standard project view and you click on the apply button. And you can see that there is a different kind of columns here. So there is a different kind of a focus here, right? Okay, so you can see the project name, you can see the finish date, but there is no start date. You can see the original budget, at completion total cost, actual labor, at completion labor, actual cost. So it's like that. So here it is a different kind of a focus. Now, this is your layout. You click on this project layout by your name. And this time you click on the open button. So guys, when you click on the open button, it does two things. So this button is going to apply the layout and this button is going to close the box. It will do two things at once. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So it does two things at once. Because if you want to apply and stay, you click on the apply only. If you want to apply and close the box, you click on the open button. Right, guys? So is this thing clear?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is the way you handle the interface. So this is the way the interface looks. And after your layout design, right? You design the layout, you can preserve the design, you can share the design also. Right, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So guys, do you have any questions till this point?
No, sir, it's very clear.
Okay. So now we will go to the next phase. So in the next phase, we basically analyze the data like an expert. Okay. So you know that if you click on a particular column, you can sort the data, right? So what we are going to do, we are trying to understand the status of the project. So guys, you click on this column, schedule percentage complete. You'll see this column will get sorted, right? Do you see that it is getting sorted from 0 to greater value, right?
Yes.
Okay. So guys, so let's take a 20 minutes break. And after the break, we will come back with a fresh mind and we will understand and analyze the data. right? Okay.
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. I'm going to send a message for you guys. And during the 20 minutes, so we can pause the recording. Okay, so Chris, you can share your screen. Oh, what are those banging noises, guys? So if there is something happening in the background, so please mute your mic. Okay, so guys, we are going to analyze the data. So first of all, just make sure that as on the demo screen, so you have this column sorted, schedule percentage complete, right? Do you see this? So basically, you should be having the data from 0 to greater, right? Now, let me mark out a project here. Okay, so Chris, so you just tell me what is the name of the project? Read, what is the name of this project? Chris, I believe that you are in a quiet background, right? So you unmute your mic, okay? You can unmute and you can just read what is the name of the project here.
Nesbit building expansion.
Correct. So what is the percentage of the completion?
0%.
Correct. So you will see that when the project has not yet been started, so you will see the actual start column is blank and actual finish date column is blank, right? And you will also see actual total cost is blank because no money has been spent. And since you have not spent any money, so you will see the variance is also zero. Because the variance can happen only if you do something, right? Right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You are muted maybe by mistake.
Okay. So basically, you have the status as 0%, right? So you will see the actual start, actual finish, and actual data has been 0. And one more thing that I want you to notice, do you see this is the planned amount of the money? And if you look at the remaining total cost, do you see that both the amounts are same, right?
Yes.
So you have not spent anything. So the remaining amount of the total cost is the same, right? Okay, now let us look another one. So let us look at this one. So you read, what is the name of this one? What is the name of this?
Sunset Gorge routine mentor.
Yeah, maintenance. So that's you can see sunset course. That's enough, right? So
Yeah.
what is the percentage of the completion here?
100%.
Okay, so it means that the project has started and it has finished, right? Do you see
Finished.
that it has a finish date as well? It has an actual start date and actual finish date. And guys, remember, the actual start and actual finish date can vary as compared to the planned start and planned finish, right? And one more thing I want you to notice here is that you will see that with the start date, there is a suffix of A. Do you see this A here?
Yes.
So basically, it means that even if you're not looking at the actual start or the actual finish column, so it just indicates that actual data has been captured and it exists, right? This is what it means. Is that clear?
Yes.
So this A means that actual data is there for this particular project. Now, let us look at the status. Now, This is the planned cost. So read, what is the amount of the planned cost?
92 million.
$92,159.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the actual total cost?
97.
97,259, right? So it means
Yes.
that $5,000 is extra, as you can immediately see, right?
Yes.
So you can see in the variance column that there is an approximate $5,000 mentioned in the bracket, even though it is 4,999, and there is a difference of only 67 cents, right? Do you see that? So this is mentioned in the bracket. So what does the bracket mean? Bracket means that it is an excessive amount of the money, right? So
Over cost.
yes, yes. This is overspent, right? Okay. Now, what is the remaining total cost since the project has been completed? So the remaining total cost will be zero, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So if you have the project completed, the remaining total cost will be always set to zero. And if you spend more than the planned amount of money, it will be mentioned in bracket. So bracket means negative since in the financial systems, they don't use the minus, so they use the bracket. So bracket means debit amount of money. Okay, fine. Now let us look at another one. This time, let us look at a project. First of all, you read what is the name of this project.
I tank.
Yes, correct. What is the percentage of completion?
31.
Okay, so it is 31% complete. It means that 69% is still yet to be done, right? So you will see that since the project has started, it has a start date, but since it has not finished, so actual finish date will be blank, right?
Yes.
Now to complete the 31%, so this is the amount of the money which has been spent. So what is the amount of the money spent? Till
191.
yeah.
191.
Yeah, $191,767, right? And
Yes.
what is the variance amount of money? So you read this amount. What is this variance? How much is that?
4,525.
Yeah. So is it a positive amount of money or a negative amount of the money?
Is a positive. It means they are spending less than planned.
Correct. So, basically up to 31%, the team is performing well and they have spent 4,525 less than the budgeted amount of the money which has been planned up to this point. So that's fine. So what is the ideal variance? The ideal variance is zero. So whatever you planned, you can spend it. But in this case, the team has done exceptionally well. They have completed the work, and I believe that they should have matched. They would have matched the quality acceptance criteria, right? So if
Yes.
match the quality acceptance criteria, then it is said to be really complete. If the quality acceptance criteria is matched till this point, and then we can say, yes, that's a great achievement. But guys, remember, 69% of the project is yet to be completed, right, guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, if there is a possibility that if you are not properly monitoring and controlling the project, slowly and slowly, this amount of the variance can become zero. And toward the end of the project, it might even become a negative amount of the money. Even that's a possibility, right?
Yes.
So then what is the lesson learned? The lesson learned is that you should frequently monitor and control the project work. And of course, you should use the process and you should use the software, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
If you follow the process is rules. And if you use the software to gather the actual data and compare with the planned data and the baseline data, and if you're doing that on a regular basis and you are proactive in the project management, then of course you would be able to have the variance as zero. That is the ideal variance. And some amount of the variance is okay, because when we set the budget, we say that okay, you can go up to excess of 2%, 3%, 5%. That depends upon the company's policy, right? In engineering, there is a term called tolerance. So guys, I hope you understand the what is the meaning of the term or tolerance.
Yes.
So basically, it is an engineering term. Basically, tolerance is equivalent of, I'll just tell you what does it mean. Chris, you read this. What it says.
Tolerance equal to acceptable variance.
Yeah. So you can say that we have an acceptable variance of plus 2%, plus 3% in the cost, but acceptable variance in the schedule is 0. We must always finish on time, but we can have a variance on the cost, right? Okay.
Yes.
So acceptable variance can be there possible for the cost factor. So you can say that acceptable variance can be, you can say plus 4%. That depends upon your geographic location and the fluctuation of the price of the input. So you can set a variance, but you say acceptable variance is a plus 4% for the cost, but for the time is equal to 0%, right? We must be on time,
Yes.
right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So we can set it in the beginning like this. We tell our project managers, guys, you can have a variance of plus 4%, but for the time it is 0, right? No
Yes.
variance for time, okay, but variance for cost. So acceptable variance is called tolerance. As per the engineering, it is an equivalent of the term tolerance. I believe that you all understand the meaning of this tolerance, right? Whenever we mention any dimensions or any kind of the measurement in engineering, we say that how much variance is acceptable, which is called tolerance, right? Okay. Now, now we come to another one. We read, what is the name of this project?
City Center Office Building.
Now, what is the percentage of completion?
16%, 67.
Correct. So we can say that it is approximately 17% complete and 83% is yet to be done, right? So similarly, it has a start date, but it doesn't have a finish date. But now let us look at the main point. The main point is that if you look at the variance, so does it look good? Look at the variance amount.
They are spending more than planned
See,
up to this point.
yeah, they are spending, but the amount is huge. You see that?
Yeah.
And you are only done 17% and 83% is yet to be done. Because just at the completion of 17%, and this team has basically, caused a variance of $11,590. So guys, tell me one thing, if you join at this point, you're the new project manager. So what will be your approach to this problem? What you are going to tell your team if you join at this point? So you have a team meeting today and you are seeing a variance of 11,590 and you still have the 83% of the way to go. So how will you address your team for your strategy? What will be your strategy for the rest of the 83%? Tell me, guys.
In terms of the end solution is to be spending less for more value of work, but I will also try to make sure as a team for us to determine what is creating that overspending.
Yes, that's right. But I will tell you, there's another point I would like to add here. Yes, first we must find the root cause of the variance and we should prevent for the rest of the project. But guys, remember, if we fall below the quality acceptance criteria, will that be acceptable to client? Will the client continue with the project? No, client may cancel the project, right? Is that clear? So you know
Yes.
what you should tell your team. So guys, we make sure that we prevent it by understanding the root cause. We cause no further escalation, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So we will make sure that we complete the project by keeping this amount constant. We might take a less profit in this project, but we retain the client and we maintain the good image of the business, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
That's what should be your strategy, because if you try to reduce the price, if you feel that you can reduce the variance and bring it to zero, then you might have a product which might fall below the quality acceptance criteria, because the quality is dependent upon the cost, also cost of the inputs. You have to maintain the quality of men, machine, and materials, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So you cannot have inexperienced people. You cannot have the machines that do not perform well. You cannot have the materials below the standards acceptable, right? Because if anything falls below, so it will result in the faulty performance, and clients, they do not pay for any faulty product, as you will not buy anything faulty for yourself. Similarly, the client would also not buy anything faulty, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So is that clear to you guys? Rest of you, you're fine?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Yes.
Okay. Now let us look at more analysis of the data. So basically, this is the way you organize the data, the schedule percentage complete, and this is the way you analyze. Now, the thing is that I want you to click here. You click on this plus minus and you set the level to 1. No, 2. Use the level number 2 and you click on the OK button. OK will close this, right? So guys, you're here. Okay. So guys, you can see that the portfolios. So what are the lines of business in this organization? Engineering and construction, energy services, manufacturing, product development. Okay. Now you expand the energy. You click here, expand it. Okay. Yeah, you click on the plus symbol. Yeah, you got to be good with the mouse. Okay. Now you expand the product development. And you expand the program 1 and you expand the program 2. And you expand the program 2. And guys, you click here on the project ID. You click on the top. So once you do that, you will notice that the ID is sorted. So guys, remember one best practice: when you are done with the analysis of the data with some other column, you should always bring the sort back on the project ID, right? You should always park the sorting on the ID column. Okay, in every tab, in project ID, in activity ID, in resource ID, in report ID, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now, you tell me that how many projects are here under the energy portfolio? How many projects you can count here?
6.
6. And how many projects you can count here under the product development portfolio? How many projects are there? You count the white rows.
10.
10, right? So now, if you would notice, since the number of the projects are increased in the product development portfolio, so basically the CEO of the company, he subdivided this portfolio into 2 programs. Did you note that? He subdivided that into program 1 and program 2. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes. Yes.
So why do you
Yes.
divide that into programs for better management? Because when you start a new line of business, you don't have many projects, right? You might start with just one or two projects, but what happens when a particular line of business grows? Then if you are performing well, if your delivery is good, if you have good value from the client, so you will. So guys, I'm getting a breathing noise into the mic. If you're using a mic which is near to you, please put it at a distance. Please keep it at a distance, right? Okay, so make sure that you don't breathe into the mic. So you have the basically what happens that when a portfolio grows, it can be subdivided into programs for better management. So what do? You hire the program manager for the program 1 and program 2, they manage. So your business, then you can focus on the specialization. So when you start a new business, you might not have many projects in that particular line of business, but if the particular line of the business it grows, so this can be better managed, right guys? Is that clear? Now, so what do we do here? That we are having a meeting with the CEO. Now, what the CEO says that he says that Chris, we are growing in the energy sector. So I anticipate more and more projects in the energy sector. And I think we will subdivide the energy into 3 programs. He says that we will subdivide them like this. So we will put 2 projects each. So he says that we will put them into specialized sectors like the renewable, okay, non-renewable, and nuclear, right? Okay.
Okay.
So what are the renewable sources of the energy, like your solar, your hydroelectric, and your wind power? These are renewable. What is non-renewable? So any kind of the power stations which is fired by coal or gas, right? Or fossil
Yes.
fuels. And nuclear, nuclear, right? So he says that we would like to have a better management over the energy portfolio. We are going to subdivide it. So guys, we will learn that how to subdivide a portfolio into programs if it is required in the future, right? So we will learn
Yes.
that how does the Primavera organize the data for a better management, right? So you can see that what is the total value of the projects. So guys, so what is the total value of the project in the energy portfolio? 3 million. It is 3 million 600.
Is 3 million, yeah. Three
And
million 636,638,923.
yeah, it is $638,923. See, the total value is going to remain the same, but you will be able to see the division of this amount in the program. So you'll be able to understand the basically that which program is doing well, right? So let us subdivide it. Now, to subdivide this, I want you to tell me. So, guys, do you see this symbol? So, what does it look like?
A diamond.
That's a pyramid. I hope you remember a
Yeah.
pyramid, right?
Yeah.
So this structure of the entire business is like a pyramid, right? So it is narrow at the top, it expands at the bottom. You can see here. Do you see that? It's sort of a
Yes.
pyramid-like structure, right? So it expands like this, right? So
Yes.
so it is represented by the pyramid, and to manage that, you have the pyramid symbol here. Do you see this? You see that?
Yes.
So basically,
Yes.
this is the tool for management of the structure. So this is called EPS, Enterprise Project Structure. So you click that button. Okay, so everybody please confirm that you are here. Sandeep, Shubham, Obaid, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we
Yes, sir.
have the EPS Enterprise. Yeah, thanks for your feedback. So guys, keep talking so that I know that you are following it and you are synchronized and nobody should miss anything. Everybody should learn at the same pace. Okay. So first of all, we will set the font. So guys, you click here and you set the font here. Click on this triangle. and you select table font and row. And after that, you set the font to your favorite one, Vardhana Regular 9. That's a very nice font. And you click on the OK. Okay, no, first you click on the OK. And guys, remember one thing, if you are having a smaller screen, so basically you can use the font size 8, but I would prefer to use 9. Okay, click on the close. No, oh, sorry, you just stay here. So guys, so if you feel that your columns are not fitting well in the screen below, you can use font number 8. But in rest of the screens, you can continue to use the font size 9. Okay, so what we are going to do, so we are going to expand this box so that you can read the text clearly, right? See, this is very flexible. You can increase the size of the columns, right? So guys, you bring your cursor on the top, enterprise. Enterprise means the entire organization, right? A group of companies. Okay, they are running diverse businesses, right? Now, the enterprise. So what you do, you click on the add, you want to add a new program. You click on the add, it will add a new row below. Okay, so guys, do you see that a new row has been created at the bottom? Did you note that?
Yes.
Okay, so what do? You click on the move up and you bring it just below the energy. You click on the move up button. Click this button. Yes, stop. Okay, so guys, do you see that new row has been brought just below the energy portfolio? Now, you shift right, it will become the child. You shift it toward the right side, it will become child. Do you see the branch?
Yeah.
Section of the branch? Okay. Now, so you name this as like this. So you write the name for the ID, you write here REN. Okay, REN. And then you press enter. Then here in the EPS name, you write here Renewable Energy Program. You write like that. Renewable Energy Program. You write the full name. Renewable. ABLE. After the W, you write renewable. Renewable.
New.
See, like this. Renewable. So basically,
Okay.
you don't have a space here. Okay, then you write the word energy. Energy program. Because it's a program, because it is under the portfolio, right? So what you have under the portfolio is a program, right? Is that clear? No,
Yes.
small letters. Only the first letter is kept, then you press enter. Okay. And for the energy services, let me write the word portfolio explicitly, right? So that it is explicitly clear that this is a portfolio and this is a program, right? So anything
Yes.
enterprise is a portfolio and anything under the portfolio is a program, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So after you have created the program, so we have to create two more. So we will use the copy and paste method, right? So we save our effort. You click on the word copy, you click on the copy button, and then you click on the paste. And then do you want to copy the project? You say no. So you will see the new copy and you have to shift left so that it is directly connected to the energy portfolio, right? You shift left. Do you see that it is now connected to the energy like that? Since the new, this one we want to be the non-REN. So we will make the appropriate changes, right? So you make it non-REN, NONREN. You make the appropriate changes to it. Non, you write the word non, correct. And then you press enter. right? Okay, so now, so guys, you're done up to here. Okay, now you click on the you click on the paste button once again, and then you say no, click no, and then you shift left. You shift this toward the left side. Now, what you have is the ren 1, so you change it to nuke, NUC, right? NUC to represent nuclear energy program. You write here NUC. Now you make the appropriate change. So what do you do? Instead of the word renewable, you change it to nuclear, right? Only this word. So that saves you time, right? Correct. Oh, not that much. You'll have to type it. Then you type then space and you type the energy program, right? Correct. So guys, please confirm that you are updated up to here, this point.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So now, after you have done, so you will notice that, these three programs have been created here. Did you note that?
Yes.
Basically, this is the tool, right? I call it the toolbox to create the programs or manage the portfolio. Now you close this, click on the close button. So you will see these.
Actually, sir, due to some network issue,
Hmm.
sir, due to some network issue, I was disconnected and few minutes before I joined again.
So you share your screen. So let me check.
Okay, sir. I will share.
Actually, you're not logged in into your Windows. You should just stay logged in, okay? Just make sure that you're logged in from both the applications. I mean, both in your mobile, okay? So, okay, fine. Now you give me the remote control. Okay, so basically you missed a lot. Okay, never mind. So first of all, you approve the remote control for me.
Sir, yes, approved it.
Now the thing is that let me get the annotate tool because I'm not getting my toolbox here. The remote control has not yet come to me. So just wait. Just wait because I'm not getting the remote control yet. Because there is a time lag between your system and and me. And so basically what we need to do, we need to click on this tool, right? So we get the pyramid tool. So this is the pyramid tool. We just click here. And and the problem is that I'm not able to get the response. See, do you see my because so can you click this pyramid tool on the left side? Can you click on this, Sandeep? Please respond. If you can hear me, please respond. Guys, the rest of you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So it means that I'm okay. and I'm connected. So Sandeep, can you hear me? You got to unmute your mic, man. Okay, you unmute your mobile because you
Yes, sir.
muted, right? So you click on this pyramid tool on the
Okay.
right here. You just click here on the pyramid tool.
Pyramid tool. Yes, sir. I click.
Yeah, so basically your screen has to update. It is taking the time to update here.
Can you see this, sir?
No, it is not updating. I'm not getting any updation in the screen. So guys, do you see any changes on his screen? No, actually your connection is too bad actually. So you got to find out a better connectivity. Because I can hear you, but if you click something, see, your laptop got disconnected.
Okay, my laptop disconnected, sir.
Yeah, your laptop is disconnected. Actually, your voice is coming in as shaky. So, it is happening because of the poor connectivity. Now, you tell us that what do you plan to do?
Okay.
See, you can basically try this once again to connect, and we can try, but this way we will lose time. So, what you can do,
Yes, sir.
you can find a better connectivity and better stability, and you can join in next week also. That's not a problem. So if you want to try it once again, you just share your screen once again. We'll try it once again, right?
Okay, I will try, sir.
So you share your screen once again because your screen has been disconnected.
Yeah, okay.
So it says that Sandeep has started screen sharing, but there is a lot of time lag by the time you share. Okay, now let me do this thing. Let me see if I'm getting the toolbox. Yes, now I have the toolbox. Okay, so just do this thing. You select the enterprise on the top.
Enterprise. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. You approve the remote control for me.
Yes, sir.
So just a moment. So let me help you quickly, right? So basically, what you should be doing, you should be expanding this box so that you can see after the adding new rows. Okay, after expansion, so you need to click on the add button. So basically, this is creating a new program. You got to click add. So once you have clicked on the add, so you shift this row, this new row, just below the energy. So step by step, you shift it below the energy. Then you shift it toward the right side. Okay. So when you shift it toward the right side, so then it comes below the energy like a child, right? So it becomes the child. So you rename the first child into the renewable energy program like this. Renewable energy renewable energy program like this. So then you click on the copy and then you click on the paste. Okay. Do you want to copy the project? You say no. Then you shift it left and then you make the appropriate changes, right? You don't change the whole thing, but you make only the required changes, right? Like this non-ren Non-REN. Oh, just a moment. So let me make the correction. It's happening due to the time lag. Now you put the word non. You just go to the front and put the word non-renewable energy program. And then you click on the paste once again. Okay, then you say no. So it creates a new row and then you shift it left. And then you go to the ID and then you write here nuclear. And then you write here nuclear energy program, right? Like this, nuclear program. So after you have created these 3 programs, then you click on the close button, right? Okay. Then you always make sure the project ID is sorted. So guys, you make sure that your serial numbers are the same in everybody's screen, right? Okay. Now I'm going back to Chris. Okay. I'm sure you will be synchronized from this point onwards. Okay. Okay. So Chris, you share your screen. So we will use this for the demo. Okay, so now you give me the remote control. So in fact, basically I keep the control only in case I need to intervene, but you will be doing most of the work. So guys, so after you have ensured that the project ID is sorted like this, okay, now I want you to select the first 2 projects like this, 800 and 820. You select these 2. And after selecting these, you do Control X to cut them. Control X. Okay. And then you select renewable energy program. Then you do Control V. Control V to paste it. Control V. Right. So it got moved in there. Then you select the next 2. And then you paste them into the non-renewable. Control X, and then you select a non-renewable and paste it. Okay. Control V. V for victory. Control V. Do it. Do it, man. Paste it. Control V. Chris.
Yes, Control V.
Oh, yes, do it.
Yeah, I'm doing Control V.
But
Nothing is coming.
nothing is happening. It should move. It should basically move just like before.
But I don't know.
If Control V is not happening, you right click and paste. You right click here. You right click here. And then use the option paste. Oh, you didn't get it. Okay, you just cut it once again. I think you selected once again and you cut it. Control X, cut.
I can cut as well.
Yes.
Is a
Yes. Go.
cut, and I come here.
And then you right click and paste. You just right click and paste it, right? Done.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you do the same thing for these 2. You right click and cut and paste. Oh, you need to cut again. I don't know what's happening. No,
Okay.
you got to select again and then cut, right click, cut, and
Cut,
then you do right click and paste.
paste.
Okay, great. So guys, do you see that the information has been divided, right? So let us do this thing. Let us collapse the whole thing first. Okay, let me collapse the whole thing first. Let me expand this one selectively, right? Okay, so you can clearly see that the information in the energy portfolio, it has been subdivided into 3 programs, right? So this is
Yes.
your renewable energy program, and this is your non-renewable energy program, and this is your nuclear energy program. Do you see that, guys?
Yes.
Renewable, non-renewable, and nuclear. And guys, do you see and tell me that out of these three programs, which program is having the highest value of the projects? Which one do you think?
The non-renewable.
No, look.
No, the nuclear, which have 2 million.
Yes, great. So you know what the CEO will say? He will say, guys, the nuclear energy program is having the highest value of the projects, and you guys make sure that you are able to complete these projects on time with the acceptable quality, and you make the best performance. And if you need any resources, you tell me, I will give you the resources on priority basis, right? Okay, so you know this is how they use the data practically, right? Now you tell me that which program is having the least value of the projects. Which program?
Renewable energy.
Now what the CEO will say, he will look towards you, all the team, and he will especially to point toward the marketing guys. He'll say, guys, you launch more marketing campaigns so that we reach up to our capacity. We should work up to our capacity. We should not stay below our capacity. Idling resources, they basically cause loss, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so we must always use our resources to the full capacity of the work that can be delivered, and we have more potential here. The market is growing, and we should basically launch our marketing campaign so that we become visible to our clients and we get more projects here. We have the more potential to do work. So this is how the top guys, they use the EPPM software, and maybe you can help them, and definitely you can play a very important role. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so this is how it is used. Okay, so basically the total value of the energy services is still the same, but you are having a greater resolution into the data. You can see the data in more details, right? Okay, is that clear? So the more details you see, the more control you have, right or wrong?
Right.
Okay, so you know that's why the people with the Primavera knowledge, they are valued a lot by the industry, right? Okay, okay, fine. So I hope you learn more and more. So this is the way you organize. Now the thing is that, so since you created three new programs, you need three new managers as well. So how do you find out who is the manager of a particular portfolio or a program? So guys, you select the energy. First of all, you bring the cursor here. You select the energy. And after that, you click on the details button here. And you know, sometimes this button may not work. I'll tell you there is a bug. Sometimes this button doesn't work. So you click the opposite button. You know, that's a surprise. So this might work. Okay. Okay. So, you know, that's a very fine knowledge, right? Okay. Basically, to show the details, this is the button. But sometimes if this button doesn't work, so use the complementary button. So it is starting to show you the detail. Now these buttons will function properly. See, this is to hide the details. This one is to show the details. Hide, show, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Fine. Now you can see that there is a responsible manager, right? Do you see this? You see a human icon with a blue board behind it, right? If you look at this, this human icon is matching this one. Do you see that? Here.
Yes.
Now there is a human icon here, but it doesn't have a blue board. So what is the difference between these two? Right? Basically, the first one, which is not having a board, is a resource. So if someone is a project manager or below, they will be represented in the resource breakdown structure. And the resource and the human icon with a blue board means, you know, what Primavera is trying to tell you. See, these are very small little pictures, but they have a deep meaning. If you use, so within a couple of days, you will understand the meaning. Basically, what they're saying that the people listed out here, they are board members. board. That's why they put a blue board behind this human figure, right? Board members. So who are the board members? CEO, portfolio manager, and program manager. So these guys are board members, and the project manager is not a board member. He's a resource who works inside the project. And these are the guys who are outside the project. They are doing management work, right? Is that clear? They are doing business
Yes.
management. They manage the business. The project manager, he doesn't manage actually the business directly, but his job is to deliver the project within the limits of time and money, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So that's why he is being represented by the blue board. Now, what we are going to do, that we are going to create new managers, right? If you look at the renewable energy program, so you will find that it is basically under the enterprise. Who is the enterprise? CEO. It's not CEO's job. We need a new manager here, right? So what we will do, that we will create the new three managers. We will create new managers for the renewable energy program, for non-renewable, and for the nuclear, right? Okay. Fine.
Yes.
Now, to create the new business managers, we go to the OBS tool. This is called Organization Breakdown Structure Toolbox. You click this. You click that one, and you will see OBS toolbox. So what does it say? Organizational breakdown structure. So what we do, we basically push this box a little bit to the top. We expand it from the bottom to give it more length, more height, and we increase the column size. Okay. After you have done that, first of all, guys, you click on this triangle and you will set your favorite font. Click on this triangle and you will select the table font and row, and you will select your favorite font. You know what is your favorite font? Vardhana Regular 9, and click OK, and OK once again. Okay. Now you click on this triangle once again. I'll show you because it is showing you a flat list. And then guys, so guys, please confirm that you are synchronized up to here. Sandeep, are you synchronized?
Yes, sir.
Now you select the option filter by. So guys, are you on the option filter by? Obaid, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Shubham, you are here. Okay, so
Yes, sir. Yes.
all OBS. So you will see that once you select all, it turns into a tree view. It looks like a tree, right? Trees and branches. It shows you the
Yes.
relationship, right? It shows you that which position is reporting to whom. So guys, who is at the top? Basically, the person at the top,
Enterprise.
enterprise. Enterprise is managed by whom? Enterprise is managed by
CEO.
CEO, right? And all the guys, those who are under him, their what? Their positions are portfolio.
Portfolio and programs.
Now, the programs will come under the energy. So what we have is that basically how the mapping is up to this point. See, basically, the CEO is managing the enterprise, and the enterprise portfolio, this energy portfolio manager is managing the portfolio. But since we have got three new programs, we got to create three program managers under the reporting under the energy portfolio manager. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so what do we do? So to create the three new program managers, we just click on the add button here. And then, so we shift it right. We click on this button, we shift it toward the right, it will become the child. Now, you write this word here, and then you add the word manager. No, you just double click to get inside it. See, if you just double click and then you write renewable energy program, then you add the word manager. So it becomes a manager. And then you put a space, and then you add the word manager. Okay, fine. Then you press enter. Since you can see that you require a little bit more space, so what you can do, you can drag the column, right? Increase the width. And I think you should be more kind enough. You can increase it more, so you can be more, use the space little bit more freely. That's okay, right? Okay.
Yes.
Make sure that if there is a longer sentence, it can be accommodated. Now will be playing smart here. We don't have to type. We are using a software, right? So what do? We click on the copy button.
Sir,
Click on the copy, and then you
sir, wait.
wait. Okay, I'll wait here. Okay, I'll be back from the washroom. You just
Sir, I create a new OBS, but I'm trying to up the new OBS, but they are not moving.
no. Basically, you make sure that it is displayed as a hierarchy. You select the filter by and you select all like this. Please do
Yes,
the.
sir.
It should look like a tree.
Sir, this is done. Then after, I change the enterprises below the energy portfolio manager. Then create a new OBS.
So if you create a new, then you shift it right,
Yes, sir.
shift it toward the right side. See, if you create it, initially it is just below, then you shift it right. Okay, you shift it toward the right side,
But sir,
then you write this. No,
here,
wait. So don't if and buts. Just do exactly what I'm saying. Did you create?
yes, sir.
Okay, now
Yes, create.
you shift it right.
Yes, sir.
When you shift it, now you write the exactly the same name as on the screen. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. So are you updated till this point? Everybody, please confirm. So you're done.
Yes.
Sir, no, sir, I'm not updated
Oh, you explained.
because my can I share my screen?
No, first you explain that what you're not able to do. I don't want to treat you like a kid. First you explain that what is not happening, what you are not able to do. See, I'm going
Sir,
with
actually create new ABS.
you. Watch me do this once again. So first you place your cursor on the energy portfolio manager. Did you do it? Did you do it? Do you have the energy portfolio manager? Yes or no? Say yes or no. See, if you do not communicate, if you do not reply, that's very unprofessional. Say yes or no. Do you have the energy portfolio manager? Yes or no? Man, I want you to be able to stand on your own feet. That's what I'm trying to do here. Say yes or no. Are we connected or not? Sandeep? Sandeep, you are here? Sandeep, we are not able to hear you. So please ensure that you fix the things at your end. You have to take care of the internet and the connectivity. I cannot help in that regard.
No, sir, I will try, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now, have you selected the energy portfolio manager?
Yes, sir, selected.
Okay. Now you click on the add. Click on the add button here.
Add. Yes, sir, add.
Okay. So you see a new row.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you shift the row toward the right side. You click on the right button and shift it toward the right side.
Yes, sir, done.
Okay. Now you have a new row, and then you change the text. Change the text as on the screen to this one. Change it. You double click, get inside the row, and you change the text.
Okay.
Change it. I'm sure you can read the text by yourself. I don't have to dictate it.
No, no, sir, I can read.
Yeah, just do it.
Yes, sir, done.
Very good. Okay. Now we will play smart. Okay. So what we will do, we will click on the copy. So you click on the copy button. Yeah, everybody click on the copy button. And then
Yes, sir.
you click on the paste button. So you will have another row, child row, but this has to be related to the main parent. So what do? We shift it left by one step. You shift left. Okay. Now you make the appropriate changes, right? To match this. So what do? You go into this row, right? By double click. No, not by right click, by double click. So now you write the word non and you remove the dash one, right? So it becomes useful, right? And you go toward the end of the or at the end of the text and you remove dash one because the dash one is put by the Primavera to make it unique, right? So now you press enter. So you are done up to this point. Same to same.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Now we will create the third one. So to create the third one, you click on the paste once again. No, not add. We are playing smart here. Paste. Now shift left. So now you make the appropriate changes. I'm not going to dictate.
Done.
Then you press enter. So you have these three, right? Do you see the mapping here? Right? Okay. Now, guys, let us look at the responsibility. You click on the responsibility tab here. Do you see that there is nothing, right? Because these positions, they have been just created. So you don't have anything assigned to them, right? But if you look at the energy portfolio manager and you look at the responsibility, you will find that he has got a lot of things to take care of, right? Okay. So you click here and you will see that he is responsible for a lot of the projects and the programs and of course the portfolio. He is responsible for the energy services portfolio and all the 6 projects under that. So basically this is the project symbol and this blue boxes, they are the WBS inside the project, right? Okay. You see this? Now, what your boss says that I want him to be responsible only for the portfolio. All these projects should be shifted to the program managers. I want the energy services portfolio manager to focus on the portfolio and business development for the portfolio. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now we will do that in the next step. So we first close the box. Now we will do the responsibility assignment. Okay, so guys, there is something that I want to tell you that when you load a project, it shows up on the top. Do you see on the top? Do you read the name of a project?
EC00630.
Yeah. Now I will tell you a best practice. The best practice is that when you are not using a project, you should unload it from the memory, right? You should not keep it. Why? I'll tell you. Because what happens that in the future, you're going to work on the database, which is in the data center, right? Okay. Now what happens that you have a copy which you have updated, but if you don't send the copy back into the database, so you might lose the changes if something goes wrong with your computer. So what do you do? When you unload, the data is unloaded from the local computer and it is sent back to the database server, which is on the cloud, and all the data is kept safe there. Suppose if your computer crashes, not an issue. You go to another computer and you log in and you will find the same data. So guys, tell me one thing, if your laptop crashed, do you think you will lose all the data in your Facebook?
No.
No, because the Facebook data is kept in some data center, right guys? Right or wrong?
Yes, right.
You can use another laptop, you can use another mobile, and you can find, oh, all your data is there, safe, right? So similarly, the Primavera is Facebook of the project. So when you work in the real professional version, so the data will not be kept in your laptop. In your laptop, you will have a local copy. Now, how to offload the local copy onto the server? You press Control W, right? So guys, remember this button. This is very important practice. Control W, press it. Do Control W. Are you sure you want to close this project? You say yes. Now, you read what is mentioned on the top.
No current project.
Now, currently all the projects, they have been closed, removed from the local computer memory and sent back into the database, right? But you can still see the names here, right? So you will see that when you close the project, the activities and the WBS tab, they are gone. Do you see that there were 2 tabs here, activities and the WBS, they are gone?
Yes.
Because activities and WBS, they are the data inside the project. If you open the project, then only you will see the activities tab and the WBS tab, right? Okay. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you want to load multiple projects, if you select one project, you can load one project. Now, I will tell you that what is the utility of loading multiple projects. If you want to update some data which is basically the same for both the projects or 3 projects or 4 projects, more than one project. Suppose if they have the same program manager, you can update them at once. So how to do it? I'll just show it to you. So guys, first of all, you select a renewable energy program. Now, how many projects are here under this program?
2.
2, correct. And now you right click on the renewable energy program and you will select the option open project. You select the option open project. So once you do that, guys, you will note that you are taken into the activities tab. Now you click on the collapse all button. You click on that button. So guys, you will note that since you opened the program, so opening the program means you open the projects contained under that program. You see that 2 projects have been loaded, right, into the memory. Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, why does the Primavera allow you to load multiple projects? For various reasons. First, if you want to update the common data like the program manager, you can update them at once. And suppose if these 2 projects have some activities which are related to each other, you can set up relationships between the activities. Even that could be a reason to load multiple projects, right, guys? So when you load multiple projects, so they are visible on the top. Do you see that there are 2 project IDs, right?
Mm.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we come back to the project tab. Come back to the project tab. So once you are back in the project, you select the renewable energy program. And since the renewable energy program has to be managed by the program manager, so what you do, you click here and you will see the list of the OBS, select a responsible manager, right? So this box, since any box which comes up for the first time, so we got to configure the box, we increase the size of the box, we increase the width of the columns, and then we set the favorite font. So you set the font here, Vardhana regular 9, so that it becomes more user friendly, right? You can read it more comfortably. Okay, so guys, I recommend that you should use 23 to 27 inches external monitors. Okay, if you are doing long hours of the work, so you should use a bigger monitor at home, right? Okay, so now you can see that clearly. Now, who should be managing this? It should be managed by the Renewable Energy Program Manager, right, guys?
Yes.
So you select that manager and then you click on the assign button. Select and then you click on the yes button to confirm it. Okay, so guys, actually when you update the program, the projects also get updated with the same manager, right? If you want to check that out, you must just see the detail. Now you select this project Sunset Gorge and look at the name of the manager. Is it the correct one? Yes. No, look at the name of the manager. See, the name of the manager should be matching the, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you look at the Johnstown and look at the manager's name. Is it matching the group?
Yes.
Correct. So you have updated it, right? So everybody please confirm that it is the same. Obed, you are able to do it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Shubham, are you able to do it? Shubham?
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, Sandeep, are you able to do it?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Confirm.
Very good. Okay, now what we do as a best practice, so once we are done with the project, we should unload them from the memory. So guys, what is the shortcut to unload the project from the memory and send them back to the central database?
Control W.
Yes, very good. That's a best practice. So when you are done with the data of the project, so you do Control W. Yes, go ahead and do it. and you will get the confirmation. It says no current project. So it means currently no project has been loaded into the memory. Yeah, they're here. Now we will do the same thing with the next group. So you select a non-readable energy program, and then you right click and open project. So it's going to open two projects and load them into the memory, right? So you can see that on the top, number one, number two projects have been loaded. So you come back to the project tab here, and then you select the program, you click here, and guys, you apply the appropriate manager, right? So you click here on the selection, and who should be the manager for this?
No renewable.
Correct. And click on the assign button and click yes to confirm. So once you have done that, and then you look at the responsible manager, is that correct?
Yes.
You should always check your data. Now you check the Baytown project and check the manager, is that correct?
Yes.
Now you select the driftwood, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So if the data is correct, everybody please confirm that you are synchronized and you are done up to here. So let me know if you face any problem. I will guide you.
Yes, sir. Confirm.
So guys, please, make sure that you don't breathe into the mic. Okay. Keep the mic away from your breathing output. Okay. Okay. Now you close the project. So how do you remove the project from the memory?
Control W.
Yes, do it. Okay, now you select this nuclear energy program, and then you open. You right click and open. Okay, now you come back to the project tab. Now you select the program once again because it goes out of focus. Okay, so after you have done that, now you update the manager to the appropriate one. Select nuclear energy program manager and click on the selection button here and confirm yes. Fine. Now after that, you should check the data. You look at the manager, is it correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now you look at the silver valley, is it correct?
Yes.
Now you check the red river, is it correct?
Yes.
Good. You should always check the work that you do just to confirm. So if you update any data, you should check. If you change any prices, you should check. When you assign resource, you should check. Right? If you make changes into the calendar, you should check. Right? That's a good habit. Because when you are the project manager, your work is visible to many, many people below you. And you should look perfect to all of them. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
See, guys, there are three places in life where you should look perfect. You should look perfect to your family. You should look perfect to your boss. And you should look perfect to your team. Is that clear?
Yes.
And rest of the world, it doesn't matter much, right? If you look perfect in these three places, I think you will have a peaceful life. No?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, you can then offload the data from the memory so that it goes back into the server, right? You press Control W and click yes, right? So once you have done that, so you should be seeing no current project. So what is the advantage of this? The advantage is that your data has been saved in the data center. So it goes there, right? It is just like keeping your money in the bank. It stays safe there. Suppose you're traveling to another city with what you should do when you have lots of money. You don't carry that money. It's not safe. Just go to the nearest bank, deposit the money there. Then when you travel to your destination city, you withdraw it from the bank. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
It is just like that. So if you're working on this computer, so this computer goes bad, you log in from another computer. Of course, it should have the Primavera installed, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So that is the idea. So when you make changes, those changes are basically kept in your local computer's memory. So you should send it back. So if you send it back, it is saved. Then you can open the project once again. But first of all, you update all the changes into the main database by doing Control W. You know, that's a best practice. So if you do the best practices as I'm sharing with you, it will make you an expert user. It will not make you a novice. Okay? I'm teaching you to use the Primavera. Not only learn the Primavera, but learn to use it like an expert. Okay. So once it has been done, so we can see that we have assigned the correct manager to the correct program. Now we will see it from the manager's point of view, what they have got, right? So to do,
Yes.
you click on this button. Now let us select the energy portfolio manager. And let us look at his responsibility, what he's got now. Do you see that, guys? He's only got this portfolio. This is the desired result, which is correct because what the boss said. Boss said that this guy, he should be focusing on the portfolio business development and all the projects should be offloaded to the respective program managers. So now look at the nuclear energy program manager. You click here. And guys, look at what you have got here. So you have the program and you have the projects, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this guy is going to take care of the program and the projects under it, right, guys? Is that clear? Like that.
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear? And so is this program manager. So if you click here, so you can see he is responsible for the program and he is responsible for the two projects under this program, right? So if you scroll down, you will be able to see another one. And renewable energy. So this guy is also going to be responsible for the projects and he is going to be responsible for the program. So two projects and the program, right? Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Now, what will this guy do? He will develop more business. Isn't it good? So he has the ability to bring in more business. If he brings in more business, then everybody stays employed. Right, guys?
Yes.
So then what does the director do? He basically ensures the entire group of the company stays profitable. We are doing profitable business. If he finds a new opportunity of investment, so he will invest there, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Do you know, guys, have you heard of the company called the Amazon?
Yes.
So what was the original business of the Amazon company when it was set up? What was the original?
Selling books.
Yes, selling books online. Now they have diversified into the Amazon Web Services, right?
Yeah.
Not only do they sell online cloud services, they sell everything now. Okay, they sell A to Z, Amazon A to Z. If you go to Amazon site all over the world, so they have got all the products which are listed there. And Amazon CEO is Jeff Bezos. He is diversifying into space tourism. So 2 years back, he went into the space himself, right?
Yes.
So he's going to start a new space hotel. Okay. So he found that, there is a new opportunity for business since the space travel has become very reliable and very stable. And with a little bit of training and conditioning, ordinary people can also travel to the space and they can go and they can come back safely. It is just like, air travel, it became stable and safe in the early 50s, right? Isn't it? So more and more people, they started to travel by air, right?
Yes.
So similarly, the spacecraft these days, so they can basically go in a very reliable manner and they can come back in a reliable and predictable manner, right? So basically, you have a new business there. Okay, that is the job of the CEO, right? Is that clear, guys? Okay.
Yes.
So, do you have any questions right now? So basically, what you did, you organized the business and you organized the people. You created 3 new businesses, programs, you specialized business, and 3 new program managers. Now, we are going to learn about the interface, setup. So first of all, guys, you click on the no bottom layout button to hide this, to hide the bottom window. Okay, after you've done that, you click on the expand all. Okay, now let's say you have an imaginary boss, so he is very happy with your progress. He says that I would like to basically see more details in the duration column. I would like to know that what is the unit of the duration. Is it days? Is it hours? Is it weeks? I would like to see the time component with the date. So right now it shows you only the date. He says, I would like to see the time as well. So then he says, I would like to see the cost in another currency, right? I want to convert it into, let's say, for example, INR. So how to do it? So we will learn how to do the setup, right, guys? Okay. So
Yes.
how to configure the Primavera so that it becomes more and more comfortable for us to use. It becomes more and more useful. We will activate more features, right? So guys, you come with me and click on the admin button, admin option. So guys, you're here. Everybody please confirm. Sandeep, Obaid, Shubham.
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
here.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Great.
Confirm.
Okay. Now click admin preferences. So basically, the first option is general. Okay. In the general, there is an option, it says code separator. So it is being represented by a dot. We don't have to change it actually. So what does the dot mean? The dot means that when you have the parent and child code side by side in certain column, they will be separated by the dot and we are fine with that, right? So we keep it that way, we don't change it. Now comes the first day of the week. So first day of the week, we are going to select Monday because when you display the calendar, the weekends will be collected on the right side. It is more easy to read and interpret, right? Because the working day starts with Monday. Is that clear?
Yes.
And we will see the calendar starting from Monday and the weekends will be bunched up on the right side. So it will start from Monday, then you will see Saturday and Sunday on the right side, and it will be easy to interpret the week. Okay. It will be easy to interpret the calendar. Now, there is something called default duration. So whenever you create any new activity, it will always have a duration. So you can't have an activity with a 0 duration, right? So here,
Yes.
the default duration is set to 5, but the purposes of this exercise, in majority of the cases, we need 6. So we set it to 6. So the default will be 6. So if we need anything else, we can change it. But in majority of the cases, we need 6. So we put 6 here. So you put the default duration as 6. Okay. Now, after you have put the default duration as 6, you come to the data limits. You click here on the data limits. So basically what it says that what is the depth of the tree, right? So basically it's like the parent child, parent child, parent child, parent child. What can be the depth of the EPS, WBS? It says 20. Oh, that's more than enough. How many we usually we use? We don't use more than 3 or 4. Enterprise is 1, engineering construction is 2, and program is 3. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
We don't need more than 3 or 4. So basically, that is okay for us. It is sufficient, right? Then we select ID lens. ID. ID means what? What is the full name? Guys, ID means identity. So basically, if you look at the provision, it has been provisioned for 20 characters. So how many characters we are using at the max? So guys, let me ask you, just count how many characters we have used here in this project, water relay project. So how many characters did we use here?
2, 4, 6, 8.
8. And there is a provision for 20. I think we have that. Because the project management says that everything should have a unique ID. Project ID, WBS code, resource ID, activity ID, cost account ID, role ID, just like we have the social security numbers, right?
Yeah.
Unique for every individual. Okay. So similarly, the ID numbers, they create a unique identification for the items. Now you click on the time periods. So guys, tell me how many the hours are there in a day?
Hmm?
How
48.
24 hours, right?
Yes.
But can a person work 24 hours?
No.
No. Then, there was a question asked after the World War II, when the United Nations was formed. It has a sub-organization, this ILO, International Labour Organization, right? So this is part of the United Nations. And it also has the WHO, World Health Organization, UNICEF, Organization for Children. So similarly, it has got International Labour Organization. So, the world was getting more organized and laws were being formed. So there was this great question that how many hours can a person work? The industry owner says that a person should work 10 to 12 hours so that I can make some profit good enough to distribute some salaries. Then the people said, no, 10 to 12 hours is very tiring. It's almost like exploitation. We cannot work that much. Then what is the right amount of the man hours per day? So then, after a lot of research, and basically it is found that majority of the people, they agreed for 8 man hours per day, right? So 90% of the people, they agreed for 8 hours. Then what about the remaining 10%? See, out of the remaining 10%, the 5% said that we can work more than 8 hours, and the remaining 5% said that we cannot work that much, we can work less. But the world does not run on the non-standard things, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So we can't have the majority of the people working below 8 hours. So that's why the whole world agreed that 8 hours is the optimal time that a man could work in a day. That's why they call it man hours. So that's why, it has become a norm all over the world since 1st of May, 1953. So guys, do you remember 1st of May? What does it mean to you?
Labor Day.
Yes, correct. Labor Day. That's when the whole world adopted the fair labor laws, at least the countries which were member of the United Nations, right? That's why we celebrate the Labor Day on the 1st of the May, right? So one of the significant, outcome was that the man hours will be 8. Anything more than 8 will be counted as the overtime. You will be paid double. right? You'll be paid double the hourly rate. Okay. Suppose I want to create a 6 days a week organization, then what will be the total man hours for 6 days?
48.
Correct. So guys, you write here 48. Okay. Now, if you got 4 weeks per month, so guys, what will be the man hours per month?
92.
Yes, 192. 48 multiplied by 4, it gives you 192. Yes, correct. Now, if you have got 192 man hours per month, so what will be 192 multiplied by 12?
2304.
Yes, 2304. 2304. Okay, now we got to fix it. Actually, I'll just tell you, this is not 2304 there, but there is more. I'll tell you why. We are assuming that every month will have perfect 4 weekends, right?
Yes.
Every month.
But it's 4.2.
But actually, there are certain months which are having the 5th weekend. So there are certain months which are containing the 5th Saturday as well. So there are approximately 5 months in a year which have the which have the 5th Saturday. I'll show you. Let us look at the month of the May. So guys, how many Saturdays do you see here?
5.
5. So this is 1, right? Now let us go to the month of the August. So how many Saturdays do you count here?
5.
That is 2, month number 2, right? And then we look at the month of the November. So how many Saturdays do you see here?
5.
5. That is 3. That makes it 3, right? And look at the month of the January. How many Saturdays do you see?
5.
5. And let us look at the month of the March. Let us look at the month of the maybe in that particular year. So you have got only 4, but approximately, there are 5 months every year where you have a 5th Saturday. So what do we do? We add here 40 man hours, right? 8 5 the 40. So if you add 40 here, so what does it become? 2 3.
2344.
Yes, exactly correct. So you write here 2344. Basically, just like we add an extra day in the leap year, right? So guys, I believe you understand that why do we have the 29 days in the month of the February in the leap year? I hope you understand it. Okay, see, what happens that when the Earth goes around the sun, it's not exactly 365 days, but it is 365 days and a quarter day, right? Is that clear? Since we can't have a day which just finishes within 6 hours. So suppose you woke up in the morning, after 6 hours, everybody says, oh, we are finished with the day. It is now night time. Go to sleep, right? It would seem very odd, isn't it?
Yes.
So what do? We just keep that on hold. And every 4th year, so that is the leap year, when we get 24 hours, we add it into the month of the February, right?
Yes.
So leap years have another extra day. So leap years have 366 days to basically compensate so that all the seasons they stay in synchronization with the calendar, right? So we add an extra day in the. So similarly here also we are adding 40 man hours to basically make it for the entire year, right? It's the number of the man hours. That's why. Okay, fine. Now you go to the months and you make the abbreviation as MO. You write the letter O, small letter O. And in the minutes, you change it to M, small letter M. Now, why I'm asking you to do that, I will tell you a very good reason and strong reason. See, in the future, you might be working with MS Project, right? Okay, so in the MS project, it is month is represented by MO, minutes is represented by M, so that you are compatible both ways. Your data can be imported and exported both ways, right? In MS project, you can't change, but you can change it here, right? So Primavera is great, graceful enough to let you change it. So we change it here, right? Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so now they will acquire the same meaning when you enter them in the duration column. Then we come to the next one, that is earned value. These are certain earned value calculations. Now, these are actually set according to the PMI formulas, the formulas which are approved by the PMI. So we don't have to change anything here. Then we come to the reports. So in the reports, in the label 1, you write your name. You delete it entirely. No, first you should delete. So, Chris, what is the best practice? You should first delete the existing data, then you should write the fresh data. Otherwise, you will end up as a mix-up. Yeah. Now you go to the footer and delete the entire data, then you write your company name. Okay. So why I'm asking you to do that, I will explain to you in a moment. First, you do it. Okay, guys, let me explain to you. See, when you are working in a multi contractor environment, suppose you submitted a report to the client. So client is looking at the report and he sees a signature at the bottom of every page, right? So basically there are reports coming in from various vendors. So if it carries your signature, he can identify who submitted that one. Is that clear?
Yes.
That's why. So make it a point. Whenever you generate report, it should be showing your name and your company name so that those who are the stakeholders, they know that who created this report and which company submitted this report, right? So it is greatly useful for the stakeholder reading the report, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now we go to the next one, options. In the options, you have a URL. You copy this URL. You select the entire URL and copy. And you open this URL in the browser. You go to the browser and you open this URL in the browser. So once you open this URL in the browser, you bookmark it. So Chris, can you bring the browser onto your main screen? Drag this here. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So you click on accept all, click here. Okay. So you paste it here once again. You go to this. Okay. Yeah. And you paste it. And you press enter. Oh, that's very strange. Basically, it contains the information about this version of the software. Just a moment. How come it does not have it? That is very strange. I have not seen. So, guys, did you get the data here, or you are getting it like this? Guys, please confirm.
Same. Got the same.
It's not there.
Sir, I got the same.
So, guys, actually, this has been trimmed. So, what you do, you make it trimmed, right? You just trim this. You see this. You just enter only up to the 01. So it is giving you the documentation for the version 24, right? Is that clear? Now, what you got to do, that you got to bookmark it. So how do you bookmark it? So you press Control D and then you write here P6, okay, version 24 help. right? And you click on the done. So that's going to be on the bookmarks bar, right? All bookmarks, and then, so I think you can activate the bookmarks bar. Bookmarks and list, bookmarks, show bookmark bar. So hide, oh, bookmarks bar. So I think it's here in the bookmarks bar. So since you have a lot of links on the bookmarks bar, I think it is wrapped up here. So you can get this. So you put a lot of data on the bookmarks bar, but you can shift it to the top, right? So what
Yes.
you can take it to the beginning, okay? And I think it can go to the top. It can be displayed in the beginning, right? So it comes up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you click this, you are here again, right? Like this.
Yes.
You can access that. You click this and you get this. Okay, that is the benefit. Now, let us come back to the P6. Okay, so you can explore that. You can basically, I have already given you the help document. Okay, so you have the manual. Now you come to the rate types. So rate type is standard rate, which is correct and okay. So you skip that. Then we come to the industry. So for the industry, you select engineering and construction because there are various templates, but engineering and construction, it gives you the widest range of the templates, right? So we stick to that. It helps in all other projects as well. We don't have to switch every time. Okay. So guys, you select engineering and construction and it gives you the maximum number of the templates, right? Is that clear? Now you click on the close button and you click on the OK. Okay, so these settings have been done, right? Now we go to the next one. So you click on the admin once again. So in the admin, you click on the admin, guys. And then you select admin categories. Now, what is a category? Category means that how do you classify your data? So first option is the baseline type. So all the baseline types which are here, they are fine. We don't have to do any more changes or addition here. So we go to the next one, that is the expense categories. And in the expense, what is the meaning of the expense? Expense means cash. So guys, I told you there are 4 cost components of an activity: men, machines, materials, and cash. So how do you plan to spend your cash? So for that, you have to basically put the expense in advance in a particular expense category, right? So what do? You click on the add button here. So once you click on the add, and then you write here transport expenditure. Transport expenditure. Now you press enter. And you push it to the top. You click on the shift up because if you want to use something more frequently, you keep that on the top of the list. Then you click on the add once here, once more. And then you write the expenditure category as staff welfare. So that's the amount of the money you provision for, like food, for medicine, for uniforms, right? Staff welfare.
Staff.
STAFF welfare. WEL. WEL, that is the correct spelling.
L welfare.
Here, FARE. Now press enter. Okay, is that clear? Okay. Now, So guys, you are synchronized. Everybody please confirm that you are up to date up to here. You are doing fine.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Confirm.
Okay, sir.
Sandeep, you are fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Done.
Okay. Now you select WBS. WBS means work breakdown structure, WBS categories. So guys, according to the PMI, there are five phases of a project: initiating, planning, execution, monitoring, controlling, and closing. If you look at the sequence, it is out, right? The third one should be executing. So you select the executing and you shift up by one spot. Yeah, click on the shift up, right. Now, if you look at the fourth one, actually it should be monitoring and controlling. See, before you can control something, you have to monitor it, right? So
Mhm.
so you just do one thing, you go into the row, you cut the word monitoring and you put it at the front, and then you type and you remove the and from the end and you just press enter. So once you press enter, so it is fine, right? So basically, what do we use it for? Basically, to tag a particular WBS group. If you have a particular WBS group, you want to tag it as the initiating. So it has got the activities which are related to the initiating or related to the planning. So you can put a tag there in that particular group, right? Okay. So it will be used later. So, the Primavera is one of the most PMI processes compliant software, right? Okay. Now you select document categories. So in Primavera, I had told you that you can store and upload and store document, but it's not like the Google Drive. When you upload a document, it will ask you a lot of information. It will ask you the name of the document, name of the author, date of the creation, category of the document, status of the document, and what are the keywords inside the document, subject of the document. Why? Because it has got an inbuilt search engine. So it stores these parameters in advance. So when you are searching for particular information, it will immediately bring up the document for your requirement, right? Okay. So basically, the categories which are mentioned here, they are more than sufficient. There are lots of them, but there is a particular category which you will like to use more frequently. So what is that? You select the detailed design specification, right? And you can shift it up. You take it to the top because you want to use it more frequently. Right, guys? Is that clear? So Primavera gives you so much freedom for configuration, right? You can configure the software the way you want to use it. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Isn't it? So you just imagine you bought a trouser and you can configure the pockets, you can configure the size, you can configure the color. Can you have that? Not yet. But you can do that in the Primavera. Right? Okay. Right. Now we come to the document status. So this document status means that what is the current state of a document. So one of the status is that is rejected, because a lot of people they delete the rejected, but I say no guys, you keep the rejected document under the status code of reject, so that rest of the team members can see that what got this document rejected, right? So you click on the add, and then you type here rejected, and then you press enter and you shift up. Or if you think it's not important, you can shift it down, right? It's up to you, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, just a moment, guys. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, now we go to the next one, that is risk. You select the risk categories. See, in the Primavera, we can create a risk register, right? So when we add a risk, the foreseeable risk, so we must have a foresight to the risk and we must add it into the project. And when we add a foreseeable risk, we put the risk in a particular category, right? So now there is one of the categories which is very important. So which is called the resources. But if you look here, basically resource is having a broader meaning. So you can put the people and customer under the resources. So how do you do it? So you select the resource and then you shift toward the left side and then you shift up. Okay. So once you've done that, then you select the people and then you shift right. And then you select the customer and then you shift left. Okay. So basically there are four resources. So people, that is man, and customer is also a resource because, and they are also considered as risk. Suppose you gave a document to the customer and you told him that you please review the document in 5 days, but he might take more than that. So customers are considered as resource risk. Now, there are two more resources you need to add. One is the material and one is the machine. So first of all, you click on the add button. Then you write here machines and equipments. Machines and equipments. So that's a risk category, machines and equipments. And then you press enter. Then you click on the add button once again. And then you write here materials. Because if you don't have enough materials, so that can delay your project, right? Materials. Okay, now you press enter. Okay, so guys, please confirm that you are updated and you are done up to here, Sandeep.
Yes, sir.
Done, sir, done.
Okay, so rest of you are also fine. Obeyed, you are fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So this is the category. So once you are into the risk management process, and when you are having a foreseeable risk and when you want to add it, you will find the exact category where you can add it, right? So this is a sort of a master data. Now we come to the notebook topics because in the Primavera, you can add notes for everything. You can add a note for EPS. You can add a note for a project. You can add a note for a WBS. You can add note for activity. You can add a note for resources, right? So basically the resource column is toward the right side. If you scroll, you can see activities, EPS, and then you can see the EPS project WBS activities, right? Okay. So you can add basically the notes for them. But what happens is that in the Primavera is a disciplined software. Whenever you want to add a new notebook topic, it will ask you the topic. Sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you say, I don't remember, I don't know how to categorize in a topic. So for that, we have a solution. You click on the add and you add a new notebook topic called general notes. And you write here general notes. General notes, GENERAL, general notes. With capital N, you can make the N as capital. And press enter. Okay. So if you don't have any immediate idea that where to put it, you put it under the general notes, right? And later you can shift it, or you might even create a new category. Okay. If you feel that strongly that is required. Now we come to the units of measure. Now, let me explain to you what are the units of measure and how they are to be used. See, when we create material resources, we have to tell them, we have to tell the Primavera that how we are going to measure this particular material. Now, what do we measure about a material? So, guys, we measure length, right? We define the length of a material. Okay, so let me write that for you so that you can understand it completely. We measure length, we measure area, and we measure the volume, and we measure the weight, and we measure the count. So count is equal to numbers, and it is also equal to the units, right? So guys, there are 5 parameters we can measure for any material: length, area, volume, weight, and count numbers units. So count numbers and units is just one parameter, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now there are 2 kinds of measurement prevalent in the world. One is the British Imperial and one is the metric system, right? Okay, now what is the length in the British Imperial? You must have heard something like inches, feet, miles, right? Is that clear? Those are introduced by the British. Now, then came the metric system. The metric system said what? It says millimeter, centimeter, meter, kilometer. Metric system is based upon the tens, right? Okay. Similarly, if you are using feet, the area will become square feet and the volume will become cubic feet, right, guys?
Yes.
And if you use meter, then area will become square meter and volume will become cubic meter, right, guys?
Yes.
Now, if weight. So I believe that you must have heard about ounces and pounds. Pounds. That is the British imperial weight, right? And what is the decimal system of the weight? The decimal system of the weight is milligram, centigram, kilogram, and decagram and tons, right? So these are all based upon tens, units of 10, right, guys?
Yes.
Now, in the British system, they have the counting like this. They have got the dozens and the gross, right?
Yes.
In the decimal system of counting 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. And India, we have something between the 10,000 and the million. It is called a lakh. It is one with 5 zeros, right? So from in India, from 1,000, we move to the lakh, and then we say million, right? So million is one with 6 zeros, and lakh is one with 5 zeros. And then after the millions, what you have? Billion, after the billion, what you have is trillion, right? So that is the decimal system. But if you look at the dollar, so guys, do you think that dollar is a physical measurement of any material?
No.
Use your logic.
No.
No, it is not. So what we do with this, so we delete it. You click on the delete. I believe that someone at the Primavera put it there wrongly as a sample data. He put in a wrong sample data. So you delete it. Because dollar is not a physical measurement. It is a financial term. It does not represent any of the length, area, volume, weight, or count. These are the 5 parameters for any kind of material. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So do you think that there is a 6th one? which is a physical measurement of a material, beside the length, area, volume, weight count? Okay, if you find it, you can let me know. Right now,
Lump sum?
no, lump sum is count. It comes under the count. Think of it. Lump sum is count. Right? Is that clear? What is the
Okay.
cubic yard? Cubic yard is the volume. What is each? Each is a count. What is the ton? Ton is the weight. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Linear feet. Linear feet is what? It is length. Right?
Yes.
So basically, the linear feet is what? It is a British. You are using feet. Right? Okay. Yards.
Yes.
These are the British measurement, I mean, British imperial measurement. Now, guys, I'm going to share to you certain sample. You can add them here and you can update the list here. So just wait. And guys, you keep your eyes on your WhatsApp group, okay? I'm going to send it into the WhatsApp group. You can open it in your mobile and then you can write them here, right? Okay, so just wait. So let me send it to you. Okay, guys, I have sent it into the group and you can open that in your mobile and you can read it from the mobile. You can update it here, right? Okay, so that you don't have to flip. Okay, so Chris, did you look at your mobile?
Yeah, I am on it.
Yeah. So,
Meter.
so basically you add something which you don't have right now. You can add meter, right? So what do? You type the unit abbreviation, which is MTR, and then you can type the name of the unit, right? The unit name, and you write the capital M, right? M is capital, first one. The first letter is, and the spelling is METRE. Guys, please be sensitive to the spelling. METR means instrument, METR means measurement, right? So first you make this M as the caps and then you make the spelling as correct. Okay, so you can see it on the screen. Use the same spelling, guys. Okay, I'll wait for you to complete this. Okay, and if you want to shift it to the top, so you click on the shift up. Okay, you can push this thing to the top. No, yeah, first you correct the spelling, then you push it. Okay, it is METRE. METRE is measurement, right? Yeah.
METERE in French, like.
No, basically METRE means measurement, METR means instrument. Like electric meter, volt meter, ampere meter, pressure meter, right? Like that.
Okay.
So I think that is good enough. Now you click on the close button. Okay, so guys, so in the future, when you come across a new material type, you will be able to guess it, or you look at the packaging. If you see a new material, you look at the packaging, and it will be mentioned by the manufacturer that what is the measurement unit for that material. Okay, is that clear to you guys? Now we will use that
Yes.
very soon when we create a material resource and we will be able to use it. This is the master data. Now you click on the admin once again, we will create the master data for the currency. Click on the admin and you select the currencies option. So once you select the currencies option, you will see that there is a master data of the currency. You can see that the US dollar is called the base currency and US dollar is having the exchange rate of 1, right? Do you see that, guys?
Yes.
Why? Because the US dollar is used all over the world to give the perception of the other currencies value. So US dollar is transmitted between bank to bank. Suppose you're sending money to another country. So then what happens that first you convert it to US dollar and then you tell your bank you send these many US dollar to another country. So the bank in another country will accept the US dollar and it will give the local currency to the recipient. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So basically, the banks are sending money to each other in US dollar, and they are taking money in local currency, and they are giving out the money in local currency, right? So that's how the commerce work all over the world. So now this currency is having certain exchange rate, and if you are using any of this currency, you can update them from the site xe.com. But one of the currencies which is not mentioned here is INR, Indian rupee. It is not mentioned here in this records. So we can add them. If there is any currency which we want to add, we can always add them. So guys, you click on the add button here. And then you write here in the currency ID, you write INR, which is an international distinct code. INR. Okay, and the currency name is Indian rupee. Indian rupee. The rupee is a word from ancient language of Sanskrit. The rupee means silver, right? Single P and double E.
Like this?
Okay, so let me correct it. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Now we do have a currency symbol for this, and this can be obtained by pressing Control Shift and number 4. So I have done it for you, and for the rest of you guys, I'm putting it into the chat box. So guys, you look into the Zoom chat box and also your WhatsApp chat box. I'm going to put it into the WhatsApp chat box as well, so that you can copy and paste it from your WhatsApp. Okay. So the rest of you can copy paste it from there. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Now you can put the exchange rate for $1 to rupee is approximately like 83, right? Like this. Okay. So guys, please confirm that you have done up to here. So that
Yes, sir.
to the next step. So you have created the master data, right? And have you copied the currency symbol from the WhatsApp or from the chat box?
Yes, sir.
If you don't have Indian English keyboard, then you need to copy. Okay, so fine. Now click on the close button. Okay, actually this is the master data which is stored in the master database or master table. But if you want to implement those changes, you have to do it through the user preferences, right? So you have this button here. It is called the user preferences. So you click on that button. Okay, so you are in the user preferences. So then the first option is the time units. Now, if you want to see the fraction of the time units, you select here show duration label. So the time will be displayed with the label. Do you see the example? 10D, right? So the display will change. And if you want to show the sub unit, you can click the hours. Click here. It will show you the fraction as well. Now, suppose you have got only the hours in a particular column, then how it is going to be displayed? You click here, show unit label, right? So it will be shown like this example, right? So we are fine up to here. So just make sure that you have selected these three checkboxes, 1, 2, and 3, right? These three, okay? Now,
Question?
yes, sure, very good.
It will start, we have to start from down to up, or we can also start from up to
You
down?
start from here, number 1, then
Okay.
number 2, then you go here.
Okay.
Okay, like that. But it's a one-time job, unless and until you are helping some friend, right? So once you're set and that stays there, you take backup of your data. Then you select the dates option here to set the date format. Now, in the date format, you select 12 hour format, which will give you the combination of date and time component. Do you see that? You've got the time component as well, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we select the currency. We want to change it. So definitely we will see an interesting change. Guys, you click here and select INR. And in the search box, you type INR. Search INR in the search box. No, okay, fine. Now click on the selection button, the green plus button. That is going to select the currency. Okay. Do you see the symbol here? So that symbol is the rupee symbol. Now click on the assistance. Assistance means help. Where do you need help? So when we create a new resource, we need help, but we don't need a help on new activity. So guys, you uncheck the second checkbox. Yeah, we don't need that because that will be too much, because activity is just a one-line data. And if you get a help pop-up, that's going to hamper your speed. We don't need that. Okay.
Excuse me,
Yes, tell me.
on the currency, like I use Canadian dollars, I can put it on Canadian dollars?
Yeah. So we are trying to be uniform. Later, what you can do, you can select the Canadian dollar, right? Okay.
Okay.
But you should update the rate also in the master table, right? What is the current conversion rate between US dollar to the currency to the Canadian dollar? Because the Canadian dollar is not 1-to-1, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So you should update it into the master data. But for the time being, just to be uniform, we are using the INR, but definitely you should update the master table and then you use the Canadian dollar. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And then we come to the next is application. So basically one of the first important is the startup window. Where do you want the startup window? So I think the best is, according to my experience, is the projects. Whenever you start up the Primavera, it will always show you the projects, even if you closed all the windows previously. It will never show you a blank screen. It will always show you the project tab first, and you will be able to select a project. Because if you see all the listing of the projects, you feel comfortable. All my data is there. But one fine day, you saw a blank screen, you might be panicked. You might say, oh, where is my data? It's all gone, right? So you don't want that to happen. Okay. Now, we can skip the password. We don't change it, because in real life, the password change will be implemented by the Primavera administrator. Now we come to the resource analysis. So basically the settings for the resource analysis have been set according to PMI standards. So we don't have to really change anything at all. Okay, this is set according to PMI standards. Then we come to the calculations. And the calculations have been set also according to PMI standards. So we don't have to change anything here. We just came to have a look. Then we come to the start of filters. So how the Primavera should start when we started. So basically, in the beginning, it has got the filters, but, it is useful to view the entire data without any filters. It's very much helpful in the initial learning stage. So we can see all the data. So guys, you select the radio buttons on the right side. So it will show you all the data by default, entire list by default, right? You selected, man. Chris, you select these radio buttons. Yeah, we don't want any filters in the beginning. We want to display entire data, right, guys?
Yes.
Now, after you have selected all the data, so we want to implement all these changes, right? Okay, you click on the close button and you will see certain changes on the screen. Do you see that? It is real
Yes.
the data. Now you can see in the duration column, you're seeing the day and the fraction of the day. And in the dates column, you're seeing the time component as well. You need to expand those, right? You see that? You got to expand, right? And then you can see the currency column has increased because you multiplied 1 by 83. So the number of the digits have increased, right? And the currency has been converted correctly into the rupees, right? So the Primavera gives you a very true conversion and you got to expand this column. Yes, of course, it's going to introduce a little bit of the scroll, right? You got to scroll a little bit toward the right side and you got to adjust the columns, right? So that you can see the complete data. So this gives you a very true conversion because if your currency rate is correct, so just tell me one thing, what is the currency rate for the Canadian dollar? So let's go into the master and you will find the CAD at the top. I think it's here, CAD, right?
Down here.
So what is the conversion rate? Do you know?
1.45 around there.
So what you can do, like this?
Yeah, plus minus, but it do
Fine.
change.
So
Yeah.
you can check it out later, right? So what do you,
Yes.
if you want to apply the Canadian dollars, so what you do, you go to the currency and then you select from here CAD, right? Canadian dollar.
Yes.
Basically, they use the same symbol, but you should know that you are looking at Canadian dollar right now.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Yes.
if you want to distinguish it from the US dollar, I'll tell you that what you can do, you can play a little bit smarter. I'll tell you that how to be smart. Okay. See this. You see this Canadian dollar.
Yeah.
So this is a dollar symbol. You put C here, right?
Yeah.
So if you put a C here, do you see this? C dollar?
Yes.
No, that is a Canadian dollar.
Yes.
Like Singapore. Singapore also uses the currency name as dollar. So you can put S, Singapore dollar. And which other countries they use the dollars name for the currency? Do you know? US dollar, Canadian dollar, Singapore dollar. Is there any fourth of the country you know?
No.
See, rupees is the currency name used by India, Nepal,
Yeah.
Pakistan. Okay. So it is used by these three countries and Sri Lanka also. It uses the currency name as rupees, Sri Lankan rupees, right? Okay.
Yes.
But in India, we have created a symbol to distinguish it on the computer system, right? Okay. So now let us switch back to the Indian rupees. So we keep the same in all our interfaces. So, I can type INR and then I click on the select, then I click on the close button. Fine. So this is the way I can implement. Okay. I want to show you something how the interface behaves when you close all the tabs. So guys, you click on this close button here, the small little cross, small one. Yeah. Okay, you click on it once again, once more, and you click on it once more. So you will see everything is gone. It says no current project. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you will see that most of the buttons are deactivated. Why? Because there is no data to act upon, right? They're all inactivated, right? Do you see that? Okay. Now, let us exit from the Primavera. Let's see that how it loads. You click on the file and then you exit and click yes. Okay. Now you start the Primavera once more. You click on the P6 and you log in into the Primavera once more. So you will see something due to the new setting. It will always start in projects. You see that? It's showing you the list of the projects, and which gives you a warm, reassuring feeling. Oh, my data is there. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
now you click here. Click here. You close this. Now, if you close it, you have basically removed the projects. So does it mean you restart once again? No. Guys, look at this particular icon. Look at this very carefully and take a mental snapshot. That is for projects. You click on that, you will get projects. Right? Is that clear? You're getting the list of the.
Yes.
Now, if you want to open any particular project, if you want to open a single project, you select, you right click on the single project and you right click and open. So that will load a single project, right? If you select a single project, it will load a single project. And you click on the expand all button, you will be able to see the activities inside that. You're seeing inside, right? The activities, right? So if the project is loaded, it means that you can load the WBS as well. You click here, you will get the WBS button, right? So WBS and activities, they are part of the project. If you load the project, then you can load the activities and the WBS. Okay, now let us do this thing. You close the WBS tab by clicking here. And then you close the activities tab also. Now the point is that you look at the top. Look at the top. So what do you see on the top?
The project name.
Yeah, it means that the project is loaded into the memory, right? But the activities are not being displayed. So guys, let me tell you the symbol to get the activities. So activities button will be active if a project is loaded into the memory, right? If you have any project, one or more project loaded into the memory, then you will see that activity button is active, this button. So this looks like something, how do you remember that? I call it a green toffee. We used to have that in childhood. These days we don't have any green toffees. I used to have a green toffee, right? Do you see that? Green toffee. So you click that, you will get activities, right? So make sure that you note it, and then you click on this two blue squares, you will get WBS, work breakdown structure, right? This is possible only if the project is loaded into the memory. If you remove, see, when you have the project loaded into the memory, you will see that the most of the buttons, they are active. Do you see that? The buttons are active. See, these are active.
Yeah.
So you will see most of the buttons are active, right? Because they can work upon the project. But if you remove the project, you will find these buttons are deactivated. So Primavera will switch on a button only if it is in the context of any current data. If no data is there, then the buttons which act upon that data will be deactivated. Now you press Control W, you will see that most of the buttons will be deactivated. You see that?
Yeah.
Deactivated buttons, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, if you want to load multiple projects, suppose you guys, you tell me that how many projects are there here in this engineering and construction group?
5.
6.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, which this one? Huh? Yeah.
Fine.
6.
Okay, yes. Now you right click and load the engineering and construction. You will see 6 projects will get loaded into the memory. Okay, open project.
Open.
Yes. Okay. Or you can click here on the collapse all, then you will be able to see the condensed data. And you can count 6 projects here, right? 6 projects have been loaded into the memory, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now you unload them from the memory. What is the shortcut? Control W.
Control W.
W. Press Control W and all the 6 will be removed from the memory. And you should do that as a best practice. When you no longer need any data, unload it from the memory, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now I will
Yes.
tell you that how to basically select in a different manner. So suppose if you want to select continuously all the 6. So what you can do, you select the first one, then you press the shift button, then you keep it pressed, then you click on the last one. So this way you can select multiple projects at once, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now
Yes.
you right click upon the selection, then you open projects. You right click here. Do you see that? All the 6, they have been selected, right? Okay, I will tell you another method. Okay, now press Control W to unload them from the memory. Now this is called the control button method. So suppose you want to jump, right? So you select Python. Chris, you select Python.
5. ALT.
No, you select the first one. You look at the arrow. You select this.
Ah,
Here.
this one, yeah.
Now press the control button with your left hand and keep it pressed.
Control.
Control button, keep it pressed with your left hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you select Nesbit. Then you select Juniper. Then you select Sunset. Then you select Arcadia. Okay. Now you right click upon this selection and open. And open. You will see only these projects will open, right? Only the selected projects, right? Is that clear, guys? Click here. On the collapse all, you will see that only these projects have been opened. So if you use the control button, you can open the project in a selective manner, right? And if you want to continuously select any range of data, then you use the shift button. Is that clear to you all, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is that clear? So basically the shift button lets you select continuously and the control button lets you open the open or select any data selectively, right? Now, what is the best practice when you're done with the data? Control W, right? Okay, you press Control W and click yes. So once you've done that, you will see that it says no current project. Okay. So guys, it is a best practice. You are not only learning the Primavera, you are learning to use it and you basically behave like an expert, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so we are done with the today's agenda. So what did we learn today? We learned about the project management concept. We learned about the Primavera interface. We learned about how to set up the Primavera interface configuration. We learned how to organize the enterprise project structure, how to organize the business, how to create the managers, how to assign the managers, the business, and we learned the interface setup, right? Configuration. So that was the focus today. Now I'm paused for questions. If you have any questions, any doubts, any troubles, you want me to see, you want me to answer, you please go ahead and ask your questions. Okay. So please feel free to ask any kind of questions.
If I may,
Yeah, sure.
I understand that this is kind of a template that we are using for the training, but in a real life after the training, we can still we will be using the same template here. It will require us to change many of them. For example, in a real life, I might not have a lot of projects like this one. I will have few. How to go about it?
Yeah, basically what you will do, you will be getting a brand new database if you are the first person in the organization. But suppose if you join an organization already, the Primavera is in use, so you will have to go according to the setup made by the Primavera administrator, right?
Yes.
But definitely, if you have a prior knowledge of certain things, it will help you settle down easily into new environment, right? So you should not look like a confused person. You should look like an expert person. Yeah, I know this. That's fine. I'm cool, right? You should look cool. You should look knowledgeable, and you should look valuable. Is that clear?
Yes, but for like if I have to create for a new one for a company that was not using Primavera before,
Yes. So
I have to start afresh.
yes, you have to start afresh. So basically, we are using the sample data which is provided by the Primavera for the learning purpose.
Okay.
Right. It is just like, we got some sample data. If we don't have any sample data, it will be very difficult to teach the concept. How do you organize the data?
Mm.
The sample data lets you understand the extent and the power of the Primavera, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the reason that some sample data is provided so that people can learn, they can practice. It's a very holistic business approach of the Oracle company. Oracle company believes in workforce development. They say that when you sell a very costly software, if the people don't have the opportunity to learn it by using a demo version or a trial version, then without a workforce, the investment into that particular software will be useless, right? So that's why they provide the sample data. But when you work in the real life, you will create a new database from scratch. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So guys, any more questions? Obed, you have any questions? Okay.
No,
So,
sir, I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
okay. So can you please share me your screen? I would like to have a look. How's your progress been going? Please share your screen to me. Obed, you can hear me? Can you please share your screen?
Yes, sure, sir.
Yeah. So what is the size of the monitors you have there?
27, sir.
Okay, 27. So basically, yeah, it looks good. So you have done well. You have understood. So yes, you have resized all the columns according to the maximum size of your screen and the monitor. And one more thing I would like to point out that whenever you are done with the data in the end, the sorting should be always on the ID column, right? You click that.
Okay.
That's the best practice. Do you see the triangle here, guys? It should be pointing upwards. You will see the data sorted from lower to the incremental value, increasing value, right? So that is the way to go, right? And if you look at the remaining total cost, basically you are not looking at the currency symbol. And if you are not looking at the currency symbol, you are not looking at the complete data, right? So you
Yes.
expand till the point where you get the currency symbol, right? You expand it more. Yes, that's correct. Because if you're seeing the currency symbol on the top row, it means that all the child rows will have the complete data as well, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing good. Your progress is good. Yeah. Okay. So now we are going to today start with learning about the concept of the scheduling, right? So we will go to the fundamentals. So okay. So Chris, so first of
Yeah.
so guys, so first of all, we have to understand that what is the schedule. So basically, I lay more emphasis on the schedule because that's where the people make most of the mistakes. So I got some feedbacks from my former students whom I taught 10 to 12 years ago. Basically the feedback is that people are having very good certifications and they are having very good knowledge, but they make a lot of mistakes in time management. That is the scheduling. So basically, I'm focused more on the scheduling and I'm focused more on the resource breakdown structure. And if you have good control on the schedule and the resources, and if you apply them properly, you will get the correct cost baseline as well, right? So these are intimately related. So to understand the scheduling, we have to understand what is the concept of the calendar because calendar is the basis of the scheduling. So guys, do you have any idea about existence of the calendar, how the calendars came into existence in the human civilization, where it all started, how it started?
No.
No idea. Okay, so let me give you some sort of a background. See, in the early times, the early human being was hunter-gatherer, and hunter-gatherer doesn't need a calendar at all. So basically, if they want some food or something, so they will just create a group, make a group, and they will go into the jungles and they will hunt, right? So they don't need a calendar at all. But after some time, the hunter-gatherers, they realized as the mankind was developing, evolving, okay, so they started to observe their surroundings, their environment, surrounding environment. They started to slowly and slowly try to control that. So basically, with that, with that process, they observed that the seeds which were thrown away by them, they're growing into new plants and useful trees and plants which provided them further food near their dwellings. Then they thought that why not do it ourselves? Why not basically identify the useful ones like the grains, vegetable, fruits, and you grow them yourself. So they started to grow them at a small scale, and that was quite good. That was quite productive. And then they realized that if you want to do mass production for food grains or something like that, you need a perennial source of water. So you guys, you must have noticed historically all the civilizations they have developed near the rivers. Like the Egyptian civilization has developed near the Nile River. Similarly, in Iraq, you have Tigris and the Euphrates River, and you have great civilization. There in India, basically, our civilization has grown near the Ganges River in north of India, and toward the west of India, there is a Sindhu River. Okay, the city of Mohenjo-daro is an ancient city which had a highly developed civil engineering. So, there are many places in the world where the civilizations they developed and mankind shifted to agriculture. From the agriculture, they basically observed that certain food grain production and certain fruits and vegetable, so they grow better in a certain weather, right? In different weathers. So they started to sow the seeds according to the season. To observe the season, mankind realized that a particular season repeats after 365 days. So they started to earliest calendars were created to facilitate agriculture, right? So when there was a regular supply of food, so then came the culture. So when people were happy at the onset of a new spring season, so they would sing and dance. And if the rainy season came, and they had the anticipation of bumper productions, they were happy, right? So mankind added into the calendar from culture, from agriculture to culture, and then came the religion. So there are different civilizations. They created their own calendar. So right now the calendar which we are using internationally is running into the year 2025. It is called the Christian era, the calendar, which was popularized by the Romans. Right now it is running into the 2025. And India, we have a Hindu calendar, which is called the Vikrami calendar. It is running into the year 2081. Okay. So we had another calendar before that, but that got somehow ruined. So by the invaders. And then we have the Arabic calendar. It is running into the year 1446. So different cultures have different calendars, and Maya civilization also had their calendar. So we must have heard about that. So internationally, we are using the Christian era calendar, which is running into the 2025. So basically, why do we need a calendar in our projects? Because we want to set a definite start and finish date for each and every activity. Because if we did that, if we controlled each and activity to finish on time, then the project would finish on time, isn't it? Chris,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Basically, that's why we need a calendar. And the calendar, which is basically used in various organizations, it is based upon the work culture. But of course, at the base, there will be the internationally prevalent Christian era of the calendar that's used as a base. On top of that, then organization decides that whether we would like to work 5 days a week, or 5.5 days a week, or 6 days a week, or maybe a mixed. Because in certain organizations, the construction site, they work 7 days a week. And in the corporate offices, they might work 5 days a week or 6 days a week. So the calendar is very, very essential part of time management. And why do we need to manage the time? Because time is something which is going in a linear fashion. We cannot get back in the past. Okay, we can only make the best use of the time which is going to be presented to us by the client. We can make the time limit set by the client and the buyer. So we make sure that we are able to deliver on time. That is the very, very important thing. See, when we sign a contract, there are three major promises, right, in any kind of project. First, we will finish your project on time. Second, we will basically finish the project within the agreed price. The price is fixed, time is fixed, the price is fixed, and we will deliver you a product or a service on the agreed quality acceptance criteria points. Right, guys? I hope you agree with that.
Yes.
Right. So basically, these are the three basic, promises made in any kind of a contract, any kind of a project. So basically, the first one, that is if you want more money, maybe your boss can provide you more money. But if you want more time, your boss cannot provide you more time, because the client doesn't provide any more time. Client says that, okay, you take my project, if you can finish on time. So time is the greatest constraint in any kind of project. So we will learn how to control the schedule. Okay. So Chris, you can stop doing that. Can you please minimize that? Because you are the demo guy.
That is why I'm looking. I don't
Okay.
know why he's doing that.
Okay, fine. So let us
But-
keep it out of the way right now. That can you?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, fine. Because people are looking at your screen. Okay. So now, Chris, I want you to read the 6 rules a little bit loudly for yourself and for your friends. And guys, you should remember these 6 rules by heart. Okay, they are going to form the basis of your good project management career. Okay, read that.
1. Schedule. Start, finish is created by calendar. 2. Schedule is adjusted by critical path, not working day like weekends and holidays. 3. Schedule is adjusted by dependency, leads, and lag time. 4. schedule is adjusted by date constraint. 6, schedule is adjusted by activity type, only Primavera. 6, schedule is adjusted by resources, labor, and no labor.
Yes. So if you look at the first rule, it says the schedule is created. But if you look at the rest of the rules from 2 to 6, it says adjusted, right? So the calendar is creating the schedule, and 2 to 6, that is adjusting the schedule, right? Okay. So that's the. Now there are two terms. One is the working time and the non-working time. Just like we say that it's a holiday, it's a weekend. Basically, those days they are called the non-working time, right? The days on which we work, like for example, the weekdays, these are called the working time. So what is a non-working time? The regular weekends. The regular weekends are the ones which repeat every week. And what is a monthly weekend? For example, if an organization is having 6 days a week, it might provide an extra weekend on, every month, right? It might provide. So that weekend which comes once in a month, it is called a monthly weekend. And of course, we have the holidays according to the country, right? Okay. So all these three are bunched up together, and in the project management, we refer to them as the non-working time, right? So just keep this term in mind: working time and non-working time. Now we will learn the first rule. Okay, so we will create projects and we will learn the lessons in form of projects. Okay, so guys, please switch over to the Primavera. So you can see that you are in the project tab. Just make sure that you are in the project tab. Okay, so in the project tab, so what we will do, first of all, you click on the plus minus button here and make sure that you are at the level number 2. Switch to level number 2. First you select here level 2, 2. Yeah, click on the OK. So guys, you can see certain portfolios, right? So each of the portfolios is having a different kind of a business there. Now, so suppose you want to create a portfolio for the learning and development, right? So you want to keep all your projects there. So it will be good. So your projects will be neatly organized and inside the learning and development portfolio. So what we will do, we'll create a new portfolio from here. So guys, please confirm that you are all synchronized here. Shubham, Sandeep, Obed, you guys are here with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, fine. First of all,
Yes.
yes, very good. Thanks for responding. So guys, you click on this tool. So this is your EPS tool, Enterprise Project Structure. So click that. So we will create a new portfolio. So once you get into the toolbox, so you click on the add button. So once you click on the add, so you get a new row. So what do? You push this row to the top just below the enterprise. Push it by using the push up button, move up. Yes, hold it here. So guys, you're here. Okay, now you write here L&D just like in the same format as ENC. L&D. No, you double click and get into that, not right click. Then double click, yeah. You write here L&D in the same format as ENC. No, and just like ENC, I'm telling you explicitly, look at that. L&D. No, man, I don't know if my accent is not clear. Let me write it. Let me write that. Okay, now you come to this side and you write the full word as learning and development. Yeah, you write learning and development. No, Chris, you should always delete first. First, you should delete the previous content. No, you clean all the thing. Yeah, now you write. Because, if you keep the remnants of the previous content, they might go and mix up. Learning, NING, ning. Yes, and development. Okay, and you press enter. Okay, so guys, so you've got a new portfolio, right? Learning and development. So what do? We keep all our learning and development projects under this portfolio. And guys, whenever you create a new portfolio, you will notice that it is assigned to the CEO. Did you see that? Responsible
Yes.
manager is the CEO because he's the top guy in the organization. So the software assigns it to him, and then he says that you create a new portfolio manager and he will reassign it to him because he is the best guy to reassign it to any other manager, right? Okay, so he is the manager of all the managers. So the software assigns to him, then software says that, okay, you decide that who is going to get that, right? Is that clear? That's the logic. So he gets a new portfolio. So he will reassign it to the appropriate manager. Now we have created the portfolio. Now we will create the portfolio manager, right? Okay, that is the next step. And then we will reassign to him. Now you close it. Now, to create the manager, we will go to the OBS tool, organization breakdown structure. So that's about people, the managers, right? So we have the managers here. Now you click on the add button and you write the name of the new manager as learning and development portfolio manager. Portfolio manager. Yes, press enter. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so guys, you're here.
No, sir.
Do it, man, do it. And do it and confirm. We are not, we are going at the right pace.
Yes, sir. I did it.
Okay, you have done. Obey, that's obeys, right? Okay.
Yes,
So,
sir.
okay, fine, very good. So, Shubham, please confirm you have done.
Yes, sir, done already.
Okay, good. So, Sandeep,
No, sir. I'm trying.
no, you tell me where are you? Did you click here? Did you click here? Sandeep, please communicate and you just mute one of your devices.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm muted.
You guys are an engineer, right? So, guys, you should understand that if two devices are on, so they're going to talk to each other, these devices are dumb. They will hear and they will repeat what they hear, right? So make sure that only one device is used for communication. Other device should be totally muted. It's mic and speaker both, right? So please confirm. Please don't hold the class back. Please confirm that you are up to here. If you're not, let me know that where you are so that I can guide you. First, you click here, then you click on the ad, then you write this name. That's very simple steps. 3 simple steps.
Learning. Sir,
Sandeep, where are you? Okay, so Chris, you just close this.
sir,
Sandeep, please share
yes,
your
sir.
please share your screen. Do you understand what is happening here? Why this echo? Why the echo is happening? Do you understand or not? This echo is happening because two devices are on at the same time. In regards to the audio. I'm giving you a simple instruction. Please mute the audio of one of the device. Is my English clear to all guys? I hope you can understand. Sandeep? Okay, you just give me the remote control. Okay, so guys, so basically, when you work, you should organize your screen like this. So basically, you should be seeing the currency symbol, right? And if your screen is not able to accommodate bigger font, it's okay. If you have lots of column, you can switch over to the smaller font. So that lets you, adjust more information, right? For example, it's not always necessary that you use font number 9. Okay, so you can now accommodate more, so you can see the screen much more clearly. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to, first of all, we have created learning and development. Then we have to create the manager, right? So what have you done? So this learning and development, see, that is the engineering. So you have renamed it. You did not create it, man. What have you done? It is ENC. So why did you rename that, man? What's happening? Where is your attention? It is ENC. Okay, so we first of all we go to the left hand side. So where is your pyramid tool, man? Add or remove the buttons. You didn't add that enterprise project structure. Where is that the button? Yeah, this is the button, right? So you have to create a new portfolio, right? So here, just like this, L and D, right? So you type L and D and you write the full name, learning and development portfolio, right? So once you have created the portfolio, then you need a manager for that because it is by default assigned to the CEO. So you close this, then you go to the OBS tool, right? That is to create the managers, top level managers of an organization. So you click that. I don't know why my click isn't going through. So Sandeep, can you click on the OBS button here and get this thing on the screen? Sandeep, can you click on the OBS tool? My click is okay. So now it is going through, I think. The response is slow. Okay, so we click on the add button. I don't know where my clicks are going through. So it has gone to a wrong place. Okay, but we can navigate that. Okay, just wait. Sandeep, actually, the connection is too slow. Okay, so he logged off. So, Chris, you share your screen. See, guys, I cannot fix your internet problems or your computer problems. I can help you to your best regarding the subject. Okay, just make sure that your hardware, etc., is fine. Okay, now what is the focus? The focus is on creating the new projects because we have created the portfolio, but we have created the manager. So we need to hand over this portfolio to the new manager, right? So this is the portfolio we created, learning and development. And now we will look at the manager and we will reassign, right? So guys, you select learning and development. Now, after that, you click on the details. So once you click on the details, so you will see the manager. So guys, you click on the general tab. Click on the general tab. In the general tab, you will see responsible manager, right? So you click here on this, the button to get the pop-up. So in the pop-up, you will be seeing this manager. So Shubham and Obed, you are here? You guys are here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Select learning and development portfolio manager. So we are going to reassign to him, right? Okay. Now you click on the selection button here. So once you did that, you will see that the new manager has been assigned to the learning and development, right? So first you create the portfolio, then you create the manager, then you assign the manager, right? So now he's the manager. Now, what do we do with this portfolio? We create our lessons as projects, right? So to create a new project, so once we are in the project tab, so create a new project, there is a button on the right side. You can see there is a plus button, right? Plus sign. It is called the add button. And guys, remember this button creates. So it can create a project, it can create an activity, it can create a WBS, it can create a resource, it can create a report, right? Okay. So is that clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
In every screen it creates. So in case you are in the project, it will help you create a project, right? So basically the EPS is already selected because your cursor was already on the learning and development, right? Now, if this box, this entire box is called a project creation wizard. So what is the meaning of the wizard? Basically the wizard is a series of form. Many of the softwares, they have this. So basically, instead of asking you the information at once, so sometimes the user may feel overwhelmed. So what does the wizard do? So it will ask you the information one by one, right? So first of all, it is asking you to select the EPS, so which is correct. Then you say, okay, next. I'm going to the next form. So now it is asking you the project ID, right? So let me write that, guys. So you write it like this, LSN, then you write hyphen or the minus sign, lesson -1. Why? Because it's going to create a series. So next time you copy paste the project to make a copy of this project, it will automatically write it as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Okay. Now you write the name of the project as scheduling with calendars. Okay, scheduling with calendars like this. And guys, make sure that you write the spelling of the calendar as DARS, right? So that is the correct spelling, right, guys? So once you're done, please let me know. Then we will move to the next form.
Done.
Okay, great. Now you click on the next.
Excuse me.
Yes.
When we have project name, if I can just understand project name, maybe it can mislead. That is misleading me to think is learning and development. I do is a what we call it. Do is a portfolio, but then at this stage when they say project name, it can misleading me to think is why we have to put scheduling which calendar as a project name.
Actually, if you look at the symbol, you will see the pyramid symbol. So basically the pyramid symbol will tell you can't have multiple names within the same column, right? So basically, if you look at the portfolio or the program, it will have the pyramid symbol and the project will have a sort of a folder type of symbol. Okay, is that clear? So you should look
Yes.
at the symbol, right? And you will see that the portfolio and the program will be green and the yellow color, and the project will have a white row, right? Okay. So
Okay.
you will soon learn it, so just don't worry. Okay, now click on the next button. And basically, whenever you start a project, you must have a start date. You must have a tentative start date. If not from, you can always change the start date before you freeze it. So we are going to use an advanced date. You must always plan in advance because most of the trainer, they don't sensitize you about this fact. Basically, the planning is not an overnight thing. Planning takes time. You got to get information from all your team members, some planning team members. Then there are certain subject matter experts. They will check your plan. They will make a correction in the duration. They will make a correction in the schedule, right? So they will give you certain advice by which you will adjust your plan. Then you will freeze and baseline your plan. After that, what happens? After you have frozen your plan, you got to do the resource procurement and mobilization, right? So that also takes time. So guys, remember, you must try to plan your project as soon as possible for you. If you get the hint of a project coming your way, try to understand what the project is all about and try to plan by as much as information you have, right? So that you get sufficient time to get the plan checked by all other stakeholders and they should agree to the plan. A plan which is agreed, a plan which is not rushed or which is given the right time, it will give you a very solid baseline to compare against and the project will finish smoothly. Okay, so we want to plan early. So what we do, we select the date of 1st September 2025. So you click here and you will see the calendar and you scroll to the month of September. You select first of these September and you set the time, you scroll up and you set the time as 8 a.m. You up scroll this. No, up scroll. Yeah, so you will get 8 a.m. Continue to scroll up. Okay, and click on the select button. Okay, so just a moment. Hold it here. So guys, did you select 1st of the September 8 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and guys, one very best advice, best practice, never put any finish by date. I know that you will have a finish by date, but if you do have a finish by date already known to you, already agreed between you and the client, so what you can do, you can put that finish by date on a sticky notepad and you can write it here. Okay, and you can stick this notepad on top of your right corner of your screen, right? Okay, do not use this because if you put any finish by date here, that's going to mess up your critical path calculation. You will soon understand that what is a critical path and why you should not put a finish date, because it can mess up the calculation of the critical path and it will be very difficult for you to calculate a realistic finish date. I will teach you schedule compression. If your finish date, your calculated finish date is going beyond the promised finish date to the client, you will use the techniques of schedule compression, right? So the date which is agreed in the contract should be put on a sticky note and you hang it there on the, I'm giving you an expert advice. This is not the usual training, right? I'm trying to accelerate your experience. Okay, so you take that advice, note it. Okay, so if you have a notebook, you write it there, that if you have a promised finish date to the client, you write it on a sticky notepad and you hang it there on the corner. Now click on the next. Click on the next. Yes, click on the next button. So a responsible manager has been automatically picked up, right? Now click on the next. So you will get the rate type, which is the standard, so which is fine. Then you once again click on the next button. And congratulations. So all the details have been filled up. Now you click on the finish button. So this form will close and you will see that the project has been created, right? And you will see that it has a start date. It doesn't have a finish date yet, because unless and until you add at least one activity, the finish date will not be calculated, right? Now let us understand the various tabs. So guys, make sure that you are in the general tab. In the general tab, we can see the project ID. And if you wish, you can change it here. You can see the project name. You can update it. If you need to, you can change the responsible manager if you need to, right? Okay. Now let me show you more. So let me pull this up. So what else do you have there? You have another column as the project website URL, right? So basically certain construction companies, they create a project website URL. Okay, and on that they provide the updates of the site. They put pictures. In India, it has become a customary thing, right? So you can keep it here for your reference, and if you want to go to the site, and you can find it here. Okay, now you click on the dates. Click on the dates tab. So in the date, you can see that the start date which you entered has been put here, right? Do you see that? Right, so this is the start date. So it can be a firm start date, it can be a tentative start date. And if you feel that you need to change it, you can change the start date, and all the activities will get rescheduled automatically by the software, right? And once again, let me remind you, you should not use this. Okay. And the finish date will be calculated once you enter at least one activity. Now, what is the data date? There is a column that you can see, data date. See, data date is the date till which you have updated the actual data. See, in any kind of the project management, we enter two times the data two times. One is the planning data, and then we freeze it. Then we enter the actual data. When we execute in the planning phase, we create planning data. In the execution phase, so we enter the actual data as we are doing the work. So the data date is the date till which we have updated the project actual data, right? Is this clear? Now, you can see these two columns, actual start and actual finish. So actual start will this date will come when you actually start at least one activity in the project, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
And the actual finish date will be updated when you finish the last activity in the project, right? When you finish the very last activity in the project, only then actual finish date will be computed and brought in here, right? So that is going to happen automatically. You don't have to enter this. You just enter only just one date, right? Okay. And then rest of the dates will be automatically computed by the software. Then we have another setting which is called the default. So these are the default attributes of the project. Click that. Let's explore this. In the default, so what you have is the default calendar. Do you see that there is a calendar which is assigned to the project? Corporate calendar. Now you might be wondering, where does this calendar come from? Actually, you know, this is a sample data, sample calendar. See, when you install the Primavera for the first time, it's not absolutely blank. It does have certain, you know, sample data where you can start it. And guys, mind one thing, you cannot create a project without a calendar. A schedule governing calendar will be always there. So now what happens, since this is a new installation, the corporate calendar is the default calendar. So by default, any new project which you create right now will be assigned this calendar, but you can create your own calendar. You can replace this, right, guys? Is that clear? And we will soon do it, right? So this is basically is having the 5 days a week structure. So basically in this calendar, the working days are from Monday to Friday, Saturday and Sunday, they are off days, right? So this is the structure of this calendar, but we are going to very soon create a 6 days a week calendar, and we will learn that how to understand a calendar, how to create a calendar, how to replace a calendar. Okay, we will soon do it. So this is the default calendar in the system right now. So any new project will be assigned with this calendar. And remember, once again, no project can be created without a governing calendar, right? Okay. Now we look at these numbers. You see this auto numbering default activity ID. Inside the project, we are going to create activities, right? So when an activity is created, it will have the default numbering. So which can be starting like this. It will start from 1000. Then the next activity will be 1010. And then the next activity will be 1020. Right, guys? So basically, it says the activity prefix will be A. The suffix will start from 1000 and the incremental value will be 10. So that's why you will see the numbering like this. So guys, tell me one thing, that how many new activities can be appodated between 10 and 20? So how many empty slots are there? Use your logic.
1,
No.
2, on 10, 1, and on 21 as well.
No. I want
10.
look at it once again. Use your logic, guys. You're engineers.
Maybe repeat the question, because my understanding is
So let me repeat. Okay. How many activities? How many new activities you can accommodate between 10 and 20? Between 10 and 20.
we have one activity on 10 and we have another activity on 20. It means between there will be no activity.
No. How many you can accommodate if you wish to? How many empty slots are there between 10 and 20? That's my.
9.
Yes, 9. 9. Man, I really need to explain that.
Because it was saying that the activity item is on an increment of 10. That is my understanding,
Right.
isn't it?
If you need to insert, now let me explain this to you. Why are we keeping 9 empty slots between these two activities? See, you have to understand. See, in the planning phase, it has been observed that sometimes there is a change of the product design. If the product design is changed, so then you will have to insert new activities, right, guys? So we are
Okay.
keeping, basically the project management rule also says that activity IDs should remain unique. So you know what happens is that when you create an activity ID, this ID might be referenced in many places in the design document, in the invoice, in certain, basically, if this activity is related to the subcontractor, so a contractor will be given this reference ID. Now, if this reference ID is being referred in multiple places, you can't change it. So what do? We keep a provision of 9 new activities in between any two numbers, right? So if you need to insert new activities, you can insert 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We assume that not more than 9 activities would need to be created. And if you need to create more, you can create another sub-series like 11.1, 11.2, 11.3. You can do that, right? But once the activity ID has been assigned, it will not be changed. Just like, the social security number. Okay, so do you know that what is the freezing number of the years for which the social security number won't be changed for a dead person? It is 100 years, right? It won't be reused until 100 years. Is that clear?
Yes.
Right? Because,
Just a question.
Yes, sir.
yes.
A question is, for example, in construction, we have some code number that most of the time we can prefer to link it to which our scheduling. Can one use another format, for example?
Yes. You can use it. You can create the additional column. You can put it there. Yes, you can do it. I will come back to it later. First, you try to understand. Is it clear that now this increment thing, you can make it as 5. It's your choice. But we are keeping it 10 because it is easy to read the numbers when they're
Okay.
incremented by 10,000, 10, 20, 30, 40. It's so easy, right? Okay, so just keep that in mind. Now, one thing I want you to change, guys, there is a default here, duration type. It will be useful if you change it to the fixed duration in units per time, right? So, Shubham and Obed, you please change it. Okay, why? Because when we come to the resources, this option gives you the correct calculation of the resource utilization, right? So I'll explain it later, but you change it for the time being. So please confirm, did you do it?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir. Done it.
that. So we have basically set up the project. Now we will open the project. Now you right click on lesson 1 and you open. So guys, once you open, you will be in the activities tab, right? Now in the activities tab, you first of all, you switch off the Gantt chart. So you click on the table. And then we want to switch off the bottom details. You click on no bottom layout button. Okay. Okay. Now you can see that there are certain columns, but there are 2 columns which we don't need. So we don't need this. We don't need this. It's not that these columns are not useful. They are not required in the planning phase. These columns are required in the execution phase, right? We are going according to the phase of the project. The first phase in real life that we are going to do is complete the planning. So in the planning phase, these columns are not required. So what we will do, we will reconfigure the columns. We will remove these columns and we will insert the ones that we need in the planning phase, right? Okay. So guys, you please come with me step by step. So first of all, you right click here. So basically you can, if you want to adjust the column, you can right click anywhere here, right? Anywhere you right click. So once you right click, so you are going to get this menu. So in this menu, you select the option columns. So once you get the column toolbox, so you can pull this up. And since I'm on the demo screen, I got to expand it so that it is clear to you guys watching the demo. So you expand the height and the width. Okay, the next step is that I'm going to increase the font size. So Chris, you help me with that. You increase the font size. Okay, now it is better, right? Now there are two columns which we don't need. You select the remaining duration and you click on the remove. Okay, so guys, did you note one thing? When you remove a column, it goes to the home group. Do you see that? Its home group
Yes.
is what? Durations, right? So if you need it
Yes,
next
sir.
time, you can come back to the duration group. You can take it from there, right? Okay. Now you remove the schedule percentage complete. Click here. Click on the remove button. And you will see that it goes to its own home group, right? So what is the home group? Read the name.
Percent complete.
Right. And did you see that it sits down in it goes back to its home and it goes to its own slot? Do you see that it is alphabetic, right? Right.
Yes.
When you return a column, it goes to the home and it goes to its alphabetic place, right? Okay, fine. Now, what we do, we will close the group as a best practice, close it. Okay, now we would like to insert new columns after the finish. So what you do, guys, you select the finish, right? When we insert a new column, it will be inserted after the finish column. Now, what we need after the finish is the calendar column, right? But I don't know where is the calendar column. I don't remember the home group, right? So what do I do? So the Primavera provides me an alternative. It provides me a find option, right? So guys, you click here and you select the find and you click on the find option. Now guys, let me tell you the background about the find option. So guys, this find option, I will tell you how to use it smartly. Basically, in the find option, if you make a spelling mistake, it won't find. Suppose I'm entering the spelling of the calendar as CALEN. Okay, I'm going to write a wrong spelling. CALENDER. And let me tell you, this is wrong spelling. So if you entered a wrong spelling in the Google search, the Google search will still find you the calendar. It will excuse your mistake, right? But not here. So basically what happens if you enter a wrong spelling? So click on the find next, you will see that it can't find the calendar. It says no matches found, right guys? Okay.
Yes.
Now I'll tell you a smart way to basically beat it. So what do? If you don't do the entire correct spelling, don't enter. You enter partially a correct spelling, right? You just write 4 or 5 letters, but correct. So what happens? It will match from the beginning, right? It finds Callan. Okay. So click on the find. Click on the find. Do you see that it is found? Now close the box. So, that's the smart way to use it, right? So basically it is not necessary to enter the entire spelling, just enter partially correct spelling. Just use 4 to 5 letters, right? Is that right? That's an accelerated experience for you guys. Okay. Now you click on the selection button. Okay. Now you close the group, close the general group. Okay, now once again you go to the find. We need another column which is called predecessor details, but I don't know the full spelling. So what do? I enter only 4 letters, right? You type here PRED in the find box. PRED, then you click on the find next, and then you close the box. After find, you must close the box. Do you see that I have already selected the predecessor details, right? Now click on the selection button and take it to the right side. Okay, so guys, please confirm you're done up to here. Have you selected these two?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
After you have selected, now click on the OK button. So you will see that these two columns have been implemented, right? Now we are going to add new activities. So adding new activities is very simple. You click on this button 14 times, 14. Okay, click on the add 14 times to add 14 new activities, right? So that's going to add the activities in the serial order, right? It is creating with a gap of 10. And on the last one, you press enter button. To press enter on the last one. Okay. Now you can see that after entering the data, so you can understand that the column sizes, they need to be adjusted, right? So we use our common sense, right, to adjust. See, say this. I will reduce a little bit of the space in the activity ID. Activity name is fine. In the original duration, I have some extra space. So I squeeze it. In the start column, I need more space. So what do I do? Double click like this, kit. So once I do it, I see that the data is sticking. So I introduce a little bit of the white space, right? Do you see that? So why do I put the white space? Because to distinguish the adjacent data. Now, if I want to see the calendar name, so I expand it to a point where I can see the calendar name distinctly, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
And if you are using a larger monitor, I think that here we can switch over to the font size 8. So, that's going to squeeze more space for us, right? So I think, Chris, you are comfortable with the font size 8?
Yes.
You're comfortable, right? So you know that what happens that if you're comfortable with 8, so use it. If you're, see, basically in the pop-ups, we keep it at 9 because the pop-ups have some space, but if you're having some more columns, so what you can do, you can basically squeeze in or optimize, okay, the resource. So basically we have constraint resource. What is constraint for us? The monitor space, right? So what we can do, we can reduce the font size if it is comfortable for us to read, but if you feel that you are not able to read the font size 8, so you adjust your screen to font size 9. Okay, it's not the same shoe size for all. If it is 8, you use 8. If it is 9, comfortable for you, okay, so basically use the font size 8 or 9 depending upon your comfort, right? So make sure that you are not strained when you're looking, because professionally you might be using the Primavera for the next 20 years of your career. Make sure that your eyesight is good, right? Okay. So now coming to the main point, we can see some new activities have been created. And if you would look carefully, all these activities are having the scheduled start time of 8 a.m., right? And they are going
Yes.
4 p.m. Okay, because this is the structure of this calendar. So this calendar is creating the schedule. Now we would like to see the Gantt chart, right? So now you switch on the Gantt chart, you click on the Gantt chart. So once you switch on the Gantt chart, you will notice something strange. See, your project is starting in the year 25 and the Gantt chart is in the year 2011. You might be feeling, oh, I need to scroll. No, guys, I'll tell you about a hidden feature, right? Hidden feature. It is not a visible feature. So what you do, you bring your cursor onto the activity A1000, right? Okay. So why is it a hidden feature? Because this feature is neither in the icon nor it is in the menu, right? So basically, you don't have to scroll, because if you start scrolling, because this can be very, very long, because it's a software. Inside the software, your basically the time scale can be even one more than 2 kilometers long, right? And you don't want to run for 2 kilometers just to get to the correct date. I'll tell you that how this feature works. So I'm going to put a tick mark and exactly in front of the activity, right? This activity 1000. If you double click here, you will get the date. Double click on the tick mark. Quick. Do you see that? You've got the correct date, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you will do it once again so as to reinforce the learning. You double click here and it will land up here. Right? Is that clear, guys? Did you understand how it works? It comes.
How did you make that tick mark?
Oh, so that's my trainer tool. You don't worry about that. Okay. So I'm in the trainer mode. So those are my tools on my screen. Okay.
Okay, but for me, it will be just simple tick. It means I can just tick whatever I want and I will get it.
So,
okay.
So when you become the trainer, the Zoom will provide you that. Okay. Okay.
But as a learner, it means if I click here, double click, quick, it will give it to me.
Yes, of course. So that's a Primavera feature. If I'm making those points, that's not the Primavera feature. Those are Zoom feature, right? I am the trainer.
Yeah, I see.
Those tools.
Yeah, I see.
So basically, it's a subscription-based thing. So if you subscribe to it and you tell them, look, I'm a trainer, I'm a presenter, right? So it basically helps me to teach you better, right? So basically, it's just like your hand holding. If I were to come to your place, I'll grab your hand, right? Or if I'm not in your place, so I'm here at your place by marking on your screen, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the idea. Now you have this red line here. So we don't need this red line at this stage. So this we will require when we go into the monitoring and tracking phase. So right now you click on this button and to switch off this red line. So instead of the red line, you are seeing a blue line. So guys, I'm going to ask you a question. What is this blue line about? What do you think? What do you think is this blue line standing for?
The
What?
start line?
The starting line.
Yes. So basically, this blue line represents the project start date. You will see that by default, all the activities are aligned with the project start date. So if an activity doesn't have a predecessor activity, it will always start from the start date of the project, which you had entered at the time of creation of the project. So you will see that all the activities are starting from 1st of the September, right? Okay.
Yes.
This 1st of the September is being represented by this project start date line, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now let's understand the next part of the information. So guys, what is this part of the Gantt chart? This part.
The period of we will be working in our project.
This component has a name.
Timeline.
Yes, this is actually time scale. This is the time scale.
Yeah.
And this is the timeline. This is the timeline. Because the line is measured against the scale, right? Okay.
Yes.
So this is the timeline, but this is the timeline for what? This is the timeline for activity. So all these are timelines pertaining to the activities. Okay, so you will have many timelines, right? Because as many as activities are there, so many timelines will be there, right? And there is one more thing here. Do you see this? This dumbbell like bar on the top. So I would like you to guess what this is representing. Guess it.
It represents like the mother side of all those child activity.
Total duration of the project?
Total duration of the project.
Yes, guys, absolutely correct. Very good. Because, I want you guys to start thinking, not depend upon me. Start your thinking, because the more you stimulate your thought processes, you will become very, very proficient. See, we need managers who can think, who can decide, who can analyze. Okay, who can take the right decision. So I'm trying to stimulate your thinking while you are learning. Yes, of course, I will teach you, right? So this is also a timeline, but you know what this is? This timeline is pertaining to the project. So this, see, it is only one, right? Because that's the project. And under the project, there are many activities. So there will be multiple timeline for activities. And sometimes in some other softwares, it might be called as the project summary. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So this can be referred to as the project timeline. This can be also referred to as the project summary because it contains the summary of everything. It contains the summary of the duration. It contains the summary of the finish date. It contains the summary of the cost. It contains the summary of the resource units. Of course, when we insert those columns, we can see the summary total. We can see the total duration of the project. We can see the calculated finish date. We can see the total cost of the project. We can see the bifurcation of the cost for man, machine, material, and cash. And we can see the consumption or the planned consumption of the resource units, right? So that is called the project summary, and it's also called the project timeline because it represents the duration of the project, and activity timelines are in green color and the project summary timeline is in the black color, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And this is the project start date, and we will learn more. So, you know, so just think of Henry Gantt. Think of that guy. You know, in 1910, he created that with hand on the drafter, right? Using the drafter on big sheets. And if he came back today to attend this, session, he will be squealing with joy like a child. He will be so happy to see this, right? So we are only entering the data and the drawing is getting created. Can you just imagine that? The times we live in, such magical times, no? Isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Imagine yourself in 1910. You will write the data and you will draw this. No? Okay. But here you are only entering the data and the software is creating this picture, right? And very soon it will acquire a very beautiful picture with relationships. Okay. Okay, fine. So keep these elements in mind and we are going to explore more. Okay. Now, what is the next thing? The next thing is that we have to understand that how this time scale works because this time scale is very, very flexible. Okay. So now what I want you to do, this time scale is different in different places. For example, if you squeeze it, how do you squeeze this? You continue to click on this zoom out button. So guys, you continue to click this till it squeezes till the end. Okay, so do you see that it is now squeezed up to this point? Zoom out. Did you note that, guys? Now it will not go any further squeeze. So what is the unit combination you are having? So guys, you tell me that what is the unit of time in the first layer and what is the unit of time in the second layer of the time scale? Just like in a scale, we have centimeter and millimeter, right? Okay.
Yeah. We have years
Yes,
and
and
quarters.
quarter.
So basically, you are seeing two units of time, the year and the quarter. But since the time scale is pertaining to the bigger units of time, do you see that how minute the activity timeline now looks, right? Okay. So basically, this timeline is useful for what? For projects. If you go into the projects and if you switch on the Gantt chart, so you'll find that this time scale that is your year and the quarter is useful, right? Because the projects have long durations, right?
Yes.
Because it makes sense here because the projects are spanning multiple years. So if you are using the bigger time scale, right, year and the quarter, it is okay. But when you look at the activities, since activities are in the range of days only, and if you use a bigger scale, they're hardly visible, right? So basically, we use different scales for different kind of work. For example, if someone would be a highway engineer, so which scale would he use? Would he be using the kilometers or meters? What do you think? Shubham, I'm asking you. If someone is a highway engineer, so what scale he will be more comfortable with? Kilometers or meters or centimeters?
Kilometers.
Kilometers only, right? He doesn't bother even about the meters. So he's going to bill his client. He'll say that, okay, I've given you 100 kilometers of work. He won't bother about a couple of meters. Now just imagine if someone is an interior designer. So what kind of scale he would be using? Will he be using meter, centimeter, or the millimeter?
Centimeter and meters.
And in fact, even the millimeter also, because if he's going to set up the cupboards and their hinges and their knobs, don't you think that millimeter becomes significant in those places? Right? If you miss the alignment with a couple of millimeters, then your doors wouldn't lock. And you will find that the latches, they are not aligned with their holes, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Basically, for him, the three scales would be useful: meters and centimeters and millimeters as well. But for him, the kilometers is not important because he does not work at that scale. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, using the same logic, if I come to the projects and their activities, so this scale is quite huge. So I would be comfortable to use weeks and days. Okay, now how to adjust the time scale? First of all, we will learn the fundamentals. I'm going to take you to my whiteboard, just like in the classroom. The trainer has a whiteboard. So I have a whiteboard here. This is my whiteboard. So Chris, I want
Yeah.
to read the time scale units. Read that.
Years, quarters, month, week, days, hours, and minutes.
Right. So in the Primavera, we can have these timescale units. And what about the quarters? This is display only. You cannot enter that, right? So what you can enter, read this. Y for years, MO for months, you read it like that.
Y for years. Quota does not have the entry letter. Month, MO for month, W for weeks, D for days, H for hours, and M for minutes.
Correct. So we cannot enter the quarter. Quarter is displayed by Primavera on the time scale. When we expand or contract the time scale, if it reaches the quarter, it will display only. Why the quarter is display only? Because the quarters are fixed, right? We cannot enter the fixed units because what is the first quarter of a year? Can someone tell me what is the first quarter of any year?
January to April.
Yes, January to March. Okay, 3 months every quarter. January, February, March. Then the next quarter will be April, May, June, then July, August, September, October, November, December. So that's why the quarters, it appears, it cannot be entered, it will be displayed. Now, let us keep this knowledge. When we enter the duration in the duration column, we can suffix the number with this entry letter Y, MO, W, D, H for hours, M for minutes. Okay, so I'm sure that you will remember it. Okay, now let's have a look at the time scale with this understanding. Now, if you look at the time scale right now, it is showing you the year and the quarter. Now you click on the zoom button one time. So guys, now you tell me that what scale do you have? What do you have in the first layer?
Year,
And what do you have in the second layer?
month,
Months. So what was there earlier? Quarter, right? So when you expand the quarter, it reveals the month, right?
yes.
Because the month is a subset of quarter. So you stretch the quarter, you see months. Okay, now let's go to the next step. And you will see as you are going to the lower units, you will see that the size of these bars is increasing, right? Okay, they are becoming significant in length. Okay, click on the zoom button. So now what is there on the first layer?
Quarters,
So what was there?
quarters and year, quarter and years.
Yeah. So basically in the first layer, it was year. So when you stretch the year, it reveals the quarter, right? Okay, fine.
Oh,
Okay, now let us do this thing. So, as we are expanding, this thing is shifting away. So what we can do, we can grab the first layer. The first layer, do you see a hand finger?
Yes.
Finger. So we use it for grabbing, right? So I center this once again. Okay, now I click on the zoom plus button once. One time. Okay, so what do you see on the top? What is the time scale?
Month.
And what is the time scale below?
Weeks.
Yes, absolutely correct. Right? So earlier it was quarter, so the quarter is expanded to the months, and below it was month, and the month is expanded to the weeks. So, guys, is that clear to you? And you can see that
Yes,
as
sir.
going to the lower units of time, the size of the bars is expanding. It is stretching, right? Okay. Okay, fine. So let's go to the next expansion. So click on the zoom button. Okay, so what do you see on the top?
Month.
No, look here again carefully. Look.
The bottom.
No, in the first layer. In the first layer, what is the time scale? Use your logic. Use your logic.
Oh, is a week.
Week,
Yes.
week.
September 8, September 8. Yeah, is a week.
Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Now, what is in these second layer? What do you see below the weeks?
Days.
Yes, exactly correct. So basically, what you are seeing is the week and you are seeing the days. So, guys, do you see that? It is the activity timeline is significantly visible, right?
Yes.
Right, it is significantly visible, and you can also see certain days with the gray shade. Do you see this gray shade? So I'm sure you can guess what does the gray shade mean.
Not working days.
Absolutely correct.
Weekends, yeah.
Right, you can see the non-work days are represented by the gray shade, and guys, that is the nomenclature all over the world. So this was set by Henry Gantt, and this is followed in all softwares. All software will show you the non-working days in the gray color and the working days in the red color, and the project start line in the blue color. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so it is followed like you have certain drawing guidelines for the engineering drawing, right? If you looked at engineering drawing created in any country, you will be able to interpret it in the same way, right? So they have one standardized format. So this is the standardized format for any project management software, right? Okay, maybe the looks will be a little bit different, they might be using a different font, but they follow the same rules, right? Okay. Now,
Yes.
let us expand it further. You click here. So if you expand it further, so what is the time scale here?
Weeks.
And what is the time scale below? See, it is still days. But guys, did you know that instead of the single letter, it is using 3 letters. It is, using more space, right? So basically, the amount of the information is still the same, but it is using the space a little bit luxuriously, right?
Yes.
So basically, it is dependent upon you. If you have a bigger monitor, if you have 43 inches monitor, right? Actually, what you can do, basically, you can connect your laptop using the HDMI cable to your TV, right? Your TV 43 inches, 50 inches. Okay, these days, if you go to the Amazon, you got a wireless, you get a wireless thing. You just attach that sort to your USB drive, no HDMI port, and you attach the other end, a wireless thing you can get, wireless dongle. So basically, you can connect your laptop to your TV and you can watch longer Gantt charts. You can watch your engineering drawings in more details, right? This is just for your side knowledge, right? Okay, but right now
Yes.
we are going to use the monitor which we have on the table. It could be your laptop, it could be the external monitor. If you're using external monitor, 27 inches plus, that's good, comfortable for your eyes, for the safety of your eyes for long term. Okay, so you can accommodate more. So that's what I'm trying to say. But if you have the smaller screen, then I think you might be switching to the single letter, right? It shows you the same information, but it gives you more space for the Gantt bars. If you expand it,
Yes.
basically it is still the same, right? Okay. Now we expand it once again. You click here on the Zoom Plus. So if you click here on the Zoom Plus, it is expanded. Now what it shows is the day and it shows 00. Actually, this is not much useful, right? We will go to the next scale. You click on the Zoom Plus button once more. Now, this is something that is the ultimate point, right? So basically, from the solar system, we have gone to the electrons and protons, right? Okay. So let me draw some diagrams for you. Just like engineers, they draw the diagrams. Okay, they make drawings. So let me make the drawing so that it becomes easy for you to understand. This is the total duration of the day. So what is the total duration of the day? 24 hours, right, guys?
Hours.
Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, what is this part of the day which is in the white shade? The white shade is representing what? It is representing the working time, the work time,
Okay.
right? So this represents the work time. And then out of the 24 the hours, certain the hours we don't work, right? So
Yeah.
what is time? So this time is simply called the non-work time.
Yes.
Okay, this is called a non-work time. And you can see this green line. So guys, where do you think this green line is starting from? What is the time?
Night.
No, here, this, no, sorry, this blue line. What is the starting time of this organization?
8.
Yes,
8 a.m.
yes, right. Okay, so I label this as 8 a.m., right? Now,
Yeah.
what is the finishing time? What is the end of the business time? Where do you think it is ending? At what time?
Here, according to this, is showing is ending at 15. But normally it's supposed to be at 4 p.m.
Yeah, it is 4 p.m. You can see it is mentioned in the finish column, right? So basically 15 means what? 15 means 3 p.m., but it's end of the 3 p.m. So guys, what is end of the 3 p.m. and starting of the 16? It is 4 p.m., right? So
Yes.
basically the working time of this organization is 4 p.m. So it is represented like this here. So guys, what is the total work man hours? What is the work time man hours? Between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., how many man hours are there? Count.
9, 10, 11, 12.
7.
No,
7.
8.
it is 8 man hours, guys. You
8.
read the scale, okay? Look at the scale very carefully. 8, 9, 10, 11 makes 4 man hours, 12, 13, 14, 15. It makes another 8 man hours. So basically, this organization is compliant with the labor laws. The labor laws all over the world, they have set a standard for 8 man hours of the work, right? Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, it is the working time is 8 man hours. So different organization can have different starting times. In India, we have the usual starting time is like 9 a.m. or 9:30, right? Because in India, even though it's a big country, we have technically we have 3 time zones, but we use a single time zone. So between the east coast of India and to the west coast of India, technically there is a difference of 1 hour, but we use the single time zone for military reasons, right? For the reasons of our military. Okay, so we want to keep our military synchronized. Okay, Air Force, Army, and the Navy. That's why we use a single time zone. That's a secret in information I shared with you. We don't use 3 time zones for that reason. Our neighboring countries do have different time zones, right? But we use only single time zone. So the businesses on the eastern part of India, they start their business at 8 a.m. And the businesses on the western part of India, they start their businesses at around 10 a.m., right? So there is a difference of 2 hours. But if I say I want to set up a meeting time at 1 p.m., so for both of us, 1 p.m. is the exactly the same time, right? Do you see that point?
Yes.
Okay, so businesses in east of India, they start at 8 a.m., they close at 5 p.m. Businesses on the western part of India, they might start at 9:30 or they might start at 10. They might close their business at 6 p.m. or up to 7 p.m. Okay, so they have the sunlight at that point of time. So we are fine with that because when I talk to someone and I set an appointment, we will have a meeting at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. or 1:30 p.m. So we are meaning the same time, not different times. I don't have to adjust my clock, right? So we can synchronize ourselves. So that is the reason. But guys, coming to this calendar, so do you see any break time during the day? Here between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Do you see any break time?
No.
No, there is no break time. So this organization has a different work culture. It says that, okay, that we can accommodate the break time within these 8 man hours only. But certain organizations say, no, we'll have a break time which is separate. We want purely 8 hours of work to be contributed by the person. We will provide everybody 1 hour break time. Yes, this is the way it is the norm in India. In India, we keep 1 hour of the lunch time separate, but a person has to contribute 8 man hours. So people would usually work 4 man hours, and there will be a break time of 1 hour. Then they will work another 4 hours to contribute the total 8 man hours of labor. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So this is the structure of this calendar, which is in front of you right now. So this organization has the working time at 8 man hours and starting at 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. No break. Okay, guys, I want you to ask you why the first hour of the day is marked as 0 and why not 1? You see that it is saying 0. Why is it so? Why not 1?
Because the first hour starts at point 0.
Yes, exactly correct. So I will make this even much more clear. So guys, just imagine we are using a digital clock, right? Okay. And this digital clock is 24 hours format. So what will be the time displayed at midnight in the digital clock? How will it display the time? Exactly at midnight. What you will see in that?
The 12.
No, 24.
0, 0.
Yes, it will show like this. Right? Is that clear? It will not show 12 because it is a 24-hour format. So the digital clock will show you 000, right? And guys, tell me what it will show just 1 second before the midnight. So what do you think will be on the display? Use your maths and
Gonna be 23,
yes,
59.
yes, 23, 59 and 59 seconds, right? Like this.
Before
That's what the
midnight.
digital clock will show.
Yeah.
3:59.
Yeah.
If you add just 1 second, it will complete 1 minute, and 1 minute goes to complete the 60 minutes, and 60 minutes goes to complete the 24 hours. So it will become 000. And how it is going to display exactly after 1 second after the midnight? 000001. Right? Is this clear? So, since the day starts at the midnight, so that is why the first hour of the day is 0, because the 1 a.m. will result when you complete 60 minutes, right? Only after 60 minutes you get 1 hour, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So that's when you get 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7, and at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. the businesses they start. And in the 24-hour time format, you are not going to write 1 p.m. Rather, you are going to write 13, 14, 15, 16, and 23. And at the end of the 23, when you complete 24, the day is reset back to the 0 seconds, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So on a digital clock, you will never see 24. Of course, you will see 23, 59, 59. And if you want to see a demo, okay, you can sit in front of your computer tonight. Okay, you can set your computer to 24 hours format and you can watch it. No, there is no need. So I'm just only joking, right? We understand that. Okay, now who uses the 24 hours format? Yes, there are two institutions which use the travel and the military, right? Is that clear? So guys, if you looked at the airline's ticket, have you ever seen AM PM? No, never. If you have a flight at 5 p.m., so what time you are going to see there printed? ETD, expect departure time.
17.
17, yes, they don't want any ambiguity there. Suppose if the airline printed 5 p.m., someone misinterpreted them. Some people might take the airlines to the court. You misprinted, I misread it, that. They don't want any ambiguity. So the travel industry never uses the AM PM. Travel industry always print their time, display their time in terms of 24 hours. So if you looked at your train ticket, if you looked at your plane ticket, if you look at the hotel check-in, check-out, oh, inside the hotel, they might display AM, PM, but when they print any voucher, so it clearly mentions the time in 24 hours format, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
To prevent any kind of ambiguity, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just make sure you understand basically the end of the 23 is the completion of 24 hours. At 24 hours, the day is reset to 0 seconds. So basically, once you complete 60 minutes, then you get 1 hour. So that's why the first hour of the day is referred to as 0 hour, because the hour 1 hour has not yet been achieved. So when you add 60 minutes, only then you achieve the first hour. So that is why the first hour of the day is called 1 a.m. Right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, why I am going to such fundamentals? Because that is where most of the people they make mistakes in the industry. And guys, let me tell you, in the industry, I have got feedback. Many of the students, after my training, so many of the students told me what happened to them. They created the wrong schedules 2 or 3 times, and they were fired from the job. And some of the students, they gave me the feedback after the training. They said, we were not fired, but we were shifted to the site. We were shifted to the construction site. We said, no, we are no good for the planning. You have a good certificate, but we don't have the time to teach you or correct you. We need perfect people. So guys, industry is looking for perfect people, right? Is that clear? And they will give you good salary for that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's why I'm trying to make sure that you look perfect. Okay, so try to understand this. And do you have any questions here?
No.
No, very good. So if you have questions, do ask, right? So at the right place, at the right time, on the right topic. So all the topics should be clear. Now, what happens is that this is being created by a calendar which is called the corporate calendar, right? You can see the name of the calendar in the calendar column, right? So if I expand this, okay, so you can see the name of the calendar is the corporate calendar. So what we will do, let's take a break for 20 minutes and then we will go inside the calendar. We'll understand this calendar and we will devise our own calendar. We'll create a brand new calendar with our own time structures. Right, guys? Okay, let's take a break and let's come back with fresh minds. Okay. So during the
Okay.
break, you pause the now. Chris, you share your screen. Yeah, now you bring up the Primavera on the screen. Okay, so guys, we are now going to explore the calendar, which is governing the schedule of this project. So you can see the calendar which is basically governing the schedule. The name of this calendar is the corporate calendar, right? Right? Do you see this? Corporate.
Yes.
Now, this calendar is where actually this calendar is in the basically inside the enterprise. So to access the list of the calendars, you have to click on the calendar icon. If you look at this carefully, this does look like a sheet, a individual monthly sheet, right? Sheet calendar, right? So you click this icon, and I hope you will remember it. Now you click that. So you have got the calendars toolbox. Now in this calendar toolbox, you can see there are three categories: global, resource, and project. So let me explain to you the global. So global means for everybody. So everybody can see and use these calendars because these calendars are more frequently used in the enterprise. So something which is more prevalent, something which is suitable for majority of the projects. So they're kept in the global category, right? So then if you look at the project, so you click on the project. So right now this category is empty. You don't have any calendar there. But what is the purpose? Basically, if you have a very specific time which is not useful for any other project, you keep those calendars here. So if you create any calendar here, it will be visible to you and your team, right? Only you and your team. It will not be visible to the rest of the organization. Okay, now let's go back to the global. Click on the global. Now, if you look at this calendar corporate, there is a button here used by. So you will see the list of the projects which are using this calendar. So click on this button. So guys, it's quite a long list. So there are quite a large number of the projects that are using this calendar. So let me make the list longer so that you can see comfortably, right? You can see there are lots of the projects which are being scheduled using this calendar, right? So this calendar is quite suitable for majority of the projects. So that's why they're listed. Now you scroll down to the bottom, click here, and you will see a down scroller, and you scroll down to the bottom.
On close?
No, here. See, you will see a scroller here. You scroll down to the bottom. So when you scroll down to the bottom, so you will see that your lesson 1 is mentioned here. Did you note that? Lesson 1. So scheduling with calendar. So this particular lesson is mentioned because this lesson is also using the corporate calendar, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Projects using the corporate standard. So that's why your lesson number 1 is also mentioned here. So this calendar is quite popular. That's why it is kept in the global. Okay, now you close this box. Okay, now you select the resource category, click on the resource radio button. Now, what is the purpose of the resource of the calendar? Basically, if you have external consultant, let's say that our organization is employing an external quality consultant, and this consultant, he works 3 days a week. Okay, he works on 3 days, that is Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Now, what happens is that since my organization is following 6 days a week work pattern, his work pattern is 3 days a week. So that is why we will create a customized calendar, individual calendar, personal calendar, right? So which will have the 3-day week schedule, right? So you can see that there is a calendar here in the name of rank, right? So you select it. So these are the calendars which are associated with individual resources. Now click on the used by. Click on the used by button. You will come to know who uses this calendar. Do you see the resource icon? See, this is the resource, right?
Yes.
So the name of this person is Frank. So Frank is using this calendar because Frank works very specific days. So that doesn't match the organization's date. So that's why it needs to use a personal resource calendar, right? Okay. So you click on the close button. Now, there is a button here to global. So in case you feel that, no, don't click that. Don't click that, man. Don't, just have a look. So it means that in the future, if this calendar is useful for more people, so you can push it to the global, right? You can push it to the global. See, if you go to the project, just click here. So in the project, you have this button here to global, right? Is that clear? So in case you feel that your project calendar can be useful for many other projects, you can click this button and it will go into the global group. So if it is not useful for everybody, you can keep it here. Now come to the global. Now, who does that? So, guys, in big organizations, there is a role which is called the Primavera administrator. So, Primavera administrator is a guy who has very good knowledge of Primavera and he has very good knowledge of the business requirements of the organization. So, he is the guy who curates the calendars and he puts the right calendars in the right category, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So when you join the organization, he'll the first guy to interact with you regarding the Primavera usage. He will create a login. He will create a user record for you so that you can log in into the Primavera and he will give you the right amount of the access. If you are a project manager, he will give you the access so that you can create projects and then he will give you the requisite permission, right? That what data is pertaining to you, he will give you the required access to that data only, not to the entire data, right? Because here, since you are the primary user and the administrator, this is inside your personal computer, the database, you are the total and absolute owner. That's why you are seeing the data in entirety, right? But when you join an organization, you will have access to the data pertaining to your group. Whatever group you belong to, you will be seeing only that much data, not the entire data, right? Okay, so this is the guy. So you are the absolute owner here, you are the administrator, you are the super user. So that's why you are able to see everything here, do everything here, right? Okay, now the thing is that what is the structure of this calendar? How does it look from the inside? So to get into the calendar, so we click on the modify button. So this is the structure of the calendar. So basically, you can see the non-working days are represented in the dark gray and the working days are represented in the light gray. So you can see this is the legend non-work, right? Okay. Now, let us look at what is the definition of time periods. So how do they define their working day, working week, working month, working year? Click that button. If you look, the working day is 8 man hours, right? It is a global standard all over the world, right? Okay, now this organization is 5 days a week. So that's why they have got 40 man hours as the definition of working week. So working week is consisting of 40 man hours. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Now, their definition says that working man hours per month will be 172. Now, if you want to convert the man hours to the man days, the formula is simple because 8 man hours. So, 8 man hours is equal to 1 man day. Okay, is that fine? See, there is a clock day. Clock day is 24 hours, man day is 8 hours. So it means that if you want to convert it into man days, you can divide it with 8. So let's do this thing here on the screen. So what I do, I will pull up the calculator here. Oh, it's causing the same thing. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe after the training or another day we can work on it because since that time he's doing that. I don't know if
Okay.
the new
I,
software creates it.
I will help with that. Okay, just don't worry. See, so
Okay.
you do this thing, you divide 172 by 8. Okay, do it on the calculator here.
Divided by 8.
8. So how many man days you get?
21.5.
Yeah. So, in this organization, they expect a person to work 21 full days and a half day in the working month, right? Okay. Now, let us pull up the calculator once again. Okay. Let's try to find out that how many man days they expect a person to work in a year. So you divide 2000 by 8. So you pull up the calculator once again and you clear the previous data. Click on the C. Yeah. And then you divide 2000 by 8. Oh, 250 man days, right, guys?
Yes.
Now, how many calendar days are there in a year? 365, right? 365 minus 250. So, guys, what do you get? Number of the non-work days, 115. Can you just imagine? This organization provides its employees 115 non-work days. It expects its people to work 250 days, right? Okay.
Yes.
I'm still trying to find it. Okay. Which organization is this? I think I should apply there. But till I find it, I'll continue to teach the Primavera, right?
Yeah. But in Canada is the normal way as well in every company.
Okay, great. So I'll come to Canada very soon. Okay. Okay, fine. Now, this is basically the structure of the calendar. You click on the cancel. Now we will look at how the work week is. Basically, you can tell which days are on and off. Okay. So you click here, it will throw up a template. Okay. So guys, the Primavera provides a template. So by which you can set the working days of the week on and off. See, it's a very simple thing to do it. If you want to set a day as the non-work, so what do? You go to that particular day and you put 0. And if you want to make a particular day as the working day, so what do? You go to the particular day and you put 8, right? It's either 8 or 0. So if you want to set up 6 days a week, so what do? You go to the Saturday and put it. And if you want to set up a calendar for the Middle East, so what do? You put 0 into the Friday and Saturday. So Friday and Saturday, they become non-work day, right? And rest of the days you can put 8 and they will become work day, right? Is that clear? So that's a template. So this is how in the Primavera. Now, this is a perpetual setting because once you do this, this pattern will be repeated perpetually because it's a software. And a software can compute the structure of a calendar thousands year forward and backward in time. If you want to know that what was the day of the week on my date of birth, you scroll backwards, you will be able to see the correct day of the week. Right. Similarly, it can compute the calendar days and dates forward, right? Okay. So that is the benefit of the software. So software can compute the schedule. So thousands of years, which is much, much beyond our lifetimes. And that's quite useful for us. Okay. Now click on the cancel. So now if you look at any of the day, you will see the work hours per day is 8 hours, right? Do you see that here? See, 8. Suppose if I click on any day, Monday, it will show it. Tuesday, it will show it. So all the days of the week, it will show 8 man hours, right, guys? And if you click on the Saturday or Sunday, it will show 0. So I'm concerned about how this 8 hours is being scheduled. What is the daily schedule? So this will be visible from detailed work hour per day. You just click here. Okay, so you can see basically the structure of the day. Now we will understand in detail through the work week. So you click on the work week. And once you have clicked on the work week, so you will see the structure of the day. So in a day, there are 24 hours, right? The first hour of the day is 0, right? Is that clear, guys? Now, what they have done in the Primavera, they have split the 1 hour into two slabs of 30 minutes. Do you see that? 0 to 30 and 30 to 60. It means that if you want to set up the start time of an organization, it will be either 6 or 6:30, 7 or 7:30, 8 or 8:30, 9 or 9:30. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because each of the hour is subdivided into 30 minutes. So similarly, the closing time will be in multiple of 30 minutes. 5 or 5:30, 6 or 6:30, 7 or 7:30, right? Like that. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Now, how do they represent the working time? So you can see the working time is being represented by the bars, white bars. Right? Do you see that? So
Yes.
basically, the starting time of this organization is 8 and the finishing time is 4 p.m., right? At the end of the 15 is 4 p.m. Okay. So there is no break time in between. So they follow the same pattern for all the days. So if I select the Tuesday, you will see the same pattern. Wednesday, same pattern. Because all the organizations, they have the same pattern on the working days. See, of course, the non-work day will have all the bars as gray, right? Do you see this? Saturday and Sunday, they have this gray bars, right, guys? Okay. So basically,
Yes.
the Saturday, Sunday is non-working. So they have marked all the bars in gray colors. So how do you mark them? So if you click on the non-work, this button, it will mark that particular hour of the day as non-work, right? And if you want to set certain time of the day as working, you click on the work button. We will do it later because here we are having a look. We are not changing anything at all, right? Now you click on the cancel button because we just had a look, and click on the cancel button once again. It says, are you sure you want to cancel the changes? You say, yes, I don't want to make any changes. I'm here to have a look. And you click on the close button, right? Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to create our own calendar, Indian Standard Time. So first of all, we are going to write the specification. So here are the specification. So how this calendar will work, what will be the starting time, okay, of this calendar. So I want you to read this.
6 days week, Monday to Saturday, 8 minutes hour working day.
Oh, just a moment. MH means man hours.
Oh, man hours working days, 48 man hour working week,
Per work.
192 man hour week working month, which give us 2,304 plus 40 equal 2,344 man hour working year.
Right. So basically, we are defining the day, the working day, working week in terms of the man hours. Right. Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
So now, how do we use the 8 hours, right? 8 man hours per working day. So basically, this is mentioned here, right? What is the breakup? So read that.
First shift, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 4 man hour. Lunchtime starting at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., 1 hour. And the second shift starts at 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., equal to 4 man hour.
And holidays as declared by the company, right? So I want to note something. Basically, the working time is called the man hours. Did you note that? And non-working time is just called the hour, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So where does this terminology come from? Basically, if you look at the first engineering of mankind, it is the civil engineering. So, so since earlier times, it is the man who works outside the home. So that is why this term is called man hours. But these days, now this word is gender neutral, right? So man hours would also mean to include the female workforce also, right? Is that clear? So man hour means the what is the work contribution of a person. That's what it means. Okay, 1 hour means it's just a span of time. It is not the work contribution. So basically, this organization, what it does, it doesn't make a person work at a stretch. They first ask the person to work 4 man-hours of the work, and then they give him 1 hour of break time, and then they tell people to work again 4 man-hours. So that's how they are getting total 8 man-hours. Now, if you look at the total duration, the time which the person stays within the company from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., it is actually 9 hours. But the man hours is 8 because 1 hour is break time, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the calendar, we accommodate the non-work days, so which are declared by the company. So basically, the company is declaring the holidays based upon the country, right? So whatever is followed in the country, that is usually followed by the company, right? So this is the structure of the calendar, Indian Standard Time. And this is the structure. Keep that in mind. We are going to create that and we will use it, right? So let's start. Let's go back to the Primavera. So you come to the Primavera. Now to create the calendar, so we go to the calendar tool. So you click on the calendar tool here. Okay. Now Shubham and Obed, please confirm that you are here in the calendar tool.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now make sure that you are in the global category. Okay, so once you are sure that you are in the global category, because we would like to create a global calendar because it will be useful to my colleagues as well, right? Once I create it and once it is perfect, it can be used by many other teams because you are working in a shared workspace, right? So to create a new calendar, we click on the add button. So once you click on the add button, it basically gives a pop-up. Okay, so I bring this here for better view. So guys, you read what is mentioned on the top. What does it say?
Select calendar to copy from.
Yes, it is asking you to be smart. It says you find the nearest matching calendar and make a copy and modify that. You don't have to create any calendar from scratch. So what do? You realize that my nearest matching calendar is the corporate, right? It's a 5 day and I can copy it. I can make it 6 day, right? You select the corporate and then you click on the selection button, that is the green plus. So once you did that, it has created a copy. Do you see that new calendar? Now you change the name to IST. You write in capital letters, caps, IST, and then you press enter. And you press enter. So once you press enter, you see that it gets sorted, right?
Yes.
Alphabetically sorted. Since you want this calendar to be useful for the rest of the organization, you make it the default. You click on the default checkbox. Now, what happens after this point? Any project which is created after this point, it will be applied with IST as a governing calendar by default, right? Okay, now having done that, so since it's a copy taken from the corporate, we are going to modify that. Click on the modify button. So once you click on the modify button, so first of all, you ensure that this side of the radio button is switched on. You're on this side, Shubham,
Total work.
Obed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we are going to define the time periods, right? So you click on the time periods. Now the man hours will be always 8 all over the world, all organization, but your man hours per week in this case will be 48 because you want people to work 6 days a week, right? And the man hours per month is 192, right? And the man hours per year is 2344. Okay, because we had calculated that. Is that right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, every step should be done with understanding, right? Now click on the OK. Okay. Now, having defined the time periods for the working day, working week, working month, and working year, now we are going to tell the Primavera which days are on and which days are off. So you click on the work week template. So we want people to work on Saturday. So you write here 8. So it will become a working day. Right, guys? Is that clear? Now you click OK. Now, once you do that, you will see the Saturday is marked as a standard working day, right? So, this is a pattern which is repeated forward. It is repeated for thousands of years. So, basically, if you go forward in time, you will see that Saturday is a working day, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So, Saturday is marked as the working day in this calendar. Now we have to tell that what is the breakup of the 8 hours, which 8 hours of the day we are using, right? So basically to do this, we'll go to the detailed work hours per day, click on this detailed, and then we go to the work week definition. So we are going to define the work week in details. Now, what do? We want to set the pattern as basically starting from 9 a.m. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. will be break, and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. will be the working time. And we want to do it for 6 days at once. So, guys, just do this thing. Using the shift method, you select Monday to Saturday. No, not like that, man. Use the shift method. Why are you going regressing back to, see, you select Monday, right? Only the Monday, then you press the shift, then you click on the Saturday. You can select 6 days at once. Just go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Press the shift button. No, man.
I am on shift. Yeah.
See,
I'm on
left hand,
control shift.
you keep it
Yeah.
like that. Okay. Yeah. So this is a better way. So, because I want you to look like a very experienced person. When you go to some organization, there'll be people looking over your shoulder during the first 10 days, right? And you should look good. Okay.
Yes.
Fine. Now, let me do this thing. So we decided that the working time will start from 9. So what do? We mark the entire 8 a.m. as non-work. So how do we do it? We first click the cursor on the first 30 minutes, right? So what do? Do you see that? It is highlighted. So I click on the non-work. And then I go to the next 30 minutes non-work. So entire 8 a.m. is non-work, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, now it is the 1 p.m., which is the entirely a break. So what do? You select both the time slabs and you mark them as non-work. You just click here, mark it as non-work. No, man, on 13 is the 1 p.m.
Oh.
Yeah, you click on the non-work. Yes, correct. So basically you have marked the 1 p.m. as non-work. Now the 16 and 17 are going to be the work time. So you select 16. Okay. Then you click on the work. Then you select the second half, that is another 30 minutes. And then the 70, and then you click on the work once again. Right. And hold your screen for your friends. So guys, please have a look. Have you done the same?
Yes, sir.
So basically Monday to Saturday, and it will apply the same pattern starting from 9, and there is a break time, and the finishing time will be at 6 p.m., right? Okay. Okay. Now, if that is the same for you guys, you click on the OK button. So guys, once you clicked on the OK, this will apply, but we will not stop here. We should always cross check, guys, because I've told you that if you make a mistake in the schedule, it will be immediately visible to your bosses, right? If you make a mistake in the resource cost or something, it will not be visible. But the scheduling mistakes are not tolerated by the industry. I have this feedback from my former students. They are bosses. I taught them 12 years ago. So I get very good feedbacks that how to basically train the new guys and where they make most of the mistakes. So you should cross check your work. So looking at Monday, look at the structure. Does it look right? Exactly.
Yes.
Yes. So what do? We pass the quality control. Tick. Now check the Tuesday. Select Tuesday. Does it look right?
Yes.
Yes. Quality control pass. Check the Wednesday.
Yes.
Thursday.
Yes.
Yes. Friday.
Yes.
Saturday. Looks right?
Yes.
We don't need to check the Sunday because the Sunday, it doesn't have any structure, right? It has only the off time, right? So if you have checked and found these days as correct, it is perpetually correct, right? For thousands of years, right? Is that clear? Because
Yes.
you can compute the calendar structure for thousands of years, right? Okay. So once you are sure, then you click on the OK. And then you click on the close button. Now you have created the calendar, but we want to use it. So we got to apply it on the project, right? So guys, please come to the project details here. Okay, now once you come into the project details, so let us switch off the Gantt chart. So you switch off the Gantt chart. Okay. Now let us move to the level number 2 because there are too many details which is cluttering up the view. I go to the level number 1, then I expand the learning and development. Then I select my project, lesson number 1, right? So guys, you do like this. You rearrange the screen to make it comfortable. And then after selecting lesson 1, click on the detail button. Click on the detail. So once you click on the detail, you go to the default tab, right? So in the default, so what do? You change the calendar to IST, Indian Standard Time. Now, what's going to happen if you do that? See, existing activities will still continue to use the previous calendar, but the new activities which you create after this point, they will be scheduled by the IST calendar, right? Okay, now how does this work? Actually, there are 3 levels of inheritance. So let me draw the diagram, just wait. So I think I can draw it from here, right? So let me draw the diagram so that you can understand how is the calendar applied. See, first thing is that there is an enterprise default calendar. Enterprise default, right? And when you create a project, the project inherits it from the enterprise default, then it becomes a project default. Project default calendar. And when you create an activity, so it becomes activities calendar. Okay, guys, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
right now, what we have done, we have changed the project default. Now, what's going to happen? This calendar, the IST, will be inherited by all the activities from this point onwards, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So we change the project default calendar deliberately because we want it. So the previous default calendar which was applied when the project was created, it has been basically kept out of the use. So right now we have set the project default. From this point onwards, any activity that we create will be created using the IST calendar, right? So let's see that how this thing works, right? Now keep that point in mind. The project default calendar is now IST calendar. Now let's come to the activities tab. Now you click on the add button to create a new activity and you press enter here. Okay, so guys, you will see that the new activity is being created with IST calendar. Did you note that?
Yes.
Now let's have a look at the timeline. Right now the time scale is lower, so we will use the greater units of time. I think if we switch over to the weekly and the per day mode, so this scale is optimal, right? So guys, can you adjust yours to match this?
Yes, sir.
So you adjust it and you select the weekly and daily and with a single letter. So I want you to notice this carefully. This 6 day activity is starting on Monday and you will notice it is finishing within the same week because this activity is being scheduled for 6 days a week, right? Whereas all the other activities which are being scheduled with the corporate calendar, they are spilling over to the next Monday, right? Because the Friday, I mean, because the Saturday is the non-working day in those activities, right? Is that clear?
Yeah. Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, now one thing is basically you did not notice that in the IST calendar, the starting time is 9 a.m. But why the new activity is being scheduled to start from 8 a.m.? Why not 9 a.m.? Because in the calendar, if you remember the structure, we told that every activity will start at 9 and it will finish at 6. The finishing time is correct. But why the starting time is 8 a.m.? You did not ask me, right? That is a questionable thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me explain this to you. Why is it so? If you guys remember, so guys, when we had created the project, in the start date, we had mentioned the time as 8 a.m., right? Now, what happens that 8 a.m., which is part of the starting time of the project, it superimposes itself on the calendar. It means that how to resolve it. So, guys, what we have to do, if you change the calendar, you should change the starting time of the project start date to match that of the calendar to resolve this problem, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
So first of all, we will delete this activity because this is defective. We don't need it. First, we will correct the starting time of the project. Then we will create another new activity, right? So to delete an activity, you can click on the delete button, which is on the right side. And click yes. Okay. Okay. Now let us go to the project detail. Click on the project tab. In the detail, we will select the dates tab so that we can see the starting date. In the starting date, you change the time to 9 a.m. You click on this button and you up scroll the time to 9 a.m. You click on the up button. Yeah. Now click on the select button to apply this. Okay, just hold your screen here. So both of you guys, please confirm that you have selected 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. I did it.
You did. Shubham, you did also.
Yes, selected.
Okay, fine. So now let us get back to the activities tab. So once you are in the activities tab, let us create a new activity. You click on the add button. So you press enter here. After you have done this, press enter and you will notice that this time it is being created correctly, right? So this activity is starting at 9, it is finishing at 6, and you can see that it is finished starting on Monday and it is finishing within the Saturday of the same week. And this is the calendar which is scheduling, right? Okay. Now you create another activity here. And this time you enter the duration as 4 hours. So it can be represented by 4H and remember small letter 4H, 4 hours. You should press enter always, right? So once you did, you will notice something. Look at the finishing time, right? So 4 hours,
Yeah.
starting from 9 a.m., it finishes at 1 p.m. So that's why the finish time of this activity is 1 p.m., right? Okay. So guys, you tell me, if I create an activity of 5 hours, then what will be the finishing time? You think?
It will be
Should be 2.
3.
How much?
3.
Great, very good. So you can explain the reason to your friends, okay? Okay, now you click on the add button. Now you type here 5H. Now explain to your friend that why the 5 hour activity is not finishing on 2, why is it going up to 3 p.m.? So you tell your friends.
Because of the 1 hour lunch time.
Exactly correct. So is that clear to you guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so basically the calendar is having the structure of 1 hour lunchtime between 1 to 2 p.m. So if I give you 5 hours of the work, this is exactly what you will do. You will take your lunch and then the 1 man hours of the work you will finish between 2 to 3 p.m., right? So, okay, very good. Now you click on the add and you type here 12 hours, 12H. So if you type here 12H, so what do you get? So you get it is immediately converted into 1 day and 4 hours, right? So basically what it does, it is dividing the 12 hours with the 8 man hours per day. So it is converting that into days. So it has got 1 full day, 1 full man day, and half man day, right? So half man day is being represented by 4 hours, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now let us create another activity. You click here on the add button. So this time you write here 24H. You see that what the Primavera is doing? It is converting into 3 full man days, right? So it is dividing the 24 man hours by 8 to convert it into 3 man days, right? So there is no fraction here. So there is no the hours here, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now you click on the add button once again. Then you write here 1W to represent 1 week. 1W. So it is converting that into man days as well, right? Okay. And why does the Primavera converts everything into man days or man hours? It is because the Primavera teams are usually international teams, and there could be people of various nationalities merging to work on the same project, especially in the Middle East. Now, it can be confusing because if a person is coming from 5 days a week background, he might perceive the 1 week as having 5 days. He might prepare for 5 days. Someone might prepare for 5.5 days. Someone might prepare for 6 days. Someone might prepare for even 7 days a week. So to kill the ambiguity, whatever you enter, it will be always be converted into man days, because day is the atomic unit of time. 1 man day is equal to 8 man hours, but different organizations have different meaning for the working week and working month, because week and month, they are not atomic units of time, rather they are collection of days, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because the working week and the working month, it has a different kind of number of the working days. But when I say working day, all over the world, 1 working day is equal to 8 man hours. It is the global standard. Is that clear?
Yes.
That's why Primavera will convert everything into the working day to kill any kind of ambiguity. No ambiguity, right? Okay, fine. Now, keeping this fact in mind, click on the add button once again. And you type here 1MO to represent 1 month. So what it does, it converts the 1 month into 24 days, 24 man days, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
To kill the ambiguity. Now, there is one more thing I would like to ask you. If you write here 24 man days, and why is it finishing on 27th? Why not 24th? Why is it having 3 more days?
Be because of
including
the
weekends.
Because this question was asked more than 100 years ago by many people to Henry Gantt. So Henry Gantt told them by drawing the Gantt chart, he said that, look, guys, on the calendar, when we put the 24 days, it has to jump over 3 non-working days, due to which the calendar duration is extended. Is that clear?
yes.
Okay, to complete the 24 days of the work, the activity has to jump over the 3 non-working days, due to which the calendar finish date is 27, not 24, right? Is that clear? Because the
Yes.
calendar is having non-working days. So that is why we have to finish it on the 27th, so that we are able to give exactly 24 man days of
Yes.
work to the activity, right? So the activity is completed like this. So 6 days of the work here, 6 days of the work here, 6 days of the work here, 6 days of the work here. So basically that completes 24 working days. So the duration is basically excluding the non-work days. So this is called the engineering duration. And the 27th September that you are seeing, that is called the calendar duration. So guys, remember, the calendar duration will be always greater than your engineering duration. Is that clear?
Yes.
So if you are in a stakeholder meeting and if your stakeholder is insisting on asking you to name a date, please try to avoid that. You tell your stakeholder politely, the finish date only can be calculated by the software, because the finish date is dependent upon the calendar and upon the start date. Because if you put the same duration in India in the month of October, the month of October is chock full of holidays. And if you put a 24 days duration work in the month of October, starting at 1st of October, it is bound to spill over to the month of November, and into the month of the November, because October is basically filled with many holidays due to the festivals, right? There are large numbers of the festivals during the month of the October, and that is why it's going to go into the month of the November. So the different months they have. If you look at the month of the June in India, no holidays. Month of the July, nothing. Month of the May, nothing. Right? But once you approach
Yes.
the month of the October and the November, it has got lots of the holidays. So different months have different effect upon the scheduling. So that's what you can explain to your stakeholder. You tell him that, okay, I will tell you the dates after I put the schedule, after I calculate the schedule using the Primavera, and I have created the calendar correctly and I have put the correct start date. And based upon that, whatever is calculated, I can send you in the PDF format or Excel format or whatever format you like, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So,
Just a question.
yeah, good. Yeah, go ahead.
There will be time that a work, for example, in terms of a contract with a subcontractor, that the situation is that you have to start on the 1st of September, and though we can talk about 1 month, but we want really him to finish on the end of September, which is what? 30th September. But like we did type here 1 month, but like you come to explain, the system is showing the way it's showing and is ending on the 27th, which if we keep it this way, we will want to have our product on the 27th, but the contractor will say, listen, I still have my 2 days or 3 days to complete and to give it to you. On those kind of situations, can I add those 2 days yet? Is it
Yes,
possible?
yes, absolutely
I have
right.
just to
You
say
can
1
fine
month.
tune that. You can fine tune that if you make it 26 or 27, and you see that if it lands on the finish date as stated by the contractor, and you can freeze it, that's fine, absolutely fine. Because
Can
it's
I try it?
like you can adjust it. You can write here. Suppose contractor says that I will give to you on the 30th. So what you do, you try to write here 27. So if it is going on the 1st October, you make it 26, right? You adjust,
Yeah,
right?
that's it. Yes.
Okay, that's it.
That
So
is
you
what I
bring,
wanted to
then
confirm.
you
Yes.
type that it makes 26 working days and it finishes on 30th of the September. So basically,
That
make him understand. You make him look at the Gantt chart. So he says yes. Then you write it in his subcontractor that he is going to start on 1st and is going to finish on 30th, and that becomes your baseline, right? Is that clear, guys?
that's it.
Right?
Yes, very clear.
Yeah. So basically, you can first write 1 month. So basically, if you're not using a valid work time unit, so it complains, right? So you got to put in the valid work time. So first you write the rough duration, then you write the fine duration, right? Is that clear?
Yes, clear.
Now we will, yes, that's a good question, good concern. So basically, you are thinking to use it practically. That's exactly I want here. I want people to think and use the knowledge practically from Monday onwards, right? Okay, now you click on this, click on the add button, and you type here 1 year, 1Y. No, not in the activity name, in the duration column. Look where I'm pointing. Yeah, you type here 1Y. So once you type here 1Y and it converts that into 293 man days. But how it is doing that, I'll show it to you. So guys, you watch, I'm going to explain that to you. I go into the calendar, then I click on the modify. Then I click on the time periods. Now, guys, you tell me that if I divide 48 by 8, so what do I get? How many man days do I get? 48 divided by
6.
6 and 192 divided by 8. How much do I get? 24.
24.
And if I divide 2344 by 8, I get 293. Because
Yeah.
what I did initially, I defined the week in terms of man hours, the month, the working month in terms of man hours, and also the year. Now, when I enter into this column, so what does the Primavera do? It converts the man hours into man days, right? So this is what
Yes.
it is doing. So if you want a confirmation, we can do it here. So I will clear this. Okay, I clear. Then I say, okay, convert 2344 man hours into man days. So I divide it by 8 and you get here 293 man days, right guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So that's what Primavera is doing. It is making your life simpler by mentioning the duration in terms of man days, right? Okay, so that it is easily understood by the people that how much work they have to contribute. Okay, so this is how the scheduling works. Basically, the scheduling is created by the calendar. Now, let me show you the.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes.
Uh, in the activity 8 1200, we have given the original duration as 24 1 month in the initial phase.
Hold on.
So why
Man,
the calendar is
stop. I'm asking you to stop. You just make one of your device offline. You put one of your device offline because I'm not able to understand you, and it is ruining the recording also. Right? Recording is being ruined for all. So please put one of your devices offline, and then you tell me your question. I will explain it to you.
hello.
Yes, tell me.
So in the activity number A 1200, initially we have original duration as 1 month. Okay.
What is happening, man? I'm asking. Okay, so let me do it from my end. So basically, who is that? Shubham. You
Shubham, yes.
asking? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me do this thing. I'm going to put one of your devices into the waiting room. Okay. Okay. Now you go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So I am asking in the activity number A1200.
It is still happening, man. I'm not still able to hear you. I'm going to basically, just a moment. I'm going to put one of your device offline, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now you just tell me.
Is it good now?
No, it is not good. I think that your speaker and mic, they are, oh, it happens when you're using the mic of your headphone. What happens is that the sound which is generated from the speaker, so it goes into your mic. So can you do one thing? You use either your headphone set or you use your laptop.
I'm using my laptop only. I removed the headphones.
So just do one thing. You just make a WhatsApp call to me, okay? Yeah. So you
Okay.
mute your mic and you make a WhatsApp call to me. You mute your mic completely and you make a WhatsApp call to me. Okay, now you make a WhatsApp call. Okay, now you ask your the question.
Sir, I was asking the number A1200 in the original column we have entered it into 20 days.
Mm-hmm. The duration, can you repeat your question once again, please?
Sir, in the activity number A1200,
Yes, correct.
the original duration we have entered was 1 month.
Yeah, 1 month. We type here 1 month, so it is converting into the 24 man days because 1 month has been defined as 192 man hours. You know what it is doing? It is converting the internal definition of the man month of basically the man hours, which has been defined as 192. It is dividing it by 8 to produce a duration of 24 man days. That is the reason.
Okay.
Okay, so the definition was shown by me to you just right now. I would like you to pay more attention. Please look at the time periods. So look at the definition of the man hours per month. How much is that on the screen? Do you see the screen?
Yeah,
Okay,
192.
192. If you divide 192 by 8 man hours, it will give you the man days, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what it is doing. So basically, it is applicable for the week. If you divide 48 man hours, you will get 6 days. If you divide 192 by 8, you will get 24 man days. And if you write here 1 year, so 1 year will be converted into 293 man days. Basically, what it is doing, that it is converting the year into 2344 man hours. And from the man hours, it is computing 293 man days. Right? So that is why, in every column, whether you enter hours or weeks or months or year, every time the Primavera will try to convert it into the man days because the man day is the most unambiguous unit. One man day is a atomic unit of time and it is globally understood as equal to 8 man hours. That is the reason, right? Okay, because the Primavera is used by large teams and they don't want confusion within the team by using different units of time. If there is a partial day, of course, it will show you the fraction of the day in terms of man hours. But if there is a whole day in multiples of 8, it will convert it into a whole number, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now you come online, you bring both your devices online. So, Shubham, you can basically hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, you can bring your second device also online and you keep them muted. Okay, fine. Now, guys, I'm going to explain to you that what is the flow chart of the scheduling, right? So let me draw the diagram. You just wait. You just give me a moment. Okay, so guys, we start from here. So basically, the duration is determined by your expert judgment. So where does your expert judgment come from? Expert judgment is a combination of your experience, your domain knowledge, your industry knowledge, your engineering knowledge, right? All that gives you makes you an expert. So, guys, have you seen any fresher being made the project manager? Have you seen that happening? Any fresh graduate made
No, sir.
a project manager directly?
No.
No, because
No.
you have experience. Unless and until you get some experience, you will not be able to expertly judge and decide things, right? So, to be able to decide the duration, you should have some experience. You should have gone through the life cycles of multiple projects as a technical resource. So, whenever we join any industry, we are given some training and we are applied as technical resources. We do the job at the ground level, right? So once we go through the and we if we are a bright spark, if we are noticed by someone, someone might make you upgrade you to the team leadership, where you will lead a team of people, you will guide them. Now, if you are further show brightness, then definitely you will be uplifted to the position of the project manager, which is a natural progression. So why would someone make you the project manager? Because you are able to plan, you are able to manage people, you are able to manage the schedule, you are able to apply and determine the resource units correctly, you apply the optimal number of the people, optimal number of the machines, optimal number of the materials, right, optimal quantities. So you are able to understand all those, so you go into a situation where you are able to judge things expertly. So this duration comes from your expert judgment, because many of the people mistakenly believe that if they write the task name and then Primavera would automatically calculate the duration for them. No, guys, that is not the thing, because that would be artificial intelligence, and you dread the day when that happens. You and me will be jobless, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So basically, we are being paid for our natural intelligence. So natural intelligence is based upon our experience. So what is experience? It is a set of useful memories gathered and retained during our past many years of work, which gives us an expertise to be able to judge that what is the appropriate duration if I'm doing this. So every engineer has his own knowledge. I'm an IT engineer, right? So if I'm given the task to set up a data center, I will write down the activities with the correct durations, because I have gone through that multiple times, right, guys? Is that clear? You are all construction people. You are from the civil engineering background. If I tell you that this is the excavation, so what you will do? You will do a measurement of the site. You will measure the length. You will measure the breadth. You will measure the depth of the area to be dug out. Then you will calculate the volume of the earth. Then you will divide it with the digging capacity of the machine. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
then you will be able to determine, yes, I know if we dig it out at the rate of 50 cubic meter per day, so we will be able to finish the 500 cubic meters in 10 days, right? So you will write excavation 10 days. And in the note, you will write the calculation involved, right? So that's your expert judgment, right? It comes from your prior knowledge, right? Is that clear? So every engineer uses the Primavera based upon his expert judgment. Primavera is not a domain specific software. It is not any, yes, of course, the civil engineering is the progenitor of the project management, and project management gave us the beautiful gift of the Primavera. So every engineer uses that because first engineering was civil engineering, then structural, then came mechanical, then came electrical, then came electronics, then came IT engineering and hardware engineering, then came the software engineering, and then I don't know what engineering they will have in the future. They might convert the goats into horses, right? Genetic engineering, right? Is that clear?
Yes. Yes.
Right. They might even put a head of a horse on the body of a goat. I don't know. Okay, so the world
Yeah.
is going many ways, but for the time being, it looks very much stable, and we can be usefully employed, right? So we once we put the duration according to our expert judgment. So what happens? It goes into the structure of the calendar, and the scheduling program, based upon the duration and the structure of the calendar, it creates the schedule, right? So it gives the output as schedule. So what does the schedule consist of? It consists of two pieces of data or information, that is the start date and the finish date, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So it means that if I change the calendar, it means that the scheduling program will recalculate the schedule, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So let's see that practically. So guys, you do this thing, you go to this the first activities, right? First activity, and in the calendar column, you double click and you change the calendar to IST, right? Double click here, it will show you a pop-up. Now select IST and you apply that. So guys, did you note that as soon as you change the calendar, the schedule also got changed? Look at the timing, right?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
what happens that once you change the calendar, the scheduling program, it gets triggered and it calculates the different schedule for the same duration of time, right? So it is using the
Yeah.
pattern from the IST, right, guys?
Yes.
So is that clear to all?
Yes.
Okay, guys.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to teach you something which is very, very useful. Suppose your boss says, "Oh, I want all these activities to be scheduled with the IST." So does it mean that you will do it one by one? No, guys. I'll tell you. In the Primavera, we have a feature which is called the fill down. So what you can do, you can fill the value from the first row into all these rows. Fill down. You can fill down the value from the top row to the designated rows. So what you do? So guys, do this thing. So you press the shift button on the first row, right? And keep it pressed. Okay, keep it pressed. And now you click on this row up to here. You click here and it will select this set of the rows, right? So you will see that the glow, do you see this the orange glow here?
Yeah.
Should be on the calendar column, right? Now, what we are going to do, we are going to fill down the IST in all these rows by using this button. So you click on that button, it says fill down. Okay, click that. Did you note that what it did? It filled down, right? And you will see all the activities are getting scheduled according to IST calendar, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, now let's do this thing. Let's fill down the duration from here to here. First, you click on this cell. You click here and you press the shift. Now you click here on the last row at the bottom. No, not on that column. You got to be in this column, right? Yes, here. Yes. No, you do it once again. Yeah, you got to click in the same column to target this column, right? If you do it in adjacent column, that won't work. And now you go to the fill down. Did you note that?
Yes.
It has picked up the value from the first row within the same column, right? Now let us do this thing. I want this activity to be named as task, and I want you to fill down. So guys, you name the first activity as task, and I want you to fill down from top to the bottom. Do you see that? Isn't it cool?
Yes, very good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So guys, make sure that I'm going to give you some more practice, because I I hope you don't mind because I put my students through a little bit of hard practice. So basically, let's say that your boss says, "Oh, I want this activity, all these activity to be scheduled with the corporate." So he says, "No, again you switch it back to the corporate." So what do? So you select the corporate calendar, right? So now
Yeah.
you say, "Boss, not a problem. I know fill down." So you do the fill down here. Okay. Fill down. It's easy. Now he says, "No, I made a mistake." You switch it back to the IST. So what do? You change the first row, right? To IST. And then you click here on this selection, and then you select and then fill down. So guys, it's so easy, right? Okay. Now one more thing I wanted you to see, basically, it's a sort of a very minute bug. I will teach you the bugs also. Did you note that it still shows corporate standard full-time here at the project level? But if
Yes.
you would remember, we had changed the default calendar to IST. There is no corporate calendar. I'll tell you why. See, in the Primavera, it's not so active like the Excel sheet, because the Primavera data is stored in the database. So if some changes are made, it might be possible that data has not been refreshed. It has not been pulled onto your screen, right? The data is correct and it is lying in the database. Shubham, is that clear to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Obaid, is that clear to you?
Yes, sir.
So what you need to do, if you feel that if you doubt, oh, the data doesn't look refreshed. So what do? Just like we do in a browser. So you have a button here, refresh button, and you press that button, and the data will be pulled out of the database once again. Click that button, refresh button.
This?
Yes, click it, man. You see that? It is refreshed.
Yeah.
Right? So did you get the moral of the story? So the moral of the story is that it is just like Facebook. Suppose you are using the Facebook in the browser mode, and one of your friend, he calls you, "Oh, Chris, I made this post. I'm having dinner with my new girlfriend, right? So you can go." "Oh, so, no, I didn't see that." Then what do? You refresh, right? Is that clear?
Yes. Yes.
Hmm? So
Yes.
basically, you should keep that as secret. Don't tell his wife, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so this is the thing. So whenever you save, it goes to the central database. You tell your colleagues, "Guys, please refresh from time to time." So whenever they make changes, you refresh from time to time, right? Is that clear? So when you
Yes.
so you pull in the fresh data because you are working in a shared space. So people are updating, into the central database. It might be possible that it is not fully refreshing. So if you basically want to make sure that you are seeing everything which is the latest, so at frequent intervals, not so frequently, but wherever you feel that, okay, I worked for 1 hour, let me refresh and let me see what my colleagues have done. So you refresh, right? So you will get everything as latest, right? You should do it from time to time. Now, the thing is that can multiple people update the same project at same time? No. Primavera has a concept of lock. If you are updating, okay, you have to check out. So once you check out, everybody knows they can see, but they cannot update. They can update only once you have sent the data back into the database. So guys, how do you send the data back into the database? What is that shortcut?
Control W.
Control W.
Yes, Control W. You press Control W right now because we are done, right? And you click yes. Now, this data has been sent because what do you see on the top?
No current project.
Now, after this point, any of your colleague can check out. He can do the update only after you have released it, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So till you have released, they can see, but they cannot update. Now, when they want to update, so what they should do, they should refresh. So you click here, refresh, so that you come to know that what new, and EPS has been created. If there is any new WBS created, if someone has created a new project, if someone created a new project, you will come to see. If someone created a new portfolio, you will come to see, right? So that is the thing. So that's how you work in the networked environment, right? So what we have done that we have created the lesson number one. Now we are going to create the remaining lessons, not from scratch. We are going to play smart. So why I'm asking you to do that, that we are going to make copies of the lesson number one and we will use it for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because this is what we should be doing in the real life. In the real life, we don't have to create a project from scratch. Once you have done a couple of projects, you preserve them. So if you have any similar upcoming project, you copy and you modify only those portions which are new, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what you do. And if you look here, the Primavera comes with a lot of templates. If you look here carefully, you will see a lot of sample data which you can use as your starting point, right? If you expand it, you will see under every category you've got very sample data. This is the energy manufacturing. In the future, you can go into the details. If any of the projects they seem matching or near to the ones that you're going to do, you can take a copy, right? That's why they have provided the sample data. So in the future, you are not going to discard any of the project data after you have completed the project. Rather, you can create and you can create a category which is called the archive, right? You can create archive for different kind of the projects that you have done, right? And from the archive, so what do? You make a copy. So I'm going to show you how to make a copy, then we will go for lunch. So first of all, let us make a copy. So to make a copy, so guys, what do? You select this lesson one, and then you press Control C. Press Control C. And then you press Control V right here. Okay, so guys, you are here. Do you get this box?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
We want to suppress this box for the next time, because if you look here, there is a checkbox here. You click this. Do not show this dialog again. When I make a copy next time, I don't want this. Click OK. Click the OK. Then actually there are three different kind of boxes. This is the number 2. We don't want this to come up next time. And click OK. And click OK. And you suppress the third box as well. And you click OK. And you click OK. Okay, so you will see that Primavera has created a copy and it has generated the serial number 2, right? Do you see that? And it has created.
Yes.
Now, the thing is that what is the next lesson? The next lesson you write here, you write the name of the next lesson, critical path and non-working days. You write the name, critical path and non-working days. Non-working days, NON, non-working days, right? So we will learn that as the next lesson. Okay, press enter. Now you open lesson 2, you right click and open. No, not poke into it, just right click. See, poking and right clicking, no, you first you press escape. See, you just click here gently. Okay, you right click here and open. Yeah. So you can see that we have got a copy, right? Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now we leave it here. So we go for lunch, we meet after 1 hour. And basically, the lesson number 1 will be serving as an archive. It will be serving as a template for all the lessons, right? For 3, for 4, for 5. It's not convenient, right? So that's why we are using the computer for. So we don't have to type something which is common, right? Okay, fine.
Yes.
Now, we just stop the sharing and I will pause it. Chris, so Chris, you can share your screen. Okay.
Can see.
Yes, absolutely clear. Fine. Now you approve the remote control. Okay. So guys, now we are on to the lesson number 2. So in the lesson number 2, there are certain things that need to be configured because there are 2 things we don't need. So we don't need the calendar column and we don't need the timestamp here, right? Okay. So we are going to change the configuration. So first of all, we are going to remove the timestamp. So to remove the timestamp, we go into the user preferences, click there. And in the user preferences, you select dates. So after you selected the dates, then you select do not show time. Select this option. And then you click on the close button. So the timestamp is gone. Now we don't want the calendar column. To configure the column, you right click here. And then you select columns. And in the columns, you select calendar. Then you select remove. Then you select OK. Okay, so we have removed it. Now, if you look at the start and the finish date column, you got some white space. So what do? You do this thing, double click, and then you introduce some space yourself, right? So you can do the double click and then you introduce some space yourself so that it is having the right separation of the data, right? And then since we have the white space here, so what we can do? We can bring the vertical partition here and we can basically drag this thing here. So guys, let me tell you something about the time scale. See, there are 2 layers in the time scale. The upper layer is used to drag like this, right? Okay.
Yes.
And yeah, so you can do this. And the second layer is used to expand and contract. So, but let me show it to you. See, expand, contract, expand, contract. But how much you should contract? You should not contract to a point where you can't read, right? You should contract to a point where you're optimized with the space and you can read it well, right? So basically, what will be useful. So when you get a single letter and these letters are distinct and it doesn't affect your eyesight, you can leave it there, right? Okay. So this is the way you optimize it. And once you have optimized, since you made changes in the layout, significant changes, so you should save the layout till this point, right? So guys, you click here to save the layout. So next time you log in, it would be still the same. So you click this button. Yeah, save the layout, right? So it updates the layout. Okay. Now we come to the critical path. So guys, tell me something about the critical path that you know. What do you know about the critical path? What does it mean to you?
Is the part that if if there is a delay, the full project will be delayed.
Yes, correct. Yes, definitely. That's why it is called the critical. Now, this is a partial definition, but we will not learn by definition. I will teach you by observation. right? So we will learn the critical path by observation. Okay, so let's do this thing. Go to the last activity and change the duration to 12 days. 12 days. So once you change it to 12, you will see that the timeline is elongated, right? You can see that the length has increased. And at the same time, you will notice that the project timeline or the project summary bar has also increased, right? It has become equal to the longest task. And I also want you to notice something. See, the duration of the project is equal to this activity, and the finish date of the activity is being updated into the project summary task, right? Project summary group, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
So basically, the duration of the project and the finish date of the project is being derived from the longest activity, right? Okay, so let's do this thing. You go to this activity 1090 and change the duration to 18 days. 18 days. Okay, now you will see that the project duration is coming from the longest activity, and the finish date is being derived from the longest activity, and the length of the project summary has become equal to the longest activity, right? Do you see that? Okay.
Yes.
Now, when the project planning was completed in earlier times, you know what the project managers will do? So they will draw a boundary line here. So this is the finished boundary line of the project, and they will mark the longest path with the red color. So they will take a red pen and mark it in red, and they will say that this is the critical path, because it has got zero gap. If you look here carefully, so basically it has got a zero gap, right? Do you see that any gap there between the critical path and the finish date? No. So this is called the critical path. Now, why they will call it critical? That's the point. Why this is called the critical path? Because rest of the activities, they are not critical, but because they do have some gap, which is called the float. Now, just imagine that a person has been assigned on this activity, right? And this person, he takes a leave suddenly in the middle of the activity, right? So, guys, you tell me that what is the current finish date of the project?
20 September.
20th September, correct. Now, if the person suddenly takes a day leave, 1 day leave, okay, then what will be the new finish date of the project?
22nd.
22nd, absolutely correct. I hope, is it clear to Shubham? Obed, is it clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because if he takes 1 day leave, he can't work on Sunday. Definitely he will go to the next. Now, look at the impact on the client. He took 1 day leave, but on the client, the impact is 2 days delay, right, guys?
Yes.
So the client will say to you that, oh, you guys don't look good on your promise. You promised to finish the project on 20th, and now you're saying 22. So you can't explain to the client, oh, my guy took only 1 day leave. So, but for him, the impact is 2 days. So you can just imagine if he takes leave spanning multiple weeks. So, the number of the non-working days will get included, and the impact of the delay will be more and more and more, right? Okay, because the finish date of the project is defined by the longest path, which is the critical path. And if you look here carefully, the critical path, it doesn't have any gap in which the delays can be accommodated, right? Okay,
Yes.
if you look at the non-critical path, the non-critical path, they have something which is called the float. For example, this activity 1210. So it has got 6 days of the gap here. So if the person takes 1 day leave, it will delay the activity, but it will not push the finish date of the project, right? So you know that what this line represents. So this is the start date and this is the finish date, right? So start date is constant. Start date really is of no consequence once you start the project. Now, what is the consequences of the finish date? If the finish date is mentioned in your contract as a promise, so it is the promise which you make that I will finish your project on time, and you are the PM. PM means promise manager. So what are the promises you have to basically fulfill to the client? I'll finish your project on time. I'll finish your project within the agreed price, and I will give you a product or a service which matches your quality acceptance criteria. Right? Okay. So the first
Yes.
promise and the greatest promise is that of the timely completion of the project. That is why the critical path is very, very important for a project manager to keep it constant. Now, let us try to derive the attribute of the critical path. So from the observation, we can see that it is physically the longest path. Is that true, guys?
Yes.
And it has zero gap or the zero float from the finish date of the project. Is that true?
Yes.
And the project duration cannot be less than the critical path. Is that true?
Yes.
Correct. So, these three attributes are noted in the PMBOK. If you go to the project management body of knowledge, these are the three attributes which mark the definition of the critical path. The PMBOK says the same thing which you observed, that critical path is the longest physical path. It has got zero float, and the project minimum duration for a project is represented by the duration of the critical path, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So this is what you have derived by observation. Now, the thing is that usually the critical path should be automatically marked in the red color, but it is not being done so, because I'll tell you, there is a historical reason for this, because Primavera was released in 1983, and in 1983 the computers were passive. They were not proactive. Means that you have to enter a batch of data, then you have to press the submit button, then only the critical path would be calculated, because the computers were having the CPUs which were not multitasking. Means that you could do only one task at a time. Either you enter the data or you submit the data for processing, right? So suppose if you wanted to type something, you will load a software called the WordStar. So Chris, did you hear about WordStar?
No.
No. Okay. Did you hear about Lotus 123?
No.
No. So I think you are a very young person. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm the oldest one here. So basically, if you basically the word star is a predecessor of Word, and Lotus 123 is a predecessor of Excel. So if you wanted to work on the typing, you would load the word star and you will exit. Then you will load 123, then you will do some Excel, spreadsheet related work, and then you will exit, and then you will load the Primavera, then you will do something about the planning, and then you will exit, right? So this is how you could run only one program at a time, and the operating system was called disk operating system. The computers, they booted from a floppy disk. Do you see the floppy disk symbol here? So guys, this is what a floppy disk look like. Do you see that? So
Yes.
it was a disk, it was like a 5.25 inches square, and we will pull out and insert, and it used to have the operating system, it used to have the data, and it used to have all the things, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, coming to the main point is that when you install the Primavera is installed in the passive mode. Suppose if you want to calculate the critical path, then after entering one batch of the data, you have to do it manually. So click on this. So this is the scheduling button. And then you click on the schedule. Now it will compute the critical path. You see that the critical path has been computed, and this is marked in the red color, and you will see that the float for the critical path is zero. It means that it has zero gap in relation to the finish date line, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
So there is no gap here, right? Okay, so basically the thing is that it has got a zero gap, and rest of the activities have a gap, which is represented by these black lines. So, the project managers will painstakingly draw these lines. So these can be drawn by the software also. We got to activate that, right? So it works in a passive manner. Suppose you entered another batch of the data, right? So you know what it's going to work like. So first of all, let's do this thing. So first of all, you go to the last activity and you change it to 18 days. No, you click into the cell. No, yeah, 18 days. Do you see that both of them are equally the longest, but it is not yet computed as the critical path, right? Do you see the float is still 6 days because the software
Yes.
is working in the passive mode, right? So now you tell the software once again, I have entered another batch of data. Okay, so you compute the critical path once again. So what do? You click on the scheduler button and then you click on the schedule. Then it's going to recompute all the data once again, and then it will say, oh, this is also critical, this is also critical, right? Okay. Okay. So guys,
Yes.
let's do this thing. Let's come to the year 2000. So in 2000, what happened? People started to use Windows operating system. From DOS, they shifted, and Windows was multitasking. A new version of the Primavera was there, but the thing was that 50% of the computers were older and 50% were newer. So then Primavera said that okay, if you have a new computer, you set the software to automatic mode. But in case you have an older computer, you stay in the passive mode. So let's say that we have a new computer and we want automatic computation, right? So whenever we change the data, it should automatically recompute. So let us set the software into the automatic mode. You click here. Okay, so guys, you're here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after you come here, so you got to click on the options. You click on the options button here. In the options, you select this option. Do you see this? Read it. What does it say?
Schedule automatically when a change affects date.
Yeah, you select it. Now we are going to focus on the word change, right? So we got to understand what changes. See, there are 6 changes, any of the 6 changes which can immediately schedule or immediately trigger the recalculation of the critical path. So what change? Number one, if you change the duration, right? If you change the duration, number one. Number two, if you change the relationship. Number three, if you change lead time or lag time. Okay, then if you basically delete a task, or if you add a new task, or if you make changes in the calendar. So these are the 6 changes. If any of the 6 changes they are impacted, so it will recalculate. So let me put this here in the notebook. So because you might be asked this question, right? So maybe you might find me as the interviewer. Okay. So basically, just to check your deep knowledge, read this.
6 change in data that will trigger rescheduling. Change in duration. Change in relation. Change in lead or lag time. Change in or off calendar. Delete an activity. Add an activity.
Okay. So keep these 6 changes in mind that is going to trigger. Now, what is going to happen? So we click on the close button. Click on the yes. And click on the schedule button once again to implement this change. Right? Okay. Now, since we already had the critical path computed, so we will make one change. So what we will do, we will make a change in relation, right? So guys, let's do this thing. Let us select these 3 activities. You select these 3 from the top. Then you right click. Then you can see that there is a menu option here. It says link activities. Link means join them. So when you link, it establishes a very simple relationship, finish to start. And when these three activities are linked, they add up to the duration of 18 days. And immediately you can see that they are critical paths because they are equally the longest. So what is the conclusion? Conclusion is that a project can have multiple critical paths due to mathematical coincidence. Because if you have 18 can be like 6 plus 6 plus 6, 18 can be by 1 plus 17, 2 plus 16, 3 plus 15, or 4 plus 14. There can be many possible combinations to make 18, right? In fact, in real life, 85%, greater than 85% of activities, they are on the critical path. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, you have a critical path. Now, let's say that you want to see the float. Float means the gap. So how do you get that float here? So you right click here on the Gantt chart. And then you select the option bars. Okay. So guys, please confirm that you are here in the bars option.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you click here, exactly where I'm pointing with the arrow, you can scroll down. You go to the, little bit on the tip of the arrow, man. Yeah, here, yes. You scroll down to the bottom. Go to the bottom of the bar list. Yeah. Okay. So guys, you are at the bottom. Now, you will see that there is a checkbox here, float bar. You click on it 2 times, 1, 2. 2. Now you select the negative float bar 1, 2. Okay, so guys, have you selected these 2 check boxes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now click on the OK. So once you've done that, you will see that the float bar is being displayed. So can you just imagine, the project managers will create that with hand, with drafters, no? Isn't it? But it was required, very much essential. If you have big projects and if your stakeholders, they do not understand the schedule, it can create chaos, right? Okay.
Yes.
So basically, this was done to avoid a huge wastage of man hours. Maybe you spend 24 man hours or 40 man hours to avoid 400 man hours of chaos, right? So basically a little bit of planning, it saves a lot of time and trouble, right? So that was okay. But now if you look at the computer does that in fraction of a second. Okay, we live in good times. Okay, so let us learn all the stuff. Okay, now let's see that how does it affect the critical path recomputation. You go to the last activity and change the duration to 20. So guys, did you note that this is the only critical path and rest of the activities, they are having the float. If there is float, they would be represented in green, which is normal, right? So this
Yeah.
is the longest. So it means a project will always have minimum 1 critical path, right guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
A project will always have minimum 1 critical path, and there can be multiple critical paths as well. Okay, so guys, let's do this thing. Let us change the duration of this activity to 16, 1, 6, 16, and let's observe. So guys, what do you observe now? How many critical paths are there?
2.
2, because this is now shorter. So these 2 are the longest ones. Okay, so these 2 are being marked as critical. Now, it is happening in real time, right? So it means that if there are 1,000 activities or 10,000 activities, so the Primavera is going to recalculate immediately, right? Is that clear? But the thing is that if you have large number of the activities and your computer is a little bit slow or it has got less RAM, so the time lag will become noticeable, right? It might take, so you might see a couple of seconds delay. And suppose if your computer is low on RAM, and then it has some older CPU, and you are having an activity, I mean, list of activities like 5,000 plus, then it might even take a couple of minutes. And if you have more activities, then it might take even 5 minutes to 10 minutes to recompute the entire list of the activities, because each time you make changes, Primavera does not care that where you made changes. Primavera will go from top to the bottom, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So basically, when you want to work upon large projects, the companies will provide you their own desktop computers. So they will be having 16 GB RAM or 32 GB RAM, so that large amounts of the data can be processed immediately, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So till then, we can use our own laptop. Okay. Now you can see that these two paths are equally the longest, so they are marked as critical, and you can see their float is 0, right?
Yes.
Now let's do this thing. Let us change the last activity to 18 days. 1/8/18. So once you do it, so this also becomes critical path. Now what to do with the critical path, right? So basically, Chris, do you know what to do with the critical path? How do you use this knowledge?
I don't understand the question
So the
clearly.
question is that you know that these are the critical path. Have you ever heard about critical path meeting? Okay.
No.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'm going to teach that because that's part of my training. Because knowing the critical path has it doesn't have much value. What you do with the critical path is very important to know. So, guys, so what the project managers would do, once the project plan is completed and corrected, they will call for the critical path meeting. So before you call for the meeting, you will apply a filter to display only the critical path. So guys, you click on the filter. Okay, so in the filter, list of the filter, you can see critical checkbox. You select the critical filter. Okay, just hold it. So Shubham,
Yes, sir.
so Obed, you have,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
okay,
Done.
okay, click OK. So you know what the filter has done? It has filtered out non-critical. So you can see certain number of the activities. So guys, how many activities do you see here? Just count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So you will call these 5 task owners, right? You will call these 5 guys into a meeting, which is called the critical path meeting. Critical paths meeting, because many companies would ask you this: have you ever conducted critical path meeting? You will say, yes, I've done, I know about it. So when this meeting is called, when the plan is complete and corrected, right? So basically, because if your plan is not complete or correct, can it give you the true critical path? No, that is not possible.
No.
So data has to be completed and corrected. So then you will get a true critical path. Then you will set the filter. You will call these guys into the meeting room, and you are going to ask them certain questions. Here is the first question. So guys, so this is an accelerated experience. Okay. So the first question is that, are you planning to take a leave during your activity? And we are basically concerned with the answer yes, right? Okay. Are you planning to take a leave during your activity? So, guys, if a person takes a leave during the critical path activity, then what is going to be the impact on the schedule? The project is going to get delayed, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, let's imagine that you are the project manager. PM also means people manager. So basically, you have to manage the people. So how do you manage? You got to ask them that what is the purpose of the leave. See, guys, there are two kind of leaves. One is the negotiable, and one is the non-negotiable. So if the person says, "Oh, I'm just going to some resort to relax myself," So you ask him that, can the dates be rescheduled? Can you take the leave after completing your activity? He says, yes, boss, that's okay. I'm fully flexible regarding that. It's okay. So I will make sure first I complete my activity or activities, and then I can go and relax myself. That would make more sense to me, right? Okay, so he
Yes.
says that. That is called a negotiable leave. Now, what is a non-negotiable leave? Suppose the person says, I'm going to get married, I'm going to get engaged, or my wife is expecting a baby. I've got an appointment from the passport department. I've got an appointment from the court, right? So he can't change those dates, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So these are called non-negotiable events. So what do you do in that case? You arrange for a substitute resource, right? Okay. So let me give you the solution in case the person is going on a non-negotiable leave. So what you should be doing as a project manager, you should ask the HR manager for an equally
Resource.
resource in advance. You must do it in advance. Why? I'll tell you why, guys. So I'm teaching you practical project management as well. See, it's a project management tool. If I didn't tell you these things, just pressing the buttons isn't going to take you anywhere at all. Why you should ask it in advance? Because before the person goes on the leave, he will do the knowledge transfer to the new guy, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So that he is not only equally skilled, but he is equally knowledgeable as well about what is to be done in the activities handed over, right? Is that clear? So
Yes.
he can do them at the same good speed and it will be able to finish within the same planned time frame, right? That is the reason. Suppose you get an equally skilled resource, but he has not been given any knowledge, he might take a longer time than planned. So it will affect your timelines, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So, guys, is that clear to you? Shubham, Obed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
that is
Yes,
your responsibility because you are PM. PM means people manager also. PM has got many meanings. PM means people manager, process manager, problem manager.
Trophy manager.
Yes, you've got to select right processes. You got to select processes for quality, for project management, for the fabrication, for engineering, for planning, right?
Yes.
Got to be the productivity manager. You got to make sure that everybody is working. No, nothing is idling, neither man nor machine, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just make sure that your machines are not wasting time on the Facebook, right?
Yes.
Not the machine, but the men. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure that everybody is working. Okay. So because when they work, they create something, they create a value. So idling men and machine, they are not much use, and that has to be prevented by you. So you have got multiple roles in the word PM, right? I'll teach you more. So this is the first question. Now we come to the second question. So basically, you know what is the summary? Basically, it is 3M plus C. So I'll just tell you what is the meaning of 3M. 3M means you should be taking care of men, machines, material. 3M and C for cash. Now we go to the second question, that is machine. Now you ask your guys a question. Do you have any machine on your task, of course, which may break down? Break down during the task, and you are concerned with the answer yes. So guys, just imagine there is a machine which breaks down during the middle of the task, critical task, and do you think it's going to delay the project?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
now you guys tell me that what is your solution, what will be your strategy to prevent the delay?
We have to alternative solution for that.
Yes, you can have a standby machine, yes, that's right, but suppose if the machine is big, a huge one, and if you get a standby machine, that's going to cost you a lot of money. So what do? You do preventive maintenance. So there are two options in front of you. I'll write them both. One is get standby. Second option is that if you can't afford a big standby, so what do? You do preventive maintenance. Preventive maintenance. Okay, so I'll give you the example of a standby. So guys, if you looked into the car boot, you have a spare tire there, right?
Yes.
That's a standby resource, right? Now, what is preventive maintenance? I'll tell you. So guys, when you get down from an aircraft, you must have seen, especially when you get down using the ladder, not the gantry, you can see the entire aircraft behind you. Have you seen there are many people checking the aircraft? Have you seen them?
Yes.
Many guys are checking the tires, someone is checking the underbelly, some guys are checking the engine, some guys have connected a wire, cable to the pilot's cabin, they are downloading some data. You know what these guys are doing? They are doing preventive maintenance for the next flight. So while you are going toward the terminal, the next batch of the passengers are waiting for the flight, right? How do the airlines
Yes.
make money? So they make the aircraft go and work hard. Aircraft does not get any rest. It is the people who get rest, right? So is
Yes.
that clear? Hmm?
Yes.
So that is how the airlines make money. Just okay. So you have to do the preventive maintenance. So basically, you have to understand that if the equipment is big enough, so you do preventive maintenance. Suppose if you want to go on a long trip in your car, so what do? Do you tow another car with you? No. So if you want to go on a really long trip, so what do? You can take the car to your favorite mechanic and the favorite garage, and you can ask him so to check the car thoroughly and do any preventive maintenance. If any of the components seem to be on the borderline, he can fix that or repair that, so that during the journey the car works smoothly, right? Is that clear? That is preventive.
Yes.
So you got to choose it yourself, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Now we come to the third M, which is the material. The third question is like this. Do you have any material which may run in short supply during your task? And the answer is yes. Do you have any material which may run in short supply during your task? And the answer is yes. So, guys, just imagine you have got the man, you have got the machine, but you don't have the material. Can you do the activity?
No.
No. So, how do you deal with this? So, tell me if you have any ideas.
It is the forecasting.
Yes. So, what you're saying is order in advance, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So, what do? You tell your teammates, though, especially those on the critical path, order the material to arrive in advance. So you say that, okay, so you can say minimum 15 days before project start date, right? So this is what you ask them to do. So why do you want it to arrive 15 days before the start date of the project? So guys, just in case, if some of the materials, so you will check for the quality. If some of them, they do not match the quality acceptance criteria, so you have the time to replace them as well, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so that when you start your project and especially the activities on the critical path, so you have the man, machine, material, and the material is perfect. Machines are perfect. Okay, they have been serviced, and if there are small machines, you have got standby. Now we come to the fourth question, which is the cash, right? Okay. Now the fourth question is like this. Do you have any subcontracted work? Do you have any subcontracted work which requires large cash payments. And yes. So guys, read this question number 4.
Do you have any subcontracted work which require large cash payments? Yes.
Now, here is a problem. Here, the problem is the subcontractor and also the large cash. These are the two problems. See, the subcontractors, let me tell you, they have loosely coupled team members. Subcontractors, they usually do not run any registered companies. So basically, they try to gather up the people as per your requirement and they get the job done. So they do not have any deep pockets, which means that if you make them weekly payments, so they are fine, right? Is that clear? But if you are not making them weekly payments, so they won't be able to pay from their own pocket. So maybe their team members may leave and this might affect your work. And what is the problem with the large cash? Basically, the large cash requires multiple levels of approval within your company, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because if it is a small to mid-size cash, you can approve it yourself. But if it is large cash, then the situation has to be explained to your the managers up hierarchy on the upside of your hierarchy. Then they will approve it. So that takes time. So how do you deal with that? I'll just tell you a practical solution. The practical solution is this: get the approvals in advance. Take the cash only when required. Read this, guys.
Yeah.
Read it. Chris.
Get the approval in advance. Take the cash only when required.
Correct. So it doesn't hurt because it's like a post-dated check in which you agree to pay, but the money will be dispensed later, right? So it's like that. So I think nobody will have any problem with that, right? Giving the approval in advance. So you take the cash because you will save on the approvals time. So this is called 3M plus C, man, machine, material, and cash. So these are the 4 reasons which are absolutely preventable, right?
Yes.
But there are certain things which are not preventable. For example, unknown risk. This is a known risk. So known risk is calculable, predictable, preventable. Unknown risk, you have to deal it on ad hoc basis. You cannot predict a cyclone. You cannot predict an earthquake. You cannot predict the political situation of a country. So suppose there is a political chaos in a country and then a lot of things happen and you have to shut down the projects, right?
Yes.
So you will wait for the situation to become normal. So you basically don't bother about that. Unknown risks are dealt by the senior management, and the known risk has to be dealt with by the project manager, right? Is that clear? So the risk
Yes.
of the delay on the critical path is classified as predictable risk, and predictable risk should be prevented, right? As much as possible. For example, you can predict the rainfall based upon the past data and pattern of the climate. But you cannot predict a flood. Flood is not based upon any certain pattern, but the rainfall is predictable. So you can prepare to a large extent to the for basically to take the mitigation action for the rainfall, and you cannot predict that what kind of virus will come next. You cannot predict that when will the war start or when will the war close. So there are a lot of things which are happening, so those are unpredictable risks. But critical path is an absolutely predictable, right? And we must prevent by using these 4 precautions, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So this is how this is how the critical path is useful. So knowing the critical path is good, but preventing the delay on the critical path is the real project management. I hope you agree with this fact, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let us see how to remove the filter. So to remove the filter, you go to the filter option here. And then you select all activities. And then you click on the OK. And the filter is removed. Now, guys, have you heard about something called near critical path? Especially Chris.
Yes.
Okay, so what does it mean?
It means the part that is not critical, but a small mistake can make it become critical.
Yes, very good. You know, so I get a student like you once in 3 years who can know and who can give me the answer on the near critical path. Okay. And it's
Yes.
good that you are here, and it is good that these two guys will learn much more better. It is an accelerated experience for these guys. So, guys, I'm going to teach you the near critical path as well, because being a Primavera and PMP trainer, I feel that if you don't know the fundamentals of the project management fully, around which, I mean, the ecosystem which surrounds the Primavera, so you are not doing full justification to your Primavera knowledge. Primavera is not just about buttons. Primavera means that you should be a project manager who is enabled with Primavera, right? Okay, so the near critical path. So just do this thing. Go to this activity 1170 and change the duration to 16 days. 1616. Correct. And you go to this activity 1050 and change it to 1515.
15?
Yes, 1515. Okay, so guys, do you note that these two activities are very much near to the finish date, right? But since they have some float, so these are not being marked in the red color. So these are called near critical path. Now, what is the problem with them? It has been observed by experienced project managers that, since you have got precautions on the critical path, so they are prevented from expanding. But what happens is that in the middle of the project, something goes wrong on the near critical path and they expand beyond the finish date and they cause delay in the project. Now, how to deal with that? So what do? You call for a team meeting and then you say that, guys, we have formulated a policy that any activity falling within the 3 days of the finish date will be also marked as critical. So, okay. So you can see that this activity is touching the 3 days boundary is critical, and this is also critical, right? So this is something you know. Now, how to tell the software about your policy? I'm going to consider any activity coming within the 3 days of the finish date to be also marked as critical, and we'll prepare for them. So you will follow me step by step, okay? So guys, you grab the mouse and you click on the schedule button here on the top. Okay, so guys, you are here in the schedule toolbox.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now click on the options. So once you clicked on the options, you will get a certain text. Read this.
Define critical activity as total float less than or equal to
0. Right now it is set to 0. The rule says that only the activities which are having the 0 gap from the finish line will be marked as critical. But you say that I want to change the rule to 3 days. So you type here 3D. 3D. No, you erase, Chris. First you clean 3D, right? So guys, you have done that. Okay, now click yes. And click on the schedule button to implement this. So once you've implemented this, you will see that these two activities are also being marked in the red color and as critical. Now we want an absolute proof that these are indeed being treated as the critical activities. So how do we get the proof? We will set the filter for critical. And if they are really the critical, so they will turn up in the filter result. Select critical, then click OK. So guys, do you see that they are turning up here? Do you see that?
Yes.
So they are being also treated as critical activities. So you can do the same prevention plan 3M plus C for these activities also. But the thing is that if you increase the gap, then more and more activities will turn up in the critical list and you will have to spend a lot more money. So guys, make sure that you use your wisdom that what should be the right amount of the gap for the near critical path, right? So I leave that to your own judgment, because if you are basically bringing more activity under the umbrella of the critical path, then you will have to spend more money to provide the resources. Is that clear?
Yes.
To provide the redundancy, it will cost you more. Okay. So just make sure that you use it judiciously, right? Now,
Yes.
first of all, we are going to remove the filter. So you go to the filter option and then you select all activities. That is the best way to remove filter, right? You might be applying multiple filters, but if you click here or at all activities, then that's going to remove all the filters. Then you click on the OK. So once you clicked on the OK, you will see that all the activities are being displayed. Now you want to remove this rule. You want to set the rule back to 0, right? 0 float. So what you do, you click on the schedule button once again. And then you click on the options. And you set the float back to 0. You say that only the 0 float will be considered as critical, right? You write here 0. And then you click on the close button. Click on the close button. Then click on the yes button. Then you click on the schedule. Schedule button here on the top here. So the rule has been reset back to 0. You can see that these are being again marked in normal color because they are having some float, right? Only the activities with the 0 float are being marked in the red color. Okay, now let us understand the non-working days. How do the non-working day they affect the schedule? So let's have a look. So guys, look at the current finish date of the project. So what is the current finish date?
20th of September.
Correct. Now let me ask you a question. Suppose if the organization declares that 3rd of the September will be a holiday, non-working day. So then what will be the new finish date of the project?
22nd again, because the next day is a Sunday.
Absolutely correct. So guys, is that clear to you? Okay. Now,
Yes, sir.
now we will learn that how to apply, how to put the holidays or the non-working days in the calendar, right? Sunday is a weekend. So holiday, they are one of a kind in the year, like your Independence Day, like you have the Christmas Day, like in India, we have got Holi, Diwali, Eid. So basically, these are once in a year. Now, how do you put that on a particular date to mark them as non-working dates? So that I'm going to teach you step by step. So you click on the calendar button. So guys, you're here. Okay.
Yes,
Just
sir.
Yes, sir.
make sure that you are in the global. Okay. So once you're in the global, you select the IST, because this is the calendar which is currently governing the schedule of the project. So we will apply the holiday inside this calendar, right? Now to apply the holiday inside the calendar, we click on the modify button. And once you have clicked on the modify button, and then you click on the scroll forward and go to the month of September. Then you select September 3. Okay. So guys, you will see that the September 3 is having 8 hours of the work, right? Now,
Yeah.
click on the non-work button, non-work. So you will see that it has become 0 and the legend. So basically the dark gray color, it indicates that it is non-work day, right? So it is
Yes.
clear. Now you click on the OK. You will see that rescheduling will take place. Now click on the close button. So do you see that the new finish date has been calculated as 22
Yes.
and Wednesday has been marked as non-work day, right?
Yes.
Because it fulfills one of the rules. So what does this rule say? If you look at rule number 4, if you change in the calendar of, or if you change the calendar, right? Okay.
Yes.
So if you change the calendar, if you replace the calendar with another one, or if you make changes in the existing one, so the rescheduling will be triggered and the new finish date will be calculated. Now, the thing is that in the Primavera, you have a sort of, I would say, it's a sort of a feature. Now, when you are marking a particular date as a non-working and which is a holiday, and all the holidays, they have a reason or they have a name, right? But in
Yes.
Primavera calendar, it doesn't have the provision to write the name directly along with the date. All other softwares do. But that is not a huge problem. We can work around that. So I will teach you how to work around that. It's a very practical requirement. So what we do, we go to the project details. You click on the project tab and then you click on the detail button here.
This one?
Yes. Okay. Now you have another tab here, notebook. So guys, you click on the notebook. Okay. So guys, you're all here. Please confirm.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So basically, we can write note about the project. We can write note about resource, anything. Now, what do? We want to mention the list of the holidays for the entire project, for the entire year. So we click on the add button. So we select general notes. The notebook topic is general notes. Then you click on the selection. And then you close this box. Click on the close cross button to close the project here.
This one?
Yes, you can click this. Okay, fine. Now you click on the modify button. Now, how to write it? Basically, you will get the list of the holidays from your HR. So you can paste it here, right? Like this list of holidays. So let me show you that list of holidays for 2025, right? So you can start the bulleted list, right? Okay, so you write here date and name. So you can write the date and the name. You can write the date and the name. So you can write the date and the name, right? So then you click OK, right? So what you have is a list of the holidays with the date and the name in the notebook. So if someone is looking at the activities, so he says that, oh, what is this holiday for? You tell him to look into the notes. The notes will explain to him that what is the meaning of or what is the name of the holiday on this particular date, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So, this is a sort of a workaround. Okay. And in other softwares, you can directly write the name of the holiday along with the date. So you basically keep the list of the holidays inside the calendar. So here we cannot keep the name of the holiday inside the calendar. We can only mark the particular date as a non-work date. Okay. Now, guys, I will teach you the procedure to remove the holiday because lot many people don't know. They end up using the wrong procedure and it messes up the schedule, right? Suppose you
Yes.
realize that it has been applied on the wrong date, so you should know how to remove it as well, right? Okay, so let's learn how to remove the holiday. You click on the calendar button. Now you click on the modify. Now you scroll to the month of the the September, and you select 3rd September. Okay, now you click on the detailed work hours per day. Okay, so guys, this is the detail of the day, non-work day, all the hours will be non-work. Now, what happens is that many people, when you're not taught, naturally you will feel that, okay, if I want to mark a day as non-work, I use the non-work button. And if I want to make it as the work, I might use the work button. So guys, you click here, click on the work button. So guys, look at the structure of the day. Does it look right to you? Does your organization work in this pattern?
No,
No.
we start at what, 9?
Yeah, then you have a break, then you have 4 hours of the work. So basically, I'll tell you that is the wrong button. This is the correct button, standard. You click on the standard. Now you will see that you have the correct pattern, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me mark this for you. This is the wrong button. And guys, this is the right button. Okay. So will you note that?
Yes.
So when you want to make a particular date, you want to restore it to the working day. So you click on the standard button, right? Okay. So,
Yes.
so keep that in mind. Now you click on the OK and click on the close. And you will see that Primavera has basically restored the finish date back to 20th of September. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so this is how it works because you made changes in the calendar and it recalculated the schedule and it recalculated the critical path. Okay, so guys, I'm pausing here for you to ask me any questions you might have on the critical path and on the calendar, working days, non-working days, and 3M plus C. So you tell me that what is the full meaning of 3M? What is the 3M standing for? What is 3M, guys?
Man, machine, and material,
Yes, and what is C?
plus cash.
Yes. So guys, make sure that you know this, you remember this, because one of my students, he was wanting to work in a big multinational company. So he was working in local company for 10 years, and basically the interviewer was not expecting that he would know up to this point. So he told him the definition of the critical path. Then he said that knowing the critical path is not enough. He gave my dialogue. Knowing it is not enough, you got to prevent the delay by using a prevention plan 3M plus C. So he was curious. So what is 3M? He says that you should plan for a little bit of redundancy of man, machine, material, and cash should be planned in advance, right? Right. So once you have that for the critical activities, it will ensure that at least the project will not be delayed due to the known risk, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Because the critical path is a known risk. So if you know something, so you prevent it. That's it. Okay. Okay. So guys, any questions you have on this critical path, near critical path, calendar, holiday? No questions?
No,
Okay.
sir. We're good.
If you are absolutely clear, that's good. And let us close the lesson. So how do you close the project when you are done?
Control W.
Control W.
Yes, so Control W saves the data to the database server. Okay, now we will do the lesson number 3. So how to do it? You select your lesson number 1 and you do Control C and Control V on the same spot. First you do Control C, then you do Control V. You will see a copy will be created.
Control
C.
C.
Yeah.
and Control
V.
V.
V means paste. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we will look at the rule number 3 and then we'll be able to understand. Read the rule number 3.
Schedule is adjusted by dependency, lead, and lag time.
Okay, correct. Now we will learn about the dependency. So you rename it like this. Let me write this. Dependencies and relationships. Okay, so guys, so I'm holding the screen here. You can check the name and you can write the same name in your lesson, project name. Dependencies and relationships. Okay. So you write that. Okay, so guys, you're done. Okay, you open the lesson number 3. You right click and open.
Pen.
Open project. Yeah, that's right. So what you are seeing a copy of the lesson number 1. Isn't it great? You don't have to type. No?
Yeah.
So basically you can modify and you can create the data for the lesson number 3. So that's what is the best practice in real life. So once you have completed a project, you safe keep the data. And if you have any similar projects, so you just make a copy and you make the required changes. It's going to save time. It's going to save trouble, right? Okay. Now, what is the dependency? So for that, I will take you to the whiteboard. So let's go to the whiteboard. So basically, when we set up any dependency or we set up a relationship, we require minimum 2 activity in a relationship. Now one of the activity, it becomes the predecessor and which is referred to as the boss, and other activity is acquiring the role of successor, which is referred to as the subordinate. Okay. Now, what is the definition of the predecessor? Read that. Read this.
Predecessor task is the one which control the start and or finish date of the successor task.
So guys, so every activity has got 2 dates. And when you do permutation and combination, you get a total combination of 4 in which these 2 activities can be related, right? So now let us look at the combinations one by one. So guys, read what is the first combination. Read this.
Finish to start.
Finish to start. And what is the boss saying to the subordinate?
When I finish, then you can start.
Correct. So, it is represented like this on the Gantt chart. Like this. So a line would be starting from the finish date. So the finish date of the predecessor will be controlling the start date of the successor. So it will be drawn up like this. The arrow will start from the finish and the arrow is going to hit the successor. So guys, remember, the predecessor always shoots the arrow and successor always gets hit, right? Okay, fine. Now read what is the next combination.
Start to start.
And what is the dialogue?
When I start, then you also start.
Okay, it's going to be represented like this. You see that arrow will start from the start date of the predecessor. It's going to touch the start date of the successor. It's going to be represented like this. Okay, now you look at the third combination.
Finish to finish. When I finish, then you also finish.
So it's going to be represented like this, right? Is that clear? Because the
Yes.
is controlling the finish date of the successor. Now read the fourth one.
Start to finish. Before I start, you should be finished.
Now read, there is a condition here.
Start date is predetermined.
Yes, the start date is predetermined and it is a little bit in the future, right? So
Yeah.
that is the thing. Now, how it is going to be represented? It's going to be represented like this. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, now let us represent all this knowledge in the Primavera. So we go into the Primavera. So this time we are going to create the WBS summary groups. Because if I create these summary groups and I put the activities inside them, so that is going to give me a greater understanding. So this time we are going to learn that how to create the WBS summary groups. So in Primavera, to create the WBS summary group, you have to click on the WBS button. Okay, so now you click this button. Okay, now here we are in the WBS tab. In the WBS tab, so first of all, you switch off the details. So you can see that there are only 3 columns, but we need basically 3 more columns. We need the duration column, we need the start date, and we need the finish date. So we are going to add new columns. To add new columns, we right click here. You right click and then you select columns and then you select customize. So once you have selected the customize, you will get the toolbox. So guys, are you in the column toolbox?
Yes, sir.
Now you select the WBS name because we want the new column to be inserted after the WBS name. Okay, now we would like to insert the duration column. So you expand the duration group. Now you select BL project duration. BL means baseline. Baseline means planned project duration. Then you click on the selection button, select. You take it to the right side. Okay. Now, after you have selected, now you close the duration group. Close it. Now, after the duration, we would like to insert the start and the finish date. So you expand the date group. Okay, now we would like to insert the start column. So basically the start column is a little bit down the list. So you can see that it is at the bottom. So you select start and you take it to the right side. And then you select finish and you take it to the right side. Okay, so guys, have you selected these 3?
Yes, sir.
Now click on the OK button. So once you click on the OK, these 3 columns are inserted and you can resize the column according to the data, right guys? Now the thing is that if you look toward the right side, so it is in the year 2008. So how to get the timeline? That is the timeline, that is the current timeline. So what do you do? So you double click here. Double click here. So do you see the timeline is here, but the timeline is too microscopic. So in this case, so what do? You click on the zoom plus. So zoom, what does it do? That it we are going to the lower timescale units and that starts showing you the timescale, right? Now, do you see the project summary bar now? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is that you made a lot of changes to the layout, right? So it becomes very, very valuable and valuable things should be preserved. So you click on the save layout as. Now in the name you write as WBS layout by Chris. WBS layout by Chris. So guys, you write your name and you click on the save button. So guys, I want to show you a bug here. So when you saved it, did you notice that the timeline has slipped away? Do you see that? Actually, it's a bug. I'll show it to you. I'll give you the demo. I do the double click and it comes back, right? It comes back when I do the double click. So guys, I'll show you the bug. Just watch. So when I save the timeline, it just slips away. See this? You see that? I double click. So you try this out. So this bug is only existing in the WBS, nowhere else. In activities, in projects, this does not happen. When you save the layout, I mean the Gantt chart, it remains on the screen. But here there is a problem. If you save it, the Gantt chart goes off the screen, right? So you get this back. So there's no need to save it again because it's going to run away, right? Is that clear?
Okay.
So I'm telling you the bugs in advance so that you don't get surprised with the bugs. Okay. Is that clear?
Mm.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
we are going to create 4 summary groups. To create the groups, we have to click on the add button. Click on the add. Now you go to the WBS name and you write the first relationship. So guys, what is the first one? Finish to start. So
That's-
capital F, capital S, you write finish to start.
To write the full finish, full or just FS?
Full. Finish. Full spelling. Finish to start. Correct. So you press enter. So after you press enter, you will have to go to the parent. So you bring your cursor back to the parent. Now you click on the add, because if you click on the add button from the child, so it's going to create a child of the child, which we don't want. Now in the WBS name, you write start to start. Start to start. And you press enter. Okay, now you go to the top row once again. And then you click on the add. Finish to, now you write the third name as finish to finish. And press enter. Now you go to the top row and then click add. And you write the fourth name as start to finish. So this is, no, not there, man, not there. So you write 4 there. You just backspace it and you put 4 and you move to this. No, you put there 4. It is, so yeah. First you click OK.
Okay.
Okay, now you come to the WBS name and you write here start to finish. It is the 4th combination, right? 4th possible combination, and press enter. Okay, so guys, you are done up to here, both of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
okay, thanks. So now you click on the activities. You come to the activities tab. So guys, once you're in the activities tab, you will notice that the 4 groups are created here. These are the summary groups. So what is the purpose of the summary group? Basically, the purpose of the summary group is to group the logically related activities in one group so that you are able to understand the plan. Suppose if you created a plan of 1000 rows, without any grouping, it will be very difficult, right? So if you look at the life cycle of a project, the project has the initiating, then it has got the design. So design will have a set of activities. After the design, you have the fabrication part, then you have the testing part, then you have the commissioning part, then you have the closing process part, right? So basically all the activities, they need to be grouped within their group summaries. So we need 4 activities in the first group. So guys, so what do? You select the first 4 activities as marked by me, and you do Control X. No, use the shift method. Shift. Chris, why do you forget shift?
Shift.
Press the shift and click on the last one. Yes, Control X. Control X, man, Control X.
X.
Yes. Now you select 3.1 and do Control V. Yeah, Control V. Do you see that the data has been shifted? Now you select, basically if you want to display the data, so you can click on the expand all. You can see the data at the same time, right? Okay.
Yeah.
You can see that it is shifted there. Now you select the next two, 40 and 50, and do Control X.
The two?
2, 40 and 50.
Is control.
No, you select 2 first.
Yeah.
Control X.
Then Control X.
And then you go to 3.2 and do Control V. Do Control V.
Control V.
Yes. Now select the next two. I mean 60 and 70, and you cut them. Cut.
Control X.
Yes. Then you select 3.3 and paste.
Control
V.
V.
Okay. And then you select the next two. That is 80 and 90. And Control X.
Control X.
And then you go to 3.4. And then you do
Control
V. Okay. Now the remaining activities, they are not required. So guys, I want you to show you something. If you look at the activities, they are all in the green color, right? So it means
Yes.
that the critical path has not been computed, right? That's why.
Yes.
Now, one of the rules says if any activity is deleted, so the critical path calculation will be triggered, right? So we will do that right now. Okay. So now you select these activities and you delete them. No, just wait, because you should not be including these in the selection. You press the escape button. Okay, so guys, yeah, now you select only these money from here to here. No, why do you forget that, man?
Is Control X, huh?
No, you got to select the entire bunch, man. Continuous. You should use the shift method. You press the shift button, then you click on the last one.
Yeah, is the shift. That is, I was pressing the control one. It means I have to go back to do this and
Yeah. Now you click on the delete button. So that's going to delete, and you will observe that the critical path will be computed. Do you see that the critical path has been computed?
Yes.
And then all these activity are equally the longest, and they have the zero float as well. Do you see that all the activities in the red color, they have the zero float?
Yes.
Right? Okay, so that is a side knowledge. Now we come back to the main knowledge. So main knowledge, we are trying to learn the dependency and relationships. Now, guys, I'll tell you about one of my civil engineering friends. So he was basically discussing with me the fundamentals of the project management. And then he asked me that, I asked him basically that how do you construct a building? What are the basic steps? So I was just curious to know. So he says that first we dig out the earth, which is called excavation. After the excavation is finished, we do PCC, plain cementing and concreting. After the PCC is finished, then we start the reinforcement. When the reinforcement is finished, then we do the shuttering work. So let us write all the activities. So basically the first activity that they do is excavation. So you write here excavation. In the A1000 you write excavation, EXCAVATION, excavation. Correct. Press enter. And then the next one you write as PCC. In capital letters, you write PCC. You don't have to write the full name. Okay. Then the next activity you write as shuttering. No, you write as reinforcement. Yeah, reinforcement is the third. Reinforcement. Yeah, reinforcement. MENT. Correct. Then comes the shuttering. After the reinforcement, the shuttering job will be done. Okay. SHU, shuttering, shuttering. SHU. No. So let me write it. Shuttering, right?
Okay.
So guys, so you have these 4 activities. Now we go to the first one, that is excavation. Now you switch on the detail. Click on the detail button here. So then you can see that in the detail, you can see there are 2 tabs here, predecessor and successor. If you want to set the predecessor, you go to the predecessor. If you want to set the successor, you can set the successor detail, right? But the problem with that is that it is not of much advantage when it comes to an activity in the middle of the network path. Because when an activity is in the middle of the network path, it has both predecessor and successor. Sometimes you need to see both of them at once. So guys, we are going to configure this, right? And we will use the relationship tab. So guys, you right click here in this strip where I have given you the marked area.
One click.
Right click. And then you select customize activity details. Okay, so guys, you're here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Shubham, you're here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we will remove the tabs we don't need. We don't need predecessor, we remove. We don't need the successor, we remove. So we are left with the 3 tabs, but now we will go to the left side and we will select the tabs we need. So guys, first of all, we select expenses. Then we select notebook. Then we select the relationships. I mean, this is the main tab for which we came here, right? After that, we select WPs and docs. WPs and docs means that working procedure and documents. Okay. Now, what you do, you select the notebook and you bring it down by 1 step. Now, I'm going to basically hold the screen here so you guys can see the number of changes. So guys, make sure that you have all these columns in the same sequence. Okay. You have these columns in the same sequence. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you have selected these columns in the same sequence, so I want you to click on the OK button. Okay. Click on the OK. So once you clicked on the OK, you will see that these columns are implemented. Now, the column which is of greatest value to us is relationship. So guys, if you looked at the relationship, so it shows you both the relationship at once. It can show you the predecessor and it can show you the successor at once, right? Did you see that the relationship tab, it has both predecessor
Predecessor.
and successor as a sub tab, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now there is a column here. So let me show it to you. So basically this is a column which is called relations column. So if you looked at the relationship column, actually this is not relations, actually it is relationship type. And you should expand this as well. Relationship type will be visible to you. So guys, did you fix it?
Yes, sir.
So make sure that you, because you're going to frequently use this column. Okay. So guys, now you tell me that which activity will be the successor to excavation. What will you do after excavation? Which
ECC.
correct. Now to set the successor, you go to the successor box and you click on the assign button in the successor box. So you are getting the assign successor pop-up for the first time. So when the pop-up comes up for the first time, you got to adjust the height and width. So which you adjust like this. So from in this box, after the adjustment of height and width, you change the font, you click here. Then you select table font and row and you apply your favorite font, Vardhana regular 9. Okay, so you apply.
Okay.
Yeah, click on the OK. Now you select PCC. Okay, you select the PCC and you click on the apply button carefully, but once, only one time. Because in Primavera, you can apply multiple relationships by clicking this button repeatedly. But you got to be careful because you need only one relationship, not multiple, right? Okay. But
Yes.
in some places you might need more than one relationship, but we don't need it right now. So we will be careful at this point of time that so as not to apply multiple relationships. Click it. Oh, you have done it. You just wait. No. You just close the box. Close the box. So guys, whenever you apply the relationship, by default, it will choose finish to start because finish to start being the most common relationship. So it is applied as a default relationship. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe in the future, if you need any other kind of relationship, so guys, what you can do, I'll tell you. See, this column is actually having a drop-down menu, but it is immediately not visible. If you poke here, if you poke into this column with the mouse a little bit forcefully, it will turn into a drop-down. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, but the drop-down button is not always visible. Only when you poke it, it shows. So you try doing that yourself. You poke it. Okay. So guys, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you select to finish to start because that's what you want. Okay. Now you come to the PCC. So guys, you tell me who is the successor to PCC? Which activity?
Reinforcement.
Correct. So you will do the same thing. So you go to the assign button on the successor and click to assign the reinforcement. Now you select reinforcement and click on the assign button carefully, but once. Now close the box. Okay. Now you select the shuttering. Okay, guys, you tell me from the shuttering point of view, who is the predecessor to shuttering?
Reinforcement.
Absolutely correct. So guys, in Primavera, you can assign a successor, you can assign a predecessor as well. So for the shuttering, we are going to assign predecessor. So you go to the predecessor box and click on the assign. So you are getting the assign predecessor box for the first time, right? That's a new box, right? Okay. So it has to be configured as well. So what do? We push this up and we use our good judgment to give it the reasonable height and width. Okay. After that, we will select the favorite font. You select the favorite font from here. Vardhana regular 9 and click OK. Okay. And then you select reinforcement. Correct. And you carefully click on the assign button once and click on the close button. So you will see that it has the same effect. It has also created the finish to start relationship, right?
Yes.
So
Just a question.
yes, very good. Yeah.
Yeah. The question, it is like a general one. In Primavera, let's say I made a wrong action. There is no way that I can do the back.
See, you can basically do Control Z in the activities. If you delete multiple activities, you can get them by Control Z. But Control Z, it does not work in any other screen. It doesn't work in the project. If you deleted the project, it's gone. If you deleted the WBS, it's gone. If you deleted the resource, it's gone. Right? But in the activities, if you delete an activity, you can get it back. But you've got to be careful. Right? Okay.
In the case that I am on like when I am doing any assignment.
Just wait, I'll give you the demo. I delete the task and now I'll do Control Z. I do Control Z. Okay, just a moment. I do Control Z and it comes back. But if you delete, if you use the same knowledge in the WBS, no, man, it's dangerous. It works only here. So I don't teach my student. I tell them very clearly that in Primavera, before you delete anything, make sure that you have well thought out decision. And also before you delete some big amounts, big chunks of data, make sure that you have taken a backup, right? Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear. But the question will be, for example, when we are doing the assignment, we want to assign the relationship, and like you are saying, we have just to click once to give that relationship. Let's say for by mistake or what, I did click twice.
Yes, that's a good question. Yes, I got it. I'll give you the demo. See, I selected these two relationships.
Yeah.
Then I assign. So see, by default, it will assign link, will assign the finish to start, right?
Yeah.
So it applies the finish to start relationship. Now, what happens? Suppose if I'm doing it manually, right? So what I do, I go to the assign and then I click on this plus button. So, what it will do, there are four possible combination. It will apply the remaining three. Number 2, then number 3, then number 4, and after that it will deactivate. You see, now you can't assign because it has applied all the 4. Now, suppose you don't need the remaining 3, you need only the finish to start. So what do? You select these 3, like using the shift option, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you can yourself, so basically you click on the remove button here. So it will remove the unnecessary relationships which you don't need. Click here,
Okay.
you click it
Okay.
yourself and you confirm yes, right? Do you see that? It changes,
Yeah.
right? And if you want to remove this relationship as well, click on the remove. It will remove this relationship as well. And click yes, like that.
Yeah.
So basically, the assigned button, it has the remove button. So right now the remove button is deactivated because there is no relationship. So when you
Yeah.
have a relationship, you will see that this button is active. Okay.
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 Yeah.
Now come to the main point. So guys, you look at this column, it says predecessor details. So why the predecessor detail of this excavation activity is blank? Why is it blank?
Because it does not have any relationship before that activity.
Correct, because it is the activity which is at the beginning. So any activity which is at the beginning, its start date will be derived from the project start line. Do you see this blue line here?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this activity will always start from the start date of the project, and rest of the activities, if they are related, they will derive their start date or their finish date from their predecessors, right? So predecessor
Yeah.
is the one who is the boss. Predecessor control the start or the finish dates of the successor task through their start or the finish date. So it is the first possible combination, right? Now you look at the PCC, right? So what is mentioned here? Read this.
A activity A 1000 finish to start.
Now, how do you expand it into the text? Suppose the PCC is a person, he is asking you that, Chris, can you please explain to me the meaning? So, you will explain to him like this. Your predecessor's name is excavation. You will not tell him the number. You are converting that number into a name, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you tell him your predecessor is excavation and your relationship with your predecessor is finish to start. So you expand both of them, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now you expand this, the next one.
Which one? This one?
Yes,
Yeah. The reinforcement predecessor is PCC and their relationship is finish to start.
absolutely correct. So, guys, is it clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So, you must keep this fact in mind. So, whenever you read this code, so the total sentence should come into your mind. So, your mind should read like that, right? It's for you actually. Okay. So, this is the shortcut and this is the explanation, right? Now, we try to understand the finish to start. Basically, what is happening, the finish date is controlling the start date. So, how it is doing, let's watch the dynamics. You go to the excavation and change the duration to 10 and see the impact on the successor activity. Change it to 10. So, guys, did you note some changes happened in the Gantt chart? Okay,
Yes.
explain to you what happened. Actually, the finish date of the excavation, it says, oh, it says to the PCC, look, I'm delayed, you start late. Then PCC is delayed, it tells the reinforcement to start late. Then the reinforcement is delayed, it tells the shuttering to start late. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah. It push
Basically,
it far.
their corresponding predecessors are starting late. I mean, they are finishing late. So they're asking their successors to start late. Now let's do the opposite. Go to the excavation and change the duration to 4 days. So you can see the excavation is finishing earlier. It tells the PCC to start earlier. Then PCC is finishing earlier. It tells the reinforcement to start earlier. Then reinforcement is finishing earlier and it tells the shuttering to start earlier. Right? Is that clear?
Very clear, yes.
Okay. So basically it is the finish date which is controlling the start date. Now go to the excavation and change the duration to 6 and you will see an immediate update in the Gantt chart. Okay. Do you see that? Right?
Yes.
Because the finish date is the boss. Finish says when I finish earlier, you start earlier. When I finish later, you start later. It is one of the most common relationship. So whenever we start planning, we have a tendency to use this all the times, right? Okay. Because it is
Yes.
to understand, it is logical, it is quick, and basically we use it in the beginning, and later we realize that there are many other combinations which happens slowly and slowly over a period of time. Now, what happens is that if you use finish to start only, then your schedule will be highly inflated, right? So
Yes.
what do you do? So you also should learn the start to start, and you should also learn the finish to finish. So I'll first give you an example with a situation of start to stimulate your thought process. And after that, I would expect that you will get an example from your own experience and present it here, right? Okay, I'm presenting my example first. So I'm doing an activity of software testing. So I write like this, software testing. Okay, then I'm asking my team members. So they are dictating to me. So one team member says, boss, it's going to take 10 days. I write 10 days. Then I ask him, so what you will do next? He says that, boss, we will do defects fixing. After all the testing is complete, we will fix the defects which are listed out by the tester. So then I ask him, how many days you are going to take? 10 days, boss. Then I ask this guy that how you are going to do it. So he says that, boss, we are going to do it in the finish to start. I say, fine. So finish to start is very easy. You select both the activities from top down fashion, and then you click link. So if you do that, it establishes the finish to start relationship. Now, if you looked at this summary duration, so guys, tell me what is the duration here?
20 days?
20 days, because it is adding 10 plus 10. Then I show this plan to another team member. He is a very smart chap, very smart guy. He has got a lot of expert judgment. He says that, boss, we can reduce the time by half. I ask him how. So he says that, okay, let me show you the schema. He says we will upload the software into the server. So now there are two guys. So one of them is the tester. He has this blue box, which is his laptop. Then another guy is the developer. His laptop is in the green color. So what this guy will do, that he will read the defective line of code from the server, and he will inform the developer. The developer will fix the defective line of code on the server, because if you put something on the server, two people can access it at the same time. So what he will do, so the tester will try to find another, and then he will put into the work queue of the developer. So developer will go to the second line, he will find another, and he will assign. So, so on, they can work in parallel. So guys, it makes logical sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what is agreed by all the team members. All the team members say, yes, boss, this looks very much feasible. So let us change the relationship to start. Okay. So we can save time. So what do? You select the software testing. Chris, you select, and you change the relationship type here. Change it to start. And you select SS. Okay. So after you selected SS, did you note the duration? So what is the duration now?
Same duration, 10 for both activity.
See, earlier it was 20. Look at the summary. It was 20.
Yeah.
From
It
20,
is 10,
yes, it has been reduced to 10. So how many days you saved?
10 days.
10 days. So 10 over 20 is 50% saving of time, right, guys? Okay.
Yeah.
Now there is a rule here. I want you to read this first. Read this.
When I start, then you also start.
So basically, it is the boss which is saying to the subordinate. It says that when I start, then you also start. Right? Okay. Now let's
Yes.
see this in action. Now this boss says that, look, I'm going to the next week. So guys, just for the sake of clarity, I'm switching the font to 9. So I think we have got space here because we are using less columns. Okay. So now the boss says, look, I'm going to the next week, right? I'm going to start next week. So I click here in the column directly and I get the calendar button. And then I change the start date to 8th for the predecessor activity, which is software testing. Then I click on the select. Then I click on the confirm yes. Did you note that? The predecessor
Yes.
shifted to the next week and the successor also moved along. Okay, let me do it once again, guys. Say this. I change it to 15 and it goes to the next week. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because the predecessor says that when I start, then you start. And the successor is following that. I'm not touching the successor data. Okay, now let me do this thing. Let me bring back the predecessor, right? So what do? I go to the status of the predecessor and set it like this. And if you look here carefully, you will see that when the predecessor comes back, the successor also comes back, right?
Yes.
So now, guys, I'm going to ask you a test of logic. Suppose if I cancel software testing, can I still do defect fixing?
No.
No, it is not possible because unless and until you have done some testing, you
Yes.
know the defect. Because if you don't know the defect, then how you can fix, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so that is why we say that the defect fixing is dependent. The defect fixing is dependent on whom?
On what is it that is where your red line is?
Software
Testing.
test.
Yeah.
The defect fixing
Software
is
testing.
dependent upon software testing. Unless and
Yes.
until you did the testing, you can't fix. So
Yes.
that's why we call it the dependency. So defect fixing is dependent, and to basically to represent it in the Primavera, we apply the relationship. Now, do you see the whole picture now?
Yes.
That what is a dependency and what is a relationship? Okay. So basically, the dependency is derived from your technical knowledge, and relationship is applied with your project management knowledge. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I told you that if you want to do the project planning or the related things, you need both your knowledge, you need your technical knowledge, you need your project management knowledge side by side. And this is where you can see that both your knowledges they are coming in as handy, right? So
Yes.
the defect fixing is being derived from your technical knowledge, and the relationship is being applied by your project management knowledge, right? Okay. So guys, I think I have given you a lot of good example to think. Now I'm going to remove my example. Okay. So I'm going to write P for predecessor and X for successor. Now I would expect you to bring up a good example from your own experience, right? And please go ahead and think and bring it here. I'll wait for you. Okay. So bring up a good example from your past experience. Okay, so you explain to us how it works: site mobilization and utilities location.
Location. I can be preparing my site's mobilization in a way that I can be establishing my site office and things like that. At the same time, the people on the ground can be looking to determine where are our facility location on the area in a way that when we start excavation, we don't break any existing utility.
Okay, so utilities location, site mobilization. Hmm. I think that your predecessor should be the utilities location and site mobilization. I'll tell you why. Because you need a little bit of the time gap as well. See what happens that you cannot mobilize to the site until you have some patch of the land which has been cleared to has having no utilities at all. Do you
Yeah.
agree or not?
Yes and
See,
no.
you will not try to locate the utilities after you have mobilized, but you
Yeah, for example, in a way that the
I'll just show it to you that how it should be. So that's my idea, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, let me show it to you how it may work with a lag time, right? So basically, what you will do that your guys will start doing the utilities location for a couple of days, but they don't have to complete the utilities location before you do the site mobilization. So you put a gap basically of 2 days. So you tell them that once you've done 2 days of the work, basically you basically mark a patch of the land clear of the utilities, then you start with that patch. Okay, suppose this is the entire piece of the land. Let me use a diagram to explain what I perceive. So
yeah,
this is the entire patch of the land where you are going,
yeah,
and this patch of the land has got the utilities, right? So they work for 2 days and they determine that this patch of the land is good to move. So you start the mobilization, right? So that's your mobilization job. You do the mobilization and they work upon the rest of the area. They said that this is utility free, this is utility free, this is utility free. So basically you have a start to start with a gap of 2 days, right? Is that clear?
yeah. That is one of the things depending on the situation. Because my thinking is, let's say this is the street and this is another street,
So
and those are the lot.
so
If
basically
I have to,
basically the utilities location, this is the boss, because you should start doing that first, because if you do not, basically you are not sure that on a particular patch of the land you don't have any utilities at all, and if you mobilize there and someone starts to dig and they might damage the underground utilities there, right?
yeah, that maybe the wording is not. We are not having the same understanding because let's say this is the only land or the lot that we are working on it. Oh, I want that. Yeah, this is the lot that we are working, and there is a street here. We know that the utility will be on the government space, which is outside.
Oh, yes,
And
sure.
I can have my office, site office here.
Absolutely.
It means, go ahead. Hello?
Oh, yes, yes. Please go on. Yeah. I'm
Yeah. This is the lot that I want to build my single family home, and this is the street. The street is here. And we know that all the utility are on the government property, which is the street, outside of my lot. I cannot have a utility within my lot. Therefore, I know that I can put my site office here. That is what I'm calling like what we call it, mobilization. And the people can determine where are the water line, the sewer line, in a way that we don't damage them when we will be doing our work inside.
like
Yeah,
that.
the way you are putting, yeah, that's it.
Okay, so
It means I will have my utility localization within this, but I can start my what we call it. I can be putting my site office already inside the private land.
okay, fine. So in that case, we can do it like this. So we can make the mobilization as the predecessor, and
Yeah.
we can make. Now the thing is that, can you do it exactly on the same date, or do you think some part of the predecessor can be done and then we can start doing the successor like this?
That is also something that can be done, to say start to start +2, those kind of things, or start, yeah.
2 days of the day. Now, if
Yes.
you look at the total duration, if you add it 10 plus 10, so guys, how much is 10 plus 10? It is 20, right? Now,
Yes.
look at the WBS summary, it says 12. It means you have saved 8 days,
Yes.
right? You have saved 8 days, right? Okay.
Yes.
If you compare the 12 days as compared to the 20 days, so you have saved 8 days. Now, how did you save 8 days? I will show it to you on the Gantt chart, because someone asked Henry Gantt 100 years ago that how do you save 8 days? He said, look, 4 days I save here and 4 days I save in the next week. So guys, do you see that there are 4 days of the overlap in the previous week and 4 days of the overlap in the next week? You see that?
Yes.
That's how
Yes.
you 8 days, right? Because you're having exactly the 8 days of the overlap. There you are saving. So why do you need the time lag? Because it's a useful delay. Because when you are done with a little bit of the mobilization, then I think it is useful to start the utilities location, and then you do the rest of the job, right? So this is the
Yes.
concept of the time lag. Lag means useful delay, because we don't call it the delay. In the project management, we call it lagging behind, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we use the term lag. Then we have the term lead. So we will see the example of the lead also. And lead is not having any separate column. Lead is represented with a minus symbol. So once we put a minus symbol, it becomes the lead, right? Okay. So I hope the start to start is clear. Now I will explain to you the finish to finish with my own example. So you try to understand my example. It will stimulate your thought process, right? So basically, my job is to stimulate your thought process and set you on the path of self-learning. So self-learning should be lifelong process. Okay. Now I'm doing a software development, a small one, not a big. So this is an activity which is going to take 4 weeks. 4 weeks. Now I need the user manual as well. So I create an activity called write user manual. And then I ask the guy that how many days you need. He says, boss, I need 6 days. Then he's asking me, boss, when can I start my work? I said, no, it's not important when you start, but it is very important that when my software development is finished, your manual should be also finished and ready, because I want to package them both and give to the client. Because if I give to the client just only the software without the manual, do you think it will be useful for him?
No.
Correct. So basically, if you are giving him a product, he should be having a manual to properly use it. So I tell him that you should finish your manual in a finish to finish manner, right? Now, how to set up the relationship? So let's do it. So since you are already on the successor, so you can select the predecessor, right? You click here. Now you select 1060.
1060.
And click on the assign the button once. Okay, now you close the box. Okay, so once you have done that, so see, by default it is assigning finish to start. So now you select finish to finish, right? Because every time you select a relationship, so when you assign relationship, by default it will be finish to finish. Now you can see that the finish date of both the activities have been synchronized, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, this guy, he is the technical writer. He says that, boss, I need 10 days. I say, fine, you take 10 days. So you change his duration to 10. You will notice that his start date will be preponed by 4 days, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you change it to 10 and notice the difference it makes on the start date. Okay.
He starts a little bit earlier, but he keep the number of day.
How does it
10.
work? Basically, it works like this. Look at the Gantt chart. So it will calculate in the backward fashion. So it will take the reference of the finish date from the boss and it will count 10 days in the backward fashion, right? So it says that, okay, 27 minus 10 is equal to 17th of September. That should be my start date, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, the boss is controlling the finish date. Now, that doesn't mean that the finish date of the successor can't change, but it can change only if the successor date of the boss changes, right? Suppose the boss says, look, I'm going to take 30 days. So change it to 30. Change the duration of software development to 30. You will notice the finish date will change, right? You see that? Now it changes.
Yes.
Now you restore it back to 24. You will see it will restore back to the original date, right? You set it to 24 days. Do you see that? It basically resets back to the 27th, right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, this is an advantage if you finish it at the same time. So basically, there are many situations. So where you want the accessory to be ready, right? So it is not necessary that there is only one accessory. There can be multiple accessories. So which require them to be finished along with the main product. So what is the main product here? Software. Software is the main product, the manual is the accessory. So the main products, they take longer duration, accessories take lesser duration. So from experience, we know how many days they are going to take, and we schedule their completion at the same time around the completion of the main product so that they can be finished and packaged at the same time. So that is my example. Now I think I have give you enough food for thought. Now I'm going to remove the example here and I want you to think a similar example from your own engineering domain and you present it to us, right? Now you can think and you can write that what do you think will be the best example of finish to finish, right? Chris, please go ahead. So any of you guys have any example? Shivam, do you have any? Finish to finish from your domain? I believe that you have.
Yes, sir.
So why don't you show your screen, okay? So let's come to your screen. So you share your screen and then you tell us your example. Yeah, please share your screen.
That's it. Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
We have to fabricate two metal plates. Okay.
Hmm?
We have to fabricate two metal plates from 200 thick plates. So we cut 200 thick plates into two parts. So for the second part, I have to send them two parts in the fabrication.
Shubham, please wait. Actually, your voice is echoing. So what do? You don't try to explain, you just write it.
Okay.
Now you set up the relationship. Correct. Now you close the box and you change the relationship type to FF. Okay, so basically what you are trying to do is that basically there is a plate one which takes longer duration. So you are basically synchronize the finishing of the plate two, which is a smaller plate, to synchronize to finish at the same time, right? That's what you are trying to do.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think I agree with that. So guys, do you agree? So Chris,
Yes.
okay. So basically he's trying to make sure that both of them they get finished at the same time. As the bigger one finishes, the smaller one also finishes at the same time, right? Okay. So
Yes.
you can optimize your Gantt chart by using single letters. Then you save, right? Okay. That looks good. Okay. So I go back to Chris. So Chris, you share your screen once again. So we will understand the fourth one. Okay. Now, you give me the remote control. So fourth one is something that I need to explain to you completely. Okay. So give me the remote control. Okay. Now here is the fourth one. So Chris, you read the situation.
Start.
Yeah, you read this much and you answer the question. Read this.
Start to finish situation. I have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from station. It takes 1 hour from home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home so as not to miss the train at all? Start time to depart
So now
4
that,
p.m.
okay, so if I write here 4 p.m., just think that what's going to happen. So I write here 4 p.m., right? Now what happens as the cab is going? So the cab driver says, boss, I have a flat tire. I did 10 minutes. So 10 minutes are gone in and fixing flat
Okay,
tire.
done.
So now you tell me, can I catch the train?
No,
No,
miss
it's not
it.
possible. So then what do you think should be the ideal start time?
3
Okay, so I write here
is too much waiting 1 hour.
Suppose I start at 3 p.m. and nothing happens on the way, right? Okay,
Yeah,
happens on the way, and I reach the railway platform at 4 p.m. Arrive at 4 p.m. Now you tell me one thing, Chris. Waiting for the train for 1 hour is a problem, or missing the train will be a greater problem. So which one do you think?
missing the train will be greater problem.
Okay, now you just imagine that is not a train and it is an international flight, right?
Yeah.
Now, in international flight, so they cost you more money, right?
Yes.
You are in if you're no show, then airlines they don't refund you any penny at all, right? Okay. Now,
Yes.
suppose you say that okay, I'm targeting to arrive at 4 p.m. Okay. Now, if you're targeting to arrive at 4 p.m. on the boarding gate, right? Okay.
Yes.
I write this here. Oh, this Grammarly thing, that is bugging me. So, can you switch this off?
What is it?
This,
Why is doing that?
okay.
Is okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Target arrival time is at 4 p.m. Now, you say that it takes me like 1 hour on the road. So then you will depart at 3, but then you say, oh, that is for the road. But inside the airport, it takes me 2 hours to get processed. So what will you do? So 5 p.m. minus 1 hour is 4 p.m. 4 p.m. minus 2 hours is actually 2 p.m., right?
Yes.
So what will you do? You will start at 2 p.m. and then you will arrive at the airport at 3 p.m. Okay, and then you will get processed and reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. At 5 p.m., you find your flight is gone. So then you realize that's a problem. So then you know what is the start time to depart from home? Should be 1 p.m., right?
Yes.
Now, what happens? You start at 1 p.m., you arrive at the airport door at 2 p.m. From 2 to 4, you get processed and you reach your boarding gate. Okay. Target time arrival at boarding gate, right?
Yeah.
Now, suppose you arrive at the boarding gate at 4 p.m., will that be a problem, or missing the international flight will be a problem?
Missing will be a problem.
So you don't mind waiting for 1 hour. So, guys, that's fine.
Yes.
Yes, you should keep that much of the buffer time. This is now the thing is that the flight will not wait for you, nor it will depart earlier, nor it will depart later. Suppose you arrive at the boarding gate at 4 p.m. Can you ask the airlines to depart the flight? Will they do it?
Come again?
So the boarding gate at 4 p.m. and you ask the airlines to depart the flight because you are there. Do you think they are going to do it for you?
No.
No, they will not. They say that, look, this is a public transport. This is not a private plane. So it will depart at the declared time of 5 p.m. because when you book the ticket, you can book the ticket 1 month in advance. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes. Yes.
So, there are many things which have a predetermined date and time. For example, exams. So, guys, tell me one thing. Did you ever miss any exam in your school time or your college time?
Myself, no.
Correct. Basically, you knew when the exam is going to take place. So you finished your studies, you finished your revision, you finished your mock test, and on the date and time of the exam, you arrived at the examination hall much earlier. It's not a problem because if you wait in front of the examination hall, that's cool. So you can revise your last minute questions, important questions, and you can revise your formulas and everything, and you enter the examination hall with a fresh memory, right?
Yes.
So you can write exam as if you are carrying a piece of paper in your head, isn't it? That's better.
Yes.
So you're rushing to the exam and you read just in time. Maybe they will allow you, but that will not be cool. Suppose you get the job opportunity in a very good company. They tell you that, Chris, you come at 5 p.m. So will you tell them, no, I will come after 5? No, you will never do it because that's not going to put a good impression because they might feel this guy is not interested in the job or maybe he is not a good time manager, right? They don't want it.
Yes.
Okay. So guys, is that clear? Start to finish. So there are many situations in our life like catching a train, catching a flight, catching an interview, catching an exam. So they have a predetermined date and time. We cannot shift that. We cannot prepone it. We cannot postpone it. So what does the flight say to you? Before I start, you finish reaching the boarding gate, right?
Yes.
So what does the exam say to you? Before I start, you finish reaching the examination hall, right?
Yes.
What does the interview say to you? Before I start, you finish reaching the interview place, right, guys?
Yes.
So that is the start to finish. In the start to finish, you have a predetermined date and time for the predecessor because that's the boss. Who is the boss here? Flight is the boss. You can't dictate to the flight. The flight dictates to you, right? So the start time of the flight, it controls your finish time,
Yes.
right? So when you should finish reaching the boarding gate, it is under the control of the start time of the flight, right? That's why we say that it is start to finish. Now I'll show you that how do you represent that. So let us do this thing. Let us collapse the information here. Then we expand only the fourth one. Okay. Now, so I have certain project going on with the mobile telephony companies. So what's happening here that we are upgrading our 4G towers into 5G. Now, once the tower hardware is installed, they have to do this, activate 5G signals. Right, guys? Now, this is to be done by a constraint resource. He is a subject matter expert. So he's constrained to the extent of that, one resource for every 5 projects. That is the constraint. So let me write the constraint here. One subject matter expert or to help 5 projects. 1:5. So is that clear, guys? Why do we have a constraint? Because this is a costly resource. A company can't have one subject matter expert for all the projects. The boss says that, look, this skill set costs us more money. So I'm having this one guy to help 5 projects. You take an appointment, okay, and then you schedule your activity according to his availability. So I call this guy. I tell him, please give me an appointment. So he says that, look, the earliest appointment I can give you is this. So guys, can you tell me that what is the date on this Friday? Now I'm sure you should be able to read the time scale. What is the date on this Friday which I'm pointing out here? See, all the Mondays are mentioned. See, the 15th is actually a Monday. So if you count from Monday till Friday, so what do you get?
19.
Yes, correct. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. You can read forward or you can read backward, right? Whichever
Yeah.
is nearer, you can read that. Whichever is clever, you can read that. Now, the thing is that this activity has to be shifted, right? Because he said that I'm going to come on the 19th. So he's going to come on the 19th. So this activity has to be shifted to the 19th. So what do? I apply a date constraint for a facility, right? But I will teach you the date constraint in the next lesson. So I apply the date constraint. I select mandatory start on which date? On the 19th. I click that. So do you see that the activity has shifted? Now I ask him that what do you want us to do before you arrive? He says that before I arrive, you should have installed the hardware, you should have installed the firmware, and you should have installed the software. These 3 things should be pre-installed and ready before I come. So I call my engineering team and I tell them that, guys, so how many days do you need here? They say, boss, we are fine with 6 days. Then I tell them that, guys, you must keep a buffer of 3 days between your finish and his start. So basically it's a before the start, I want your activity to be finished with a buffer of 3 days, with a gap of 3 days. Try to target to finish 3 days earlier. So guys, tell me what is 19 minus 3? How much will be that?
16.
16, right? Okay. So first of all, let us set up the relationship. We are already on the successor. So we set the predecessor. So Chris, you grab the mouse and click here. And the predecessor is 1080. And you click on the assign. And then you close the box. Now, basically the relationship is start to finish. So the type will be SF. SF. And we want a time lead of 3 days. Lead means -3. So you write here -3. Okay. So it will become lead time. Lead means leading means earlier, right? -3.
Minus
3.
just like this.
Yeah.
Day.
Yeah. No, you can press enter, right? So guys, do you see that it says 15? I'll tell you that why. Because when you say -3, you want a buffer of 3 days. So where is the buffer of 3 days? The buffer of 3 days will be your Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes. Yes.
So basically, your target should be to finish this activity by the 15th. If you can't, then you have got the 3 days buffer, right? You can use
Yes.
buffer time as a safety net, as a safety margin. So this guy is going to come on the 19th morning, right? So basically this lead time is working as the safety buffer, right? So when you add a 3 days buffer, the schedule of this activity goes to the evening of 15th, right? So your first target should be finished by 15th, or you can use the remaining 3 buffer days, 16th, 17th, 18th. Now, by chance, if you can't give him the inputs on 19th, he says, and the next appointment will be given to you after 1 month. So guys, tell me one thing. Would you like to miss your flight?
No.
No. Similarly, you wouldn't like to miss this activity. They're using the same methodology. So suppose you have to take an annual exam. So you know the annual exam comes after a year. So if you miss it this year, it will take you another year to wait for the opportunity to take the exam. Is that clear? So 1 year of your academic studies will be wasted. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So that is the reason we make sure that the start to finish is pre-planned, and we have planned for it well, and we have planned the lead time. The negative lag time is called the lead. You know what is the lead? Lead means leading earlier, right? Lead, it comes from the word leader. Okay, so lead time. Lead time -3. So that will depend upon your wisdom. So how much is enough? Suppose you are going to catch a flight. So you might say, look, let's have a lead time of 1.5 hours. I'm going to catch a train. I can have a lead time of 30 minutes. That is okay. You know, different lead times for different situations, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
If something is of big value, if something was of high importance, definitely you will keep a greater lead for better safety margins, right?
Yes.
Now, let me tell you about start to finish. It is rare, but it is there. And how do you come to know of it? Basically, you know, there are two common situations from which this start to finish can emanate. First, the current example is high value, rare resource. If you have a situation, you will have to plan. Second, special request from client. You know, sometimes the client will make a special request to do a part of the product earlier, right? So it is for that reason you will have start to finish, right? Okay. High value, rare resource. Now, how do you determine these three? These three are easy, right? So let me tell you that how you can determine these three. So these three are determined from engineering process logic. So is that clear, guys?
Yes.
And the start to finish is determined from customer request or from high value rare resource. Because if you have a resource which has got a limited time, so you got to align your activity according to the resource. Is that clear?
Yes.
So keep that in mind, right? I'm sure I'm not asking you for examples for the 3.4, but only I'm just ensuring that you have understood the logic and you will keep it in your mind when you do the work practically, and you should be able to identify the situation where you need to apply the start to finish, right, guys? So you will apply.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm pausing for questions. Please ask. Please ask your questions. Okay, if you have no questions, then we can close this lesson. Okay. So guys, how to close? So you press which shortcut? Which one?
Control
Control
W.
Correct. Control W. Okay. Now, for the lesson 4, we are going to make a copy. Now you press Control C and Control V. It will create a copy.
C, Control V.
Okay. Now, the lesson number 4, the name is Date Constraints. I'm going to write the name Date Constraints. Means date limitations, right? And then we open the lesson. So we always make a copy from the lesson number 1, right? So it provides us the raw data. Okay. Now we are going to take a 20 minutes break and then we come back again, right? So you refresh yourselves and let's come back and do the lesson number 4. So share your screen. Okay, guys, so we are going to learn the lesson of the date constraints. So constraint means limitation, date constraint means limited dates. Basically, so in the Primavera, you can apply the date constraint to fine tune the schedule. So that's what we are going to learn, that how to basically go about the limitation of dates. So here we have the dates, but the dates are limited. So we will learn it inside the WBS group. So we'll first group up the activities. So we will create the WBS by going into the WBS tab. So you click the WBS button. Okay, so guys, you're here in the WBS. Okay, now click on the add button on the right side. Okay, now, so you will write it like this. So let me write the first one. So guys, see, we are going to use the first letter as the capital. Okay, so like this, start, on, or, after, like this. So you can see the first letter is in capital, right? Now, to write the next one, you click the parent and then you click add. And then here you write finish on or before. Finish on or before. Correct. Then you go to the parent and click add. And then you write the name as primary and secondary constraint. No, no, not here. That would be 3. Don't write. That's a code. So you just put the number 3 there. No, just a moment. Just a moment. It is supposed to have number 3. Now you write here primary and secondary constraint. Primary and secondary constraint. Okay, so you can make some more space, right? Correct. So then you come to the parent once again. So then you click on the add. And then you write in the WBS name as late as possible. As late as possible. And then you click on, you select the parent and click add. You write here mandatory finish. Mandatory. Actually, it is O. Instead of A, it is O. The spelling of the mandatory, it has got the letter O. T-O-R-Y. Yes, that's correct. T-O-R-Y. Mandatory finish. Okay, so just hold your screen. So guys, you're here. So did you write this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you come to the activities tab. In the activities, you will see that the groups are at the bottom, right? So we are going to pick the activities. So I'm doing this myself. So guys, you see that we will select two activities and you will put them into you will control X and put them into start on or after. The next two you will cut, will put them into the finish on or before. Okay. And then the next two you will select and you put them into primary and secondary constraint. Then you will set only one. Okay. And you will put it into the as late as possible. Then you will select 8 activities, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 activities. So you will select and put that into the mandatory finish. And the remaining activities, so you will remove them. Okay. So this is how your data should look. So guys, I'm just holding the screen here so that you can prepare your data. I'll wait for you. So you look at the demo screen and this is the way you organize your data. So once you're done, please let me know.
Done.
Okay, great.
Done.
Okay, fine. Now we will learn about this start on or after. So guys, what we do, you rename this as task 1 and 2 like this. This is 1. And Chris, you rename this as the number 2. You put here number 2 and then you link them. Okay. So you establish, you right click and link. So when you right click and link, it will establish the finish to start. We need the finish to start, right? Okay. So once you link these two activities, you will note that by the way of linking, the task 2 is getting scheduled at 8th of the September, right? So
Yes.
you assign a person to the task number 2. Now what happens that I'll tell you that when you're using the network version, the person whom you assigned, he will get an email automatically from the server. So he gets to know that he has been assigned this task 8th of the September. He gets to know the project name. He gets to know the project manager's name. He gets all the information regarding the project. So he comes to meet you. So he says that I have a concern here that you have assigned me on this activity, which is starting on the 8th. He says that I'm working on the current project and I have taken the permission of leave from the current project manager for during these dates, right? So guys, do you see the range of the dates that he will be on the leave? So starting
Yes.
8th until the 20th of the September. So he would be on the leave. So he says that I would be joining back on the September 22 onwards, right?
Mm.
During this range of dates, I am not available. So normally, what will be your reaction? So you will say, okay, fine, I will get another resource, right?
Yeah.
Right? So what do you do? So basically, you need an equally skilled resource, right? Okay, so what do? You call the HR to discuss this situation that I have an activity on starting on 8th of the September, and I would require the resource having these skill sets and having these many years of experience. Now the HR manager says, look, this is a rare skill, so it won't be possible for me to arrange resource with having that skill set. Now the thing is that if I hire another one, we are not sure if that can be applied on another project. So we just can't hire people to keep them idle. So then what's your choice, guys? What do you think? If you can't hire person, if you can't get another resource, so what is your best choice?
To wait for the guy to come back.
Absolutely correct. So what we do, so we just decide, okay, if I can't have another resource for that duration, so I can wait for 2 weeks. So what do? You decide to shift the activity according to the joining date of the resource. So you say that, okay, we will start this activity on 22 or after 22. That's why we have this constraint, right? Start on or after, right, guys? So it is appropriately named for situations like this. So in real life, we have date constraint, right? Suppose if you are having all the resources, you live in an ideal world, then you don't require date constraint. But in reality, in real life, we do have the resource constraint due to which we have to apply the date constraint on certain activities to schedule them according to the availability of the resource. Because we do have the resource, but on limited dates. So this resource can be available on 22 or after 22, right? So we apply the date constraint. So how do we do? So first of all, we ensure that we are on the task 2, then we click on the detail button. Click on the detail. So once you clicked on the detail, you select the status tab here. And in the status tab, you will see that there is a constraint block. Do you see this, guys? Constraints. Okay. So we will work upon the primary constraint. Now you select the constraint with the same name, start on or after. Start on or after. You scroll down, you will find it. You scroll down more. And the date you apply as 22 because he'll be joining on 22 the Monday. And you click select. Okay. So guys, did you apply this constraint? Start on or after and 22? Okay. If you applied the constraint, you will see that when you apply a start date constraint, you will see a star. You see the star? The star
Yes.
indicator of application of a constraint. So the star indicates that you have adjusted this date, right? Applying a constraint on the start date. And you will notice the date is reflected here on this activity, right? Is this clear? So this activity is shifted to the 22. And whenever you apply a constraint, you have to write a note. Because if you let the constraint as it is, you might not even remember what was the purpose of this constraint. So guys, what you do? You write a note here. You come to the notebook. Then you click on the add. And then you select constraints. Do you see that? Already a topic is existing constraints. And click on the selection button, this add. And you close the box. Close the box. So after you have closed the box, then you click on the modify. And then you write here the activity. You write here the resource. The resource assigned on this activity. Now, Chris, you write the constraint note, the resource assigned on this activity. Assigned on this activity will be available from September 22 onwards. 22 onwards. Onwards. Correct. That's correct. Okay. Now you click on the OK, and this note will be stored here. So if someone looks at the constraint, so he will have an explanation, right? Now I asked you to write the word resource, not the human resource. I'll tell you, it can be also due to the reasons of machine and material, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
If you have any machine or material, so you know that's some sort of a rare resource, so you have to source it from some other place, so you got to wait for that, right? So is that thing clear?
Yes.
Okay, so it is for this reason. Now I want you to notice certain thing. Now let us look at the plan, the overall plan. So guys, do you see that this activity is in the red color? This is marked as critical. Think of it, why it is marked as critical.
Because it's the longest activity before the project to complete.
Actually, you know, it may not be the longest activity, but this activity has been pushed away to the borderline, right? Do you see that
Yeah.
it's the edge of the project? So, since this activity is on the edge of the project and its finish date is the greatest, right? So, if you look at
Yes.
it, so since it has been pushed away towards the edge of the project and it has the greatest finish date, of course, it will be marked as critical because it doesn't have any float. Because if you mark the finish date line like this, so you can see that it is touching the finish date. In fact, it is defining the finish date. So, and it does not have, so it does not have any gap, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why it is marked as the critical. Now there are two lines here. So you will note one is this darker line, thicker line. So actually this is the float bar. And then there is the relationship line. Do you see the relationship line is marked as stretched? So when you stretch the elastic, it becomes like this. It looks like this, right? So it looks like a stretched
Yes.
elastic. So it has, because you pushed away. So when you push away the successor, it creates float. So how many days of the float do you see? You will see that there are 12 days of the float, right? 6 days here. There is 6 days gap and 6 days gap here. Do you see that? So there is a total
Yes.
gap of 12 days. And you can see this calculations in the float column. If you expose the float column here, so you can see that there is a float of 12 days on the task 1 and there is a float of 0 on the task 2. You know, the task 2 is at the forefront of the project boundary. And these two activities, so basically they are having a float of 6 days, right? Okay, guys, now you tell me one thing. Suppose if I increase the duration of task 1, is it going to push the task 2 or is it going to first consume the float? So what do you think? What's going to happen?
It will consume the float up to 12 days.
Absolutely correct. Okay. So let's do this thing. You increase the duration to 12, you will see that it's going to consume the 6 days of the float. You know, first it will consume the float, it will consume the gap. Do you see that it is advancing and the float is reducing, right? And now
Yeah.
make it as 18, so it will reach up to here. And do you see that once it reaches up to here and its own float becomes 0, so it matches the attribute of the critical path. Because what is the attribute of the critical path? Because the definition of the critical path says that an activity which has zero float will be a critical activity, right? And it becomes critical. So it means that if you push it further beyond this point, so that is going to delay the project, right? Okay.
Yes.
See that you make it as 22. You make it as 22. So once you make it as 22, then what happens? So right now it is pushing, right? So the finish date of the project is getting pushed, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Suppose you say that, okay, I'll finish the task one earlier. So I'll finish it in 8 days. Do you think the task two will come back? You write here 8. You write 8 here. So once you write here 8, so this activity comes back, but this activity, it comes up to this boundary because that is the constraint boundary, right? It
Yes.
cannot start before the 22 because this activity has been applied with the constraint. So what is the constraint? Constraint is that this activity can start on or after 22, right? That's why this activity stops here. It doesn't come any further before, right? Start on
Yes.
22 or after 22. That is the benefit of constraint. It helps you adjust the schedule. Is that clear, guys? This concept is clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now we will learn about the next constraint. So in case you have any situation like this, you can apply. So you rename this as task 3 and 4, and you link them when you finish to start relationship. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. So now you can see that after applying the constraint, this activity is having a finish date of 13, right? The task.
Yes.
Now, what happens that the resource assigned on the task 4, he comes to beat you. He says that, boss, I have a concern to share with you. Now, what he's saying that this time, so this guy says that, look, boss, actually, I'm on the notice period, and this is my tenure of the working, right? So my last date of the work is basically falling on the 20th. Okay. So from 22 onwards, I'm not there. Okay. So if you have any business to be done with me, if there is any activity, so you should get it done maximum by 20th, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Is the last date. Okay. So he won't be available. So it means that I have to finish his activity on or before 20th, right? So I have to set a constraint for that. So guys, you will note that once you set the constraint, it's going to kill the float from 22 onwards. All this float will be killed, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Now let us apply the constraint. Okay. So if you go to the status and in the primary, you will select finish on or before constraint. So you'll find it there. Yes. Now the date which he told you is the 20th. So you must finish his activity on or before the 20th. And then you click on the select. So once you click on the select, you will see that the star is appearing on the finish date. Did you note that? So it indicates that you have applied a constraint on the finish date, right? You have applied a finish constraint. Now, this is the finish date. Do you see that this is the finish date? And since it is supposed to be finished by 20th and the float is trimmed up to 20th, so there is no float here beyond that. So you don't have those days because this is having a constraint up to this date. Now, since it is having a constraint, it is a best practice to write a note as well to explain the constraint, right? If someone looks at the star, he might try to find a note. What is the reason? So you must have the good reason mentioned here. You click add. And then you select constraints. That is the reason for the topic. And then you close the box. After closing the box, you click on the modify button here, and then you write the resource assigned on this activity. The resource assigned on this activity will be available till 20th September. Okay, so that is the reason. And you click OK here. And anybody looking at the constraint, anybody looking at the trimmed float, so he will find a good reason. Now, this could be also due to a equipment, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
See, usually it is only the man and machine has a finish date constraint, not the material. Material may have a start date constraint that when the material arrives, but we assume that material will be aplenty, right? You will not run out of the material by any particular date. So that is why the materials, they do not have a finish date constraint, but they might have a start date constraint, right? Okay. So basically, when I say resource, it applies in the finish date constraint, it applies to man and machine because the man and machine might be some sort of external resource. You might have a person as an external consultant. You might have a leased machine. You might have a rented machine, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So guys, is that clear? Shubham, Obed, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Usually,
Yes, sir.
machine. Now, let us do an experiment here. So what if I try to push the task 3 and I increase the duration task 3 to 12 days? So what's going to happen if it pushes the task 4?
Yeah, it will push it also 1 week.
So it's going to consume the float, right? So you make
Yes.
it 12, you increase the duration of task 3 to 12, and let's see what is the result on the Gantt chart. 12. 1, 2, no, 12, 12.
Uh-oh.
So guys, do you see that the float is consumed? And since the float has become 0, so if I expose the total float column, you can see the 0 float for both the activities. Why? Because the limit for the task 4 is here. It's not at the end of the project. It is due to the finish date constraint. But for the rest of the activities, they can go till the end of the project. But for this activity, it is just up to here because it has a date limit set on this. So that is why you can see there is a star, right? So star means there is a finish date limit, right? So according to the limit, it has consumed the float. Now, if I try to push it further, so then what happens? So make the duration of the task 3 to 16. You add 4 more days. So guys, what do you note here?
We are over
So we can see that it has gone beyond the limit, and it says negative float, right? Can you close this notice? Can you remove that? Yeah. Okay. So basically, what it is saying that it is a negative float. So what is the meaning of the -4? Actually, the -4 is basically, it's a friendly advice from the Primavera. It says that you have a negative float, so you have exceeded your date limit, your finished date limit. You have gone beyond that limit by 4 days. So how do you see the -4? See, Monday is the -1, Tuesday is the -2, and Wednesday is the -3, and Thursday is the -4. These are the 4 dates which you are trying to use, which are not possible, right? Now, if
Yes.
you look at this, you will see this yellow band. This yellow band is the negative float. Negative float is represented by the yellow band. Okay. So this is negative float. So let me write the name so that you can remember this. Negative float bar. Okay. And if you look at these black bars, so these are actually positive float bars. Positive float bar, right? So guys, remember, and also you will notice there is a twist here. Do you see a little bit of the twist, just like a toffee wrapper? So
Yeah.
what is this indicating? This is indicating the date of the date limit, right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
20th September. So what it is trying to tell you that your limit was till 20th of September. That is the meaning. So now what do? You take the friendly advice. So what do? You call your team and you say that, guys, we have exceeded the limit of the resource by 4 days. Let us reduce the predecessor by 4 days. So what do? You reduce the task 3 to 12 days. You increase man and machine. If you add more man and machine, you can increase the work output and you can reduce the duration. You reduce it to 12. So guys, once you reduce it to 12, then what happens? You will see the float is 0. Okay?
Yeah.
So, which is technically fine. But guys, tell me one thing, is it practically fine?
Not because a little challenge on activity 3 will bring us in that situation again.
Yes. So, it is just like, you have an international flight at 5 p.m. and you are targeting to reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. Will you try that?
No.
No. So you will say, oh, that's a high value flight. I booked my entire family and we are going very far and each of the ticket costs a lot of money. So if the flight is at 5 p.m., we target to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. We will keep a float of 1 hour, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So you want to be safe, right? You want to ensure that you positively catch the flight. Maybe the flight can be late, but you don't want to be late on your part, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so what do? Then you tell your team member, guys, I'm going to provide you more men and machine. You reduce the duration of task 3 to 10 days. Okay, so that's going to create a float of 2, right? You put here 10 days duration. Okay, so do you see that it creates a comfortable safety margin with a float of 2 days, right?
Yes.
So, this is the way you use the finish on or be before constraint. So, in case you have a limited resource, in case you have a finish date on a leased machine, or in case you have a person who is on the notice period, he is waiting to leave the organization. So, what you can do that you can basically apply this constraint and you can keep a track, right? If you exceed it during the planning, you can fix it, right? So that you don't have to remember. So basically, if someone increases the duration of the task 3 or task 4, immediately it's going to show you the negative and then you can take a corrective action, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now we will learn about the primary and secondary constraint. And guys, This primary and secondary constraint is a Primavera only feature. So you write this task names as 5 and 6 and you link them in finish to start relationship. Okay. Link, and that establishes finish to start. Now you change their duration to 4 days each. So you write here 4 and you write here 4. 4 days and 4 days. Okay, so you can see that the starting and the finish date of this activity, right? This is 5 to 9 September. Now in on this activity, you need a big resource. So actually on this activity, I'm going to write it here like this. You need 100 tons crane, a crane which is having a lift, a capacity of 100 tons. That's quite a big resource. So after making your plan, so what do? You go to your resource manager and you tell the resource manager that, sir, that for the task 6, I need a 100 tons crane, and that will be during the dates from 5th of September till 9th of September. I will take it on the 5th morning and I will need it till the 9th September evening, right? Till 6 p.m. So he says that, okay, Chris, just wait. So let me check where is this resource. He looks up the resource register. So he says, that's working on another site. So I can provide you this resource during this range of dates. So he says that during this range of dates, let me use the green. So during this range of the dates, you can use the resource. So he says that during this. So Chris, can you read the time scale that what is the start date he's proposing? So
Monday,
what is the
September 8th.
8th? And what is the finish date he's proposing?
Saturday on the week of 15 September.
Oh, so that is what is the finish date? 20th, right?
Yeah, it will be, yeah, 20.
You can count backwards from 20 to 22, 21, 20, right? So that
Yeah.
he's saying that between this range of dates, you can use them. So you say, fine. So I will adjust my schedule using primary and secondary constraints. It means that you can start on 8th and you can finish on or before the 20th, right? So you can use any 4 dates within this range of dates, just like you would borrow a book from the library, right? So librarian says if you go and try to borrow a highly utilized book, which is in circulation too much, and he says that, okay, wait for that book. So that book I will provide you on 8th and you return it by 20th, right? So this is how it is, right? And if you work in a company and which is having big resources, no resource manager will provide you the resource infinitely. They will set a finish date limit, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So in the Primavera, we have a facility of the start constraint and finish constraint at the same time. It is Primavera only feature. Remember, you need it practically and you also need it to answer during the interviews. Because in the interviews, many of the interviewers, they prefer to ask Primavera only features, right? So if you can answer that, so that guy will be satisfied that you are really having a good knowledge of Primavera, right? Okay, now let us apply the constraint and get better. So guys, you will notice that in the constraint block, you have got two kind of constraint, primary constraint and secondary constraint, right?
Yes.
Okay, now just ensure that this activity is selected. Now you select the primary constraint here. You click here. You select start on or after. You select the constraint to start on or after. And you select the date as 8th, which is a Monday. And click on the select. And you apply the finish date constraint here. Finish on or before. Finish on or before. No, finish on or before, not this one. and you select the date constraint as 20th of the September, and click on the select. Okay, so what you have is the start date constraint and the finish date constraint. So you can see the star on both sides. Do you see the star? 2 stars.
Yes.
Because you applied 2 constraints, right? And what is the range of the dates? So I will indicate the range of the dates. So basically the start constraint is starting from 8 and the finish date constraint is limiting it till the 20th, right? Is that clear? 20th of the Saturday. Now, let me check 20th. So, sometimes, there is a time concern because if you see here, it says 9 a.m. So actually it should be the entire day. So the ending time should be like something like 18 hours. 18 means 6 p.m. Right, guys? You see that?
Yes.
Now you
Yes.
see the bar will increment a little bit more, right? Okay, so sometimes the
Yes.
time is not visible, but it does have an impact on the Gantt chart. So basically, the end of the day is till 6 p.m. So these are the constraints which are applied. So this activity can be done within the date range starting from 8 and till the 20th, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, that is the start and finish date constraint applied at once. So this is a facility which is only present in Primavera. All other software, they have only the primary constraint. They have no facility for the secondary constraint. But in Primavera, you have both, right? And this is quite useful, quite common. I don't know why the other softwares, they don't have it, right? Okay, fine. So
Yes.
you get lucky in the industry, right? By knowing this. Now we will work upon as late as possible. So let me close this so that we can provide more space. Okay, now you write here closing process. In as late as possible, you write here closing process. Okay. Just a process. You can write the process is fine. You're fine with that. Yeah, you can write the processes. Yeah, fine. And press enter. I'll tell you about this. See, I told you about the life cycle of a project, right? So when we are closing the project, we have a closing process. So let me refresh you on that. I'll take you to my whiteboard. Okay. So okay, so guys, this is where you have a closing process, right? Do you see that? This is the end of the project life cycle. So basically, till the executing last activity, you have the engineering activities. In the closing, you have administrative activities, right? So what kind of activities do you do? So suppose you finished constructing a building. Now, before you hand over the building, so what you will do? You will do many administrative things, right? First,